Yang Fan no spiritual root. Staring at the result shining on the awakening stone, Yang Fan stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The crowd on the playground eagerly waiting erupted into a commotion. No spiritual root. The top prodigy of Mingxi Middle School, yet has no spiritual root. A genius and trash indeed, separated by a single thought. What's the use of studying cultivation theory well in peacetime? Heh. Without awakening a spiritual root after graduating high school, you can only go home and find an electronics factory to tighten screws. Tightening screws is not that bad. Oh, I heard his father is a slaughterhouse butcher. Going with his father to be a butcher has more prospects than tightening screws. Facing the crowd's sarcasm, Yang Fan turned a deaf ear. On that expressionless face, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of bitterness and unwillingness. His clenched palm, due to force, dug his nails deep into the flesh of his palm. This is a world of spiritual energy recovery where demons and monsters run rampant, and everyone can awaken spiritual roots and cultivate immortality. Yang Fan, as a transmigrator, had crossed into the body of a top student with the same name and surname. Originally, he thought it was a perfect start with the protagonist's halo. Unexpectedly, during today's spiritual root awakening ceremony, he was found to have no spiritual root. No spiritual root means he cannot sense the existence of spiritual energy in heaven and earth and cannot gain cultivation value. His life has already come to an end at this point. Zhang Ting's 6th grade Waterwood spiritual root. The awakening instructor announced again, and the crowd burst into exclamations. Yang Fan instinctively looked up. Zhang Ting, before transmigration, was the girlfriend of this body. Unexpectedly, she awakened a 6th grade Waterwood spiritual root. While blessing her inwardly, Yang Fan felt even more bitter and self-mocking. Spiritual roots are divided into 12 grades, waste 1st to 9th, immortal and emperor. The higher the grade, the purer and better the attribute. He, the top student of Mingxi Middle School, couldn't even awaken the worst waste spiritual root. How ridiculous and pathetic. Yang Fan. Just as Yang Fan returned to the team, Zhang Ting walked over. Yang Fan forced a smile. Ting, congratulations. Yang Fan, let's break up. Break up. Yang Fan looked stunned. Was he being dumped just like that? You didn't even awaken the worst waste spiritual root. You're not worthy of me. Zhang Ting's tone was disgusted and cold, proud as a swan. All right, let's break up. Yang Fan replied expressionlessly. Also, don't call me by my nickname. Any more of it might cause misunderstanding. Yang Fan didn't speak, clenching his fist tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Xiaofan Gij. Li Fei ran over from a distance, her bright and beautiful face full of concern. Even if you have no spiritual root, you are still the best in Fei's heart. Li Fei was Yang Fan's childhood sweetheart. With big watery eyes and 2 small tiger teeth, when smiling, she was cute and kawaii. The best. Going home to Uncle Yang's slaughterhouse to kill livestock. Zhang Ting's face was full of sarcasm. What Xiaofan Gij does in the future, what business is it of yours? Li Fei suddenly turned her head, her face showing a sharp and assertive expression. Zhang Ting was slightly intimidated by Li Fei's gaze, her face turning red. Fei, or forget it. Yang Fan pulled Li Fei and shook his head. At that moment, the awakening instructor called her name. Xiaofan Gij, I'll go test my spiritual root and be right back. Li Fei said sweetly. Good luck. Yang Fan encouraged. Li Fei turned and walked to the awakening stone to test her spiritual root. Buzz. Dazzling light shot straight into the sky. Wow. This light is so blinding, several times more dazzling than Zhang Ting's 6th grade water spiritual root just now. I guess Li Fei's spiritual root is definitely above 8th grade. Isn't it obvious? With such dazzling light, it could even be 9th grade. A group of students exclaimed in disgust, and Yang Fan was also full of astonishment. Li Fei, immortal grade, mutated ice spiritual root. As the awakening instructor's moved voice announced, the entire playground erupted in exclamations like a pot boiling over. Immortal grade spiritual root. And it's a water element mutated ice spiritual root. This spiritual root grade is comparable to quasi-emperor grade. Zhang Ting's face turned very ugly, biting her lip hard. Originally, she was proud enough to awaken a 6th grade water spiritual root. But now, compared to Li Fei, she was eclipsed. Yang Fan looked at Li Fei on the high stage surrounded by stars and smiled bitterly again and again. Alas, in the end, only he is the one suffering. Li Fei got off the high stage and trotted over to find him. Xiaofan Gij, you used to protect Fei when we were little. From now on, let Fei protect you. Li Fei said with anticipation. Yang Fan's face stiffened, then he smiled and said okay. Li Fei, with such a good spiritual root, don't ruin your future for a good for nothing. Zhang Ting's voice was envious and sour. I'm happy, what does it have to do with you? Li Fei retorted coldly. Facing Li Fei's cold words, Zhang Ting wisely shut up and turned to leave. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Zhang Dongliang came over. He patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, comforted him, and gave him a few days off to go home and rest well. Yang Fan thanked him, turned, and left his back looking somewhat desolate. In his ears were the discussions and mockery of a group of teachers. Yang Fan bit his lip hard until it bled before stopping. Leaving the campus, Yang Fan walked home as if his soul had been lost. Woof, woof. Suddenly a stray dog rushed out from the roadside and unceremoniously bit at Yang Fan. Fuck, I've been ridiculed by those people, and now even a stray dog dares to bite me. The anger that Yang Fan had been suppressing for a long time burst out in an instant. In the past, he would have avoided this stray dog chasing and biting him. But today, Yang Fan did not run, his face twisted as he charged forward. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed the dog's neck and smashed it viciously against the rocks at the side. Ding. Killed one stray dog. Points 2. 2 points. What points? Yang Fan jumped up with a start. At that moment, a virtual panel appeared in his line of sight. Name Yang Fan, realm none 00. 00, spiritual root, none bloodline, none physique, none martial skill, none treasure, none points 2. System. Is this a system? Points used to draw spiritual roots, treasures, bloodlines, martial skills, etc. When realm reaches nascent soul, activate points mall. This draw requires 100 points. Yang Fan shouted in excitement, system hasn't failed me. Crazy. A passerby was startled, cursed, and hurried away. Killing stray dogs earns points. What about killing chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs? His father works at a slaughterhouse. Tomorrow he'll go to the slaughterhouse to help as a butcher. A moment later, Yang Fan returned home and found 2 wasps gnawing on the dried bacon hanging on the clothesline. He picked up the fly swatter on the table and slapped twice. Ding. Killed 1 wasp. Points 0. 2. Ding. Killed 1 wasp. Points 0. 2. What? Killing wasps with a fly swatter also earns points. Yang Fan's eyes lit up, remembering there was a wasp nest the size of a leather ball in the woods behind the house. Yang Fan shouted in excitement, system hasn't failed me. Crazy. A passerby was startled, cursed, and hurried away. Killing stray dogs earns points. What about killing chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs? His father works at a slaughterhouse. Tomorrow he'll go to the slaughterhouse to help as a butcher. A moment later, Yang Fan returned home and found 2 wasps gnawing on the dried bacon hanging on the clothesline. He picked up the fly swatter on the table and slapped twice. Ding. Killed 1 wasp. Points 0. 2. Ding. Killed 1 wasp. Points 0. 2. What? Killing wasps with a fly swatter also earns points. Yang Fan's eyes lit up, remembering there was a wasp nest the size of a leather ball in the woods behind the house. Yang Fan shouted in excitement, system hasn't failed me. Crazy. A passerby was startled, cursed, and hurried away. Yang Fan rushed back into the house, impatiently grabbed the insecticide and lighter. When he was a child, he often used the lighter to ignite the insecticide and burn bugs and ant nests. Doing this kind of destructive work was quite familiar to him. 100 points, and he could draw a lottery. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to go to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. He could gather enough points to draw now. After preparing the tools, Yang Fan immediately ran toward the small forest behind his house. A few minutes later, he found a hornet's nest on a large tree. He nimbly climbed onto a straw pile nearby, staring at the hornet's nest the size of a ball in front of him, his heart slightly trembling. With so many hornets, what if he failed? Would he be stung to death on the spot? At that moment, the laughter of his classmates echoed in his ears again. Yang Fan gritted his teeth, fiercely ignited the insecticide in his hand, and sprayed it toward the hornet's nest. Buzz, buzz. The hornets inside the nest swarmed out, but before they could flap their wings, they were scorched. In an instant, the entire hornet's nest was ablaze. Ding. Killed a hornet. Points 0. 2. Ding. Killed a hornet. Points 0. 2. A series of point-turning notifications rang in Yang Fan's ears. This thrilled him immensely. The initial nervousness and anxiety completely settled down. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Fan finally eliminated all the hornets in the nest. Points 62. 6-1 hornet earned 0. 2 points. He had just eliminated 302 hornets, still far from reaching 100 points. Still not enough. Looks like he'll have to go to the slaughterhouse tomorrow to be a butcher. Yang Fan felt a slight disappointment. He took the insecticide home. His eyes fell on the flies crawling on the table. Could killing hornets give points? What about these flies? Slap. Slap. Yang Fan killed 7 or 8 flies with a fly swatter, but no system notifications sounded in his ears. Alas, seems killing flies doesn't work. In the evening, his parents came home from work. Yang Fan recounted the events of not awakening a spiritual root and his plan to help at the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Yang Dajuan tried to comfort him, but failed, so he had to agree. That night, Yang Fan lay in bed looking at the points on the system's virtual panel. Still 40 points short. He must gather enough points tomorrow to draw a powerful spiritual root. Yang Fan had a premonition that he would definitely win one. Ding dong. The phone sounded with a message. The head teacher, Zhang Dongliang. Everyone, students have finished awakening their spiritual roots today. Those with roots, please note the attribute and grade. There are only 100 days left until the college entrance exam. Work hard, students. Late body forging can get into key schools. Early chi refining can apply to Qing Bei. The The cultivation realms are divided into body, forging, chi, refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, void, refining, unity, great vehicle, tribulation, transcendence. Each stage has 4 phases: early, middle, late, and peak. As soon as the teacher's message was sent, the group immediately became lively. Is the college entrance exam so competitive this year? Only late body forging can get into key schools. No big deal, I have a 4th grade Goldwood and Earth root. With effort I can get into a key school. Am unlucky, a 1st grade miscellaneous root. Best I can do is a vocational college. Teacher, I suggest removing students without roots from the group. The exam has nothing to do with them. This last message was sent by Zhang Ting. The group, which had been lively a moment ago, fell silent instantly. Of nearly 50 students in the class, less than a third had awakened spiritual roots. Zhang Ting's smug words undoubtedly offended the majority, but she continued her arrogant behavior, chattering endlessly, revealing her ugly face. Yang Fan closed the group and stopped watching the developments. He felt suffocated and angry. That snobbish, calculating bitch was truly disgusting. At that moment, Yang Fan's heart grew more determined to awaken a spiritual root and slap her face. The next morning, Yang Fan followed his father Yang Dajuan to the slaughterhouse. The entire slaughterhouse was filled with a thick smell of blood in the air. From time to time, the miserable screams of livestock being slaughtered rang in his ears. Yang Fan's scalp tingled, feeling nervous and scared. Old Yang, why did you bring your son to a place like this? What else? I heard his son, the top student, failed to awaken a spiritual root. Failed to awaken a spiritual root. Not even the worst waste root. That's just too miserable. The murmurs instantly flushed Yang Dajuan's face red. Seeing the mockery in his father's colleagues' words, Yang Fan clenched his fists tightly. Then he took a deep breath, suppressed his inner fear, and learned to slaughter livestock from his father. Ding. Kill the chicken, points 1. Ding. Kill the duck, points 1. A day passed quickly. Yang Fan's mood went from initial tension to calm. Finally, just before the end of his shift, he gathered 100 points. Yang Fan put down the knife and hurried to the restroom. Lottery. A virtual wheel appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Finally, the pointer stopped on a white, transparent spiritual root. Ding. Congratulations on winning the Emperor Grade Void Spiritual Root. Next lottery requires 500 points. Void Spiritual Root. Yang Fan's eyes widened. What kind of spiritual root is that? Void Spiritual Root, the strongest Emperor Grade spiritual root on Earth. Spiritual energy acquisition speed 500, compatible with any attribute, chi, enlightenment 100, breakthrough rate 30. After reading the introduction of the Void Spiritual Root, Yang Fan's hands trembled with excitement. He covered his face and cried. Heaven helps those who help themselves. He finally had a spiritual root, and it was the strongest Emperor Grade Void Spiritual Root on Earth. From now on, who would dare to mock him as a useless person without a spiritual root? Son. The voice of Yang Dajuan came from the side. Yang Fan turned around, his voice choked and hoarse. Dad, I have a spiritual root. I have the strongest Emperor Grade Void Spiritual Root. Son, it's good to have a spiritual root. It's good. Yang Dajuan's body trembled, his eyes reddened. Although he echoed in agreement, his heart did not believe it. In Yang Dajuan's view, the blow of having no spiritual root must have been too great, making it hard for his son to accept reality. After a long while, the father and son left the slaughterhouse and rode home. Back home, Yang Fan's WeChat showed 99 unread messages. He opened it and saw that most were from Li Fei. Little Fan, did you not come to school today? Little Fan, why didn't you reply to Feier's messages? Little Fan, are you ignoring Feier? Message after message filled with Li Fei's worry and care. Feier, sorry. I went to the slaughterhouse today to help. I didn't bring my phone, Yang Fan replied apologetically. Then he waited quietly. The little girl, Li Fei, perhaps angry, didn't reply for a long time. Meanwhile, Yang Fan looked at the class group messages. Wow, the 6th grade water and wood spiritual root is amazing. I feel I can break through to early body forging in at most half a month. Goddess Tingting is really impressive. They'll probably need a month to break through early body forging. From now on, we mortals who didn't awaken spiritual roots can only look up to Goddess Tingting as she becomes an immortal. As Zhang Ting sighed, a group of sycophants left flattering comments. Yang Fan laughed. A trashy 6th grade spiritual root, and she was showing off like that. He with the strongest Emperor Grade Void spiritual root on Earth hadn't said a word yet. Yang Fan skimmed through the class group messages without replying. 100 days remained until the college entrance exam. He resolved to deliver an earth-shattering shock to those frogs at the bottom of the well during the exam. After a while, Li Fei finally replied to him. It turned out she had just taken a shower. She even sent him a photo of her fair, delicate legs fresh from the bath. They chatted until nearly 11 at night before bidding each other goodnight and going to sleep. The next day, Yang Fan continued to follow his father to the slaughterhouse, killing livestock to accumulate points. His points lottery system required an increasing number of points. The first draw cost 100 points, while the second draw demanded 500 points. Ding. Killed a chicken. Points 1 cultivation value 55. Ding. Killed a chicken. Points 1 cultivation value 55. After awakening his spiritual root, Yang Fan found that slaughtering those chickens and ducks not only earned him points, but also brought in cultivation value. Yang Fan's heart swelled with joy, truly worthy of being the surface's strongest imperial-grade spiritual root. With a 500 cultivation value acquisition speed, he believed he could break through to the early body forging stage in at most 3 days. At this rate of breakthrough with 100 days until the exam, what realm could he reach? Golden Core, Nascent Soul, or perhaps even the Divine Transformation stage? A Divine Transformation student attending the college entrance exam. Just thinking about it was mind-blowing. After work that evening, Yang Fan checked his status panel. Name Yang Fan, Realm None 54. 06, Spiritual Root Void Spirit Root, Bloodline None Physique, None Martial Skill, None Treasure, None Points 98. His points had reached 98, and the Realm Cultivation bar had risen to 54. At this rate, he would break through to the early body forging stage tomorrow. Once a cultivator reached the body forging stage, they could learn martial skills. Moreover, their strength, speed, and reflexes would greatly enhance. Yang Fan felt a thrill of excitement. Oh, isn't this Yang Fan? Haven't been to school for days, really following your dad to the slaughterhouse as a butcher. Yang Fan and his father were just coming out of the slaughterhouse on their tricycle when they ran into Zhang Ting. Originally, Yang Fan didn't want to bother with her, but she deliberately made sarcastic remarks to pick a fight. None of your damn business, Yang Fan shot back without holding back. It's none of my business, but trash from the lowest rung of society like you only deserves to do these dirty, exhausting jobs. Zhang Ting sneered mockingly. Yang Fan glanced at her, as if she were a fool, then mounted the tricycle and left with his father. The lowest rung of society. Only fit for dirty, exhausting work. Soon you'll know who the real ignorant clown is. The next afternoon, as Yang Fan slaughtered a chicken with a single stroke, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from his body. A breakthrough in cultivation. Realm early body forging. At that moment, Yang Fan clearly felt his strength and explosive power multiply several times over. With his current strength, he no longer needed to go to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. He could head outside the city to hunt the beasts mutated by the spiritual energy resurgence. That evening, Yang Fan told his father he didn't plan to go to the slaughterhouse the next day. Yang Dajuan readily agreed, and seeing Yang Fan gradually emerge from the disappointment of having no spiritual root, he felt a slight relief in his heart. At dawn, Yang Fan finished breakfast, pocketed his father's butcher knife, and headed straight outside the city. Due to the spiritual energy resurgence, the city was a safe zone. But outside the city was extremely dangerous. The beasts that had absorbed spiritual energy had mutated severely. Especially in the deep mountains and forests far from the city, various demon beasts often roamed. Those were leveling grounds for powerful cultivators. Yang Fan, a rookie who had just awakened his spiritual root with 0 wilderness survival experience, certainly couldn't go there. He wandered around a small grove not far from the city gate. After a moment, he encountered a wild rabbit. The rabbit was as large as a goose and unafraid of people. Yang Fan pulled the butcher knife from his bosom and struck twice. Over the past 2 days at the slaughterhouse, he had gained some experience. His knife moved swift and ruthless. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Because the rabbit had absorbed a bit of spiritual energy and mutated. The points and cultivation value Yang Fan got from killing it were much higher than those from ordinary chickens and ducks at the slaughterhouse. Hey, I've come to the right place. A good start put Yang Fan in high spirits. He began searching for a second mutated beast. Shortly after, he spotted another mutated wild rabbit. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Ding. Killed a mutated hedgehog. Points 4, cultivation value 155. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Yang Fan didn't stop until evening. Points 503. After 3 days of accumulation, he had enough points for another lottery draw. Yang Fan couldn't wait to spin. It was the same massive wheel spinning rapidly. The various treasures on the wheel dazzled Yang Fan. Finally, the wheel came to a stop. Ding. Congratulations on winning the profound rank advanced martial skill solitary 9 swords. Next draw requires 1,000 points. Solitary 9 swords. The sword technique of the unbeaten swordsman. Yang Fan's eyes widened in bewilderment. Solitary 9 swords comprising 9 forms and 81 variations perfected to manifest afterimages, killing unseen. Martial skills were ranked mortal rank, yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank. Each rank was further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced. Solitary 9 swords was a profound rank advanced martial skill already incredibly formidable. Yang Fan clicked to learn it, and perhaps due to high comprehension, he grasped the essentials instantly. He quickly opened his status panel to check. Name Yang Fan Realm Early Body Forging 78. 17. Spiritual Root Void Spirit Root Bloodline None Physique None Martial Skill Solitary 9 Swords Profound Drink Advanced Proficiency Layer 101000 Treasure Butcher Knife Points 3 Umph. Before Yang Fan could even rejoice, a series of grunting sounds came. He looked up, his eyelids twitching and his face turned pale. A wild boar king as large as a calf. This boar king was definitely a first-tier demon beast. There was still a fundamental difference between mutated beasts and first-tier demon beasts. Ordinary mutated beasts could generally be handled by cultivators at the body forging stage, but a first-tier demon beast required at least a chi refining stage cultivator to deal with. He hadn't even reached the mid-body forging stage. What to do? Humph. The boar king spotted him and charged at lightning speed. Damn it. Fight to the death. Yang Fan steeled his resolve, too late for fear or panic. With the boar king's speed, escape was impossible. He had no choice but to fight for his life. Fortunately, he had just drawn the profound rank advanced martial skill solitary 9 swords. Yang Fan gripped the butcher knife, stepping with mysterious footwork, unleashing his potential to battle the boar king. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan made a risky backhand strike, plunging the butcher knife into the boar king's heart. Roar! The boar king let out a wretched scream before its massive body crashed to the ground. It twitched twice and then fell still. Ding! Killed a first-tier demon beast. Wild boar king points 20 cultivation value 1088. Clang! Yang Fan could no longer hold on. The butcher knife clattered to the ground as he gasped for breath. Exhausted. If he couldn't kill this first-tier demon beast, the wild boar king, the one who would die today, would be him. After resting for a while, Yang Fan dragged his weary body upright, cut off the valuable materials from the wild boar king, packed them in a hemp sack, and carried them back to the city. Whether it was a first-tier demon beast or a mutated creature, they all had materials that could be sold for money. The more powerful the beast, the higher the value of its materials. Back in the city, Yang Fan found a material shop and sold all the materials he had obtained from killing mutated beasts during the day. The stunned shop owner was left utterly bewildered. It was hard to believe that just 3 days after awakening his spiritual root, he had already reached the body tempering stage. 3665 spirit coins. Yang Fan looked at his first earnings, his heart surging with excitement. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his parents could stop working and enjoy a leisurely life at home. Returning home, Yang Fan first went to the bathroom to take a warm shower. Afterward, he ate something and went to his bedroom, lying on the bed to scroll through his phone. The class group chat was still buzzing. Guys, my cultivation bar is at 12 already. At this rate, it'll reach the early body tempering stage in a month at most. My cultivation bar is at 33. In at most 2 weeks, it'll definitely be the first genius in our class to reach the body tempering stage. You the first? My cultivation bar is at 40. Dare you claim you'll reach the body tempering stage before me? Wow, Goddess Zhang Ting is amazing. Just a few days in, and her cultivation bar is already at 40. At this rate, getting into Qingbei University is a sure thing. Suddenly, someone posted a photo of a male student's back in a Mengxi Middle School uniform. Wang Dazhuang, what picture did you send? Breaking news. A student from our Mengxi Middle School has already reached the body tempering stage. What? Someone from our school reached the body tempering stage. Who told you that? The material shop owner. See the photo above. That's him. Impossible. I don't believe anyone's cultivation level could rise so fast. Neither do I. The material shop owner is my uncle. He wouldn't lie to me. Holy crap. Who is this big shot? Reached the body tempering stage in just 3 days. That's insane. Hey, don't you guys think this back looks like someone? Let me see. It does look a bit like Yang Fan. But doesn't he have no spiritual root? Is it him? Just him and ask. Yang Fan, is this photo you? Did you awaken your spiritual root and break through to the body tempering stage? Yang Fan was thoroughly enjoying the chat in the group. Suddenly a backview photo caught his eye. Just as a sense of unease rose in his heart, someone him. No, it's not me. I'm lying in bed sleeping. How could it be me? Yang Fan didn't want to bother with those vain guys and casually replied. TCH, I really thought it was someone special. What a letdown. Zhang Ting was the first to mock. If it's not Yang Fan, then who is it? I haven't heard of anyone that awesome from Mengxi Middle School. Wang Dazhuang, maybe your uncle made a mistake. Our school uniform looks a lot like the one from No. 2 Middle School. Disappointed that it wasn't Yang Fan, everyone speculated about the identity of this prodigy. Yang Fan closed the chat, inwardly relieved that the material shop owner hadn't caught his face in a photo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give those snobbish green tea types a little shock during the college entrance exam. The next morning, Yang Fan still didn't go to school. Since his homeroom teacher had given him a few days off, he decided to use this time to boost his cultivation level. Yang Fan left the city again, casually buying a mask and an iron sword from a department store. The mask was to conceal his identity and avoid being recognized by familiar people. Last night's incident absolutely could not happen again. As for the iron sword, He had learned the solitary 9 swords, and using the iron sword to execute martial techniques was much smoother and more powerful than the butcher knife, and also more efficient. What's this notice on the city gate? Just as Yang Fan was about to leave the city, he noticed a large red paper posted on the gate and curiously read it. After a moment, Yang Fan finally understood what the notice said. Recently, the area outside the city had been unsafe with incidents of demon beasts attacking people. Therefore, starting tomorrow, only those holding a Cultivation Association badge would be allowed to leave the city. Ordinary people or cultivators without a badge issued by the Cultivation Association were forbidden to leave. Looks like he'll have to go to the Cultivation Association to get a badge tomorrow, Yang Fan murmured to himself as he walked out of the city gate. Once outside, he followed the same routine as yesterday, heading to the nearby small woods to kill mutated beasts. Ding. Killed a mutated rabbit. Points, 3, cultivation value, 128. Ding. Killed a mutated rabbit. Points, 3, cultivation value, 128. Ding. Killed a mutated scorpion. Points 5, cultivation value, 155. Thanks to the bonus from the martial technique, solitary 9 swords, and the switch to the iron sword, Yang Fan killed those mutated beasts with extreme efficiency. Almost one strike, one kill. Around noon, a strong wave of spiritual energy surged from Yang Fan's body again. His cultivation level had broken through. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: mid-body tempering 0. 11. Spiritual root, void spiritual root. Bloodline: none. Physique: none. Martial technique: solitary 9 swords. Mysterious grade: high-level proficiency, layer 1, 566. 1000. Magical artifact: iron sword. Points: 263. As his realm advanced, the cultivation value required to break through to the next level grew higher and higher. And this was with Yang Fan's void spiritual root providing a 500 cultivation value bonus. One could only imagine how slow the progress was for students with inferior spiritual roots. In the afternoon, Yang Fan went on another killing spree. The proficiency of solitary 9 swords increased to the second layer. His swordsmanship became sharper and more graceful, each strike lethal. If he encountered a first-tier demon beast again, Yang Fan was confident he could kill it easily, unlike the embarrassing struggle yesterday. At dusk, Yang Fan returned to the city with a sack full of materials. Boss, I'm here to sell materials again. It was the same shop as yesterday, but this time Yang Fan was smarter. He wasn't wearing his school uniform and had on a mask, so he wasn't afraid of being secretly photographed. Young man, did you rob a mutated beast's den? So many materials. The shop owner Wang Fugui was utterly shocked. He had already been astonished when Yang Fan came to sell half a sack of materials last night. But today before dusk had even fallen, it was a full sack. Where did this freak come from? They're just some junk materials. Just tally up the price, Yang Fan said without much explanation, urging Wang Fugui to calculate the total. Shop owner Wang Fugui, seeing that Yang Fan didn't want to say more, didn't waste words and started calculating. 5800 spirit coins. Although the materials Yang Fan brought today were twice as much as yesterday's. The first-tier demon beast Wild Boar King's tusk from yesterday alone was worth 1300 spirit coins. After selling the materials, Yang Fan took the money and left the shop. Seeing that it wasn't dark yet, and to avoid affecting his monster killing and leveling tomorrow, he immediately headed to the Cultivation Association to get his badge. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the Cultivators Association. Senior, I've come to take the examination for the Cultivator badge. The hall was nearly empty with only an old man dozing in a recliner. There's a form on the table. Fill in your information yourself, Old Tang said without opening his eyes. His attitude was rather aloof. Yang Fan acknowledged and went to fill out the paperwork. A few minutes later, Yang Fan completed the form and returned. Old Tang took the form, glanced at it twice, and showed surprise. You're a new student at Mengshi Middle School this year. Yes. Not bad. Having awakened your spiritual root only 3 days ago, you've already broken through to the early body tempering stage. It seems Mengshi Middle School has produced another promising candidate for Qingbei University this year. Old Tang praised him and led Yang Fan to the testing steel. Although students had already awakened and tested their spiritual roots at school, to obtain the cultivator badge issued by the Cultivators Association, one needed to undergo testing again according to the procedure. As Yang Fan placed his hand on the steely, the entire steel suddenly emitted a blinding light. This, Old Tang's eyes, originally half-closed, snapped wide open. Name: Yang Fan's spiritual root, Imperial Grade Realm, mid-body. Tempering. The information appeared, startling Old Tang into an exclamation of shock. You brat awakened your spiritual root 3 days ago and reached mid-body tempering. Old Tang stared at Yang Fan in astonishment and disbelief, his mind in turmoil. In the past, it wasn't unheard of for prodigies to come to the association to obtain their cultivator badges. He had seen many top-tier geniuses who achieved it in 3 to 4 days. But the test results showed at most early body tempering. That was already the limit for prodigies. Yet this bizarre kid before him had somehow reached mid-body tempering. Old Tang raised his hand and vigorously rubbed his eyes, suspecting that his advanced age might be causing him to see things. Senior, I just barely broke through to mid-body tempering today. Yang Fan answered truthfully. Hiss. Old Tang was shocked into drawing a sharp breath by Yang Fan's words, just barely. From awakening the spiritual root to breaking through to early body tempering, the required cultivation value wasn't too high. For a top-tier immortal-grade spiritual root or above, 3 days of hard work were sufficient. However, from early body tempering to mid-body tempering, the required cultivation value increased by more than 3 times. 3 times? How did this kid manage it? Had he taken pills? At this moment, Old Tang stared at him as if he were a monster. Especially the dazzling imperial-grade spiritual root made him swallow hard. Imperial grade. Hadn't Jiang Daonan, the principal of Mengshi Middle School, said that the best spiritual root at their school this year was only immortal grade? Senior, have I passed the assessment? Yang Fan felt uncomfortable under Old Tang's intense gaze. Passed. Good lad. Excellent. Very excellent. He'll make the badge for you right away. Old Tang steadied himself, his attitude a complete 180-degree turn from his earlier aloofness, now brimming with enthusiasm. After a moment, Old Tang crafted a bronze badge bearing Yang Fan's name. This was Yang Fan's Cultivator Identity Certificate. When his realm improved later, he could return to the Cultivators Association to exchange it for a higher level one. After obtaining his badge, the sky had already darkened. He happily pocketed the badge and left the Cultivators Association, intending to head home. However, he hadn't taken many steps when he encountered Zhang Ting. Damn, why did he have to run into this green tea again? Yang Fan's cheerful mood immediately soured. Oh, coming to the Cultivators Association late at night, could it be that you're unwilling to accept having no spiritual root and secretly came to try awakening again? Zhang Ting also spotted Yang Fan. When she saw him coming out of the association hall, she sneered and taunted. None of your damn business. Green tea. Yang Fan retorted with a mocking look at her, as if she were an idiot, then strode away. You? Yang Fan, how dare you call me green tea? They'll make you regret this. Zhang Ting's face stiffened with anger. Although the clothes she wore today were indeed green, that was no reason to call her green tea. Inside the association hall, Old Tang carefully examined the form Yang Fan had filled out. Name Yang Fan, Mengshi Middle School, Class 7, Senior Year. What an interesting little fellow. Old Tang murmured to himself, memorizing the information on Yang Fan's form. Ding. Suddenly, Old Tang's WeChat on his phone chimed. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Jiang Daonan, the principal of Mengshi Middle School. Old Tang, let's have a drink tonight. My treat. Jiang Daonan, you old fox. You're hiding it well. Old Tang, what am I hiding? What have I concealed? Still pretending. Your school has a little monster with an imperial-grade spiritual root who broke through to mid-body tempering just 3 days after awakening. Unprecedented. Old Tang, don't joke. Our school doesn't have any student with an imperial-grade spiritual root this year, let alone someone breaking through to mid-body tempering in 3 days. You don't know? I really don't. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I thought you knew. Since you don't, I won't tell you then. Damn it. Old Tang, don't be like that. Tell me, or I'll lose my mind. On this end, Old Tang adhered to the confidentiality principle of the Cultivators Association archives and refused to say anything. Meanwhile, Yang Fan dragged his weary body back home. As usual, he took a shower, had something to eat, and returned to his bedroom to rest. Suddenly, a message lit up in the class WeChat group. Head teacher Zhang Dongliang, everyone. Tomorrow, all students must come to school for a second round of spiritual root awakening testing. A second round of spiritual root awakening testing. What's going on? Teacher, we just had the test 3 days ago. Why another one? This has never happened before. Could it be that some student was missed? Even so, there's no need to call everyone back for a retest, right? Something big must have happened. In my opinion, there's a major event at our school. The group erupted in chatter and exclamations. At that moment, head teacher Zhang Dongliang sent a message to explain, this is the latest notice from the principal. It said that our school has produced a peerless prodigy. A peerless prodigy? Who? Me. Isn't the #1 prodigy in our school Li Fei? But she's already awakened her immortal-grade mutant ice spiritual root. Why test again? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics either. In short, the principal said earlier that our school has produced a top-tier imperial-grade spiritual root prodigy. Moreover, that peerless prodigy went to the Cultivators Association today to take the Cultivator Badge examination and has already broken through to mid-body tempering. Holy crap! Mid-body tempering. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? While everyone else is still struggling to reach early body tempering, there's already a big shot at mid-body tempering. And he's a senior from our school, an imperial-grade spiritual root. I'm going crazy, with the head teacher's explanation. All the students in the group nearly lost their minds. The flurry of discussions and exclamations startled Yang Fan. Damn, was Old Tang's mouth that unreliable? He had only just gotten home before being sold out. But judging from the head teacher's message in the group, Old Tang hadn't fully exposed him. All right, everyone stop discussing. Get some rest. Who that peerless prodigy is will be clear tomorrow. The next morning, Yang Fan once again skipped school. After a quick breakfast, he headed out of the city to hunt monsters and level up. He was supposed to go to school today for the second spiritual root test. He would definitely be discovered. First of all, he truly disliked being the center of attention and had no taste for vanity. Secondly, he had already decided to keep a low profile all the way until the college entrance exams. He wanted to deliver a shocking surprise to those certain scheming girls and those who had mocked him with cold words. Young man, the city gates are under control today. You cannot leave the city without a cultivator's badge issued by the Cultivation Association. As Yang Fan arrived at the city gate, 2 guards stopped him. Brothers, I have a cultivator's badge. I obtained it just yesterday. What? You're a senior high school student this year, and you've already reached the body tempering stage. The guards were astonished when Yang Fan produced a bronze badge. Yang Fan just smiled and offered no further explanation. Seeing that he had a cultivator's badge, the guards did not obstruct him and let him pass. Which school is that kid from? Another prodigy has emerged in our city this year. I'm not sure, but I remember him leaving the city the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could I be mistaken? He came back that evening carrying half a burlap sack full of materials. Whoa, so you're saying he was already at the early body tempering stage the day before yesterday? At that time, high school seniors had only just awakened their spiritual roots a day earlier. The 2 guards discussed this, utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had already exited the city. He headed straight for the small forest he had frequented over the past 2 days. Ding. Killed a mutated rabbit. Points, 3, cultivation value, 128. Ding. Killed a mutated rabbit. Points, 3, cultivation value, 128. Ding. Killed a mutated scorpion. Points, 5, cultivation value, 155. The various mutated beasts in the small forest were dispatched with a single sword stroke, each an easy and relaxing task. As his proficiency with the solitary 9 swords increased, Yang Fan's execution of the technique grew exponentially more powerful. After killing mutated beasts in the small forest for a while, he felt the rate of gaining points and cultivation value was too slow. After some thought, he decided to go to the small valley ahead of the forest to hunt first-tier demon beasts. SSS. No sooner had he arrived at the valley than a giant beetle-like first-tier demon beast sprang out. Fearlessly, Yang Fan shook his iron sword. Treading with a mysterious footwork, he charged forward like a dancer in the wind, engaging the beast in combat. Clang, clang. The strength of a first-tier demon beast was more than 10 times that of the mutated beasts. Especially this beetle demon beast, its hard outer shell was difficult for the iron sword to pierce. Yang Fan struggled greatly to kill it. Ding. Killed first-tier demon beast armored beetle. Points, 12, cultivation value, 888. It took him about 10 minutes to finally slay the hard-shelled beetle. The rewards in points and cultivation value weren't as high as he had imagined. Yang Fan did a quick calculation. The efficiency was not as good as killing the ordinary mutated beasts in the small forest. So Yang Fan had to retreat back to the small forest, continuing to slaughter mutated rabbits and pheasants. Around noon, the proficiency of his martial art, the solitary 9 swords, leveled up. Martial art solitary 9 swords, mysterious grade, high quality, proficiency level 3, 310,000. After the proficiency of the solitary 9 swords reached the 3rd level, Yang Fan's swordsmanship became even more fierce. However, the proficiency required to reach the 4th level had increased exponentially. Yang Fan returned to the small valley in front of the forest, intending to test the efficiency of his upgraded solitary 9 swords against first-tier demon beasts. SSS. He encountered another first-tier armored beetle. Yang Fan charged with his sword. Clang, clang. A fierce battle ensued. 5 minutes later, the first-tier armored beetle let out an unwilling hiss and fell to the ground dead. Ding. Killed first-tier demon beast armored beetle. Points, 12, cultivation value, 888. His monster-killing efficiency had tripled compared to before. This meant Yang Fan could now hunt these solitary first-tier demon beasts in this small valley. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he could slaughter freely. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast armored beetle. Points, 12, cultivation value, 888. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast killer bee. Points, 11, cultivation value, 800. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast venomous lizard. Points, 13, cultivation value, 988. Even among first-tier demon beasts, the points and cultivation value gained varied according to their strength. The key point was that the materials dropped by first-tier demon beasts were far more valuable than those from ordinary mutated beasts. His path to riches and providing a comfortable life for his parents all depended on them. Before dark, Yang Fan's large burlap sack was completely full. He could only sigh and return to the city. Sigh. This sack was too small. It seemed he would need to save up some money and buy a storage ring. However, although storage rings were convenient for storing items and materials, they were prohibitively expensive. The cheapest storage ring cost at least 100,000 spirit stone coins. "Boss, I'm here to sell materials again," Yang Fan called out as he arrived at the material shop. Then Yang Fan opened his sack. When the shop owner saw that the sack was full of first-tier demon beast materials, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Holy crap! Young man, are you a demon? How did you manage to kill nothing but first-tier demon beast materials today?" Wang Fuguei was stunned. He had watched Yang Fan sell materials since the very first day. Yesterday, it had all been mutated beast materials. And now today, everything had turned into first-tier demon beast materials. This shock was simply too great. "Just calculate the price," Yang Fan said, not wanting to explain further. He was in a hurry to get home and take a shower. All right, I'll calculate it for you right away." A short while later, Wang Fuguei finished tallying the total price. 36880 spirit stone coins. A single day's income matched what he had earned over several previous days. This made Yang Fan ecstatic. At this rate, he could buy a storage ring in at most 3 days. Then when he went out of the city to hunt demon beasts for materials, he would no longer have to be a spectacle carrying a sack. After selling his materials and returning home, Yang Fan checked the results of the second spiritual root test. Yang Fan opened his phone. The class WeChat group had over 99 messages. Did the dean make a mistake? The test results are the same as a few days ago. There's no peerless genius with a divine grade spiritual root at all. Yeah, the one with the best spirit root, Li Fei, has just barely broken through to the early body tempering stage. I think the dean is getting old and might have dementia. The group was buzzing with chatter. Yang Fan casually glanced through a few messages, then closed the group and laid down on his bed to sleep. After a day of hunting first-tier demon beasts, he was both mentally and physically exhausted. Early the next morning, Yang Fan left the city carrying 2 burlap sacks. With his realm breakthrough and increased martial art proficiency, killing those first-tier demon beasts was as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. 1 sack was no longer enough. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast armored beetle. Points 12, cultivation value, 888. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast mountain pass viper. Points 11, cultivation value, 820. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast venomous lizard. Points 13, cultivation value, 988. 3 hours later, Yang Fan killed another demon beast and stopped. Points 1011, enough for a lottery draw. Yang Fan's heart raced with excitement as he anticipated what treasure his third lottery draw would bring. Draw. The large spinning wheel appeared once again and began to spin rapidly. Ding. Congratulations on winning the Imperial Chaos Dao Body. Next draw requires 5,000 points. The ultimate Imperial Physique. Yang Fan's eyes flew wide open as ecstasy surged in his heart. Chaos Dao Body foremost among the 10 sacred physiques: cultivation, speed, 200, comprehension, 200, breakthrough rate, 20, and martial skill mastery, 500. After reading the description of the Chaos Dao Body, Yang Fan was stunned into silence. Cultivation value, comprehension, breakthrough rate, and skill mastery all received enhancements. This was far too powerful. Physiques like spiritual roots were categorized as waste 1st to 9th grade, celestial grade, and imperial grade. With only 1000 points, a single spin had granted him the Chaos Dao Body, the foremost of the 10 sacred physiques. At this moment, Yang Fan seriously suspected that there were no worthless items on the point wheel at all. Subsequently, he checked his status panel. Name: Yang Fan, realm forging body, middle stage, 86. 33, spiritual root, void spirit root, bloodline, none, physique, chaos, Dao Body, martial skill, solitary, 9, swords, mystic, grade, high level mastery, layer 3, 186010000, artifact, iron sword, points 11. His bloodline had yet to awaken. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated what formidable bloodline future spins might bring. At the very least, it should be celestial grade or above, right? Perhaps even imperial grade. After the draw, Yang Fan gripped his iron sword and once again slew first-rank demon beasts. Having obtained the sacred physique, his speed, explosive power, strength, reflexes, and endurance had all dramatically improved. Previously, it took him about 5 minutes to kill a first-rank demon beast. But with the awakening of the sacred physique, he now needed only 3 minutes to finish the job. Of course, the small valley was not teeming with first-rank demon beasts for him to slay. He had to search for them himself and also gather materials. When encountering a large number of demon beasts, he dared not recklessly attack, as being surrounded would be perilous. Ding. Killed first-rank demon beast, tyrant crab, points 11, cultivation value, 1508. Ding. Killed first-rank demon beast, poison lizard, points 12, cultivation value, 1588. Ding. Killed first-rank demon beast, flame rat, points 12, cultivation value, 1666. The Chaos Dao bonus boost to cultivation value acquisition also meant that each demon beast Yang Fan killed granted him a significantly larger amount of cultivation value. The same applied to martial skill mastery. As evening approached, Yang Fan's 2 large sacks were nearly full. Meowed. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cat cry rang out. Yang Fan looked up to see a massive black cat the size of a dog pouncing toward him. Clang! The iron sword in his hand blocked its fierce strike. Sparks flew from the blade as 5 horrifying scratch marks appeared. Had that claw not been blocked, had it struck his face, it would have surely exploded his head in an instant. A first-rank cat demon king. Among demon beasts of the same rank, some were stronger than others. The wild boar king encountered 2 days ago, and this cat demon king were the cream of the first-rank crop. It was extremely powerful. The wild boar king was renowned for its strength, while this cat demon king's advantage lay in speed and explosive power. Meowed. Seeing that it had failed to kill Yang Fan in one blow, the cat demon king cried out again and launched a second attack. Yang Fan set down his sacks, gripped his iron sword, and executed the solitary 9 swords, engaging in a fierce battle. He was no longer the novice he had been 3 days ago. His martial skill, the solitary 9 swords, had reached the 3rd layer of mastery. His cultivation realm was at the forging body middle stage, and he had awakened the chaos Tao body, the foremost of the 10 sacred physiques. After a round of combat, Yang Fan gained the upper hand, suppressing the first-rank cat demon king until it was forced onto the defensive. Eventually, sensing the tide turning, the cat demon king attempted to flee. "Where do you think you're going? Leave your life behind." Yang Fan sneered, flicking his iron sword to form a ring of sword blossoms as he thrust it viciously forward. Meowed. The cat demon king let out a mournful shriek as its heart was pierced and it breathed its last. Ding. Killed first-rank demon beast cat demon king. Points 23. Cultivation value 3,663. Crack. With the death of the cat demon king, the iron sword in Yang Fan's hand, unable to bear the strain, snapped at the blade. Yang Fan smiled wryly. This iron sword was far too fragile. It had only been a few days and it was already ruined. And it had cost over 1,000 spirit coins. Sigh. After returning to the city, he would need to procure another weapon. Seeing that it was nearly dark and his trusty iron sword was damaged, Yang Fan did not continue hunting first-rank demon beasts. He harvested the materials from the cat demon king, slung a large sack over each shoulder, and began his return journey. Holy crap. Yesterday this kid carried back 1 sack, and today he's carrying 2. Not only that, look at the iron sword at his waist. It's all chipped. He must have been killing first-rank demon beasts all day. Killing first-rank demon beasts all day. He's just a forging body novice. Can he even handle a first-rank demon beast? The 2 guards at the city gates stared in disbelief as Yang Fan entered the city carrying 2 sacks larger than himself, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Wearing a mask, Yang Fan ignored the strange looks from passers-by and carried the 2 sacks to sell the materials. "Boss, him back," Yang Fan called out as he arrived at the material shop. "My lucky star, what have you brought today?" "Oh my heavens. You've brought back 2 full sacks of materials today." Wang Fugue emerged from the shop, rubbing his eyes vigorously in bewilderment. Yesterday, Yang Fan had shocked Wang Fugue so much by carrying back a single sack of first-rank demon beast materials that he couldn't sleep well that night. And today he had doubled the amount. "Just calculate the price. I need to go buy a better weapon later," Yang Fan urged. All right, my lucky star, come in for some tea and rest while I tally it up for you." Wang Fugue fawned obsequiously. This was truly a lucky star. In the past, a small roadside material shop like his rarely received such a large quantity of demon beast materials at once. Over the past few days, Yang Fan had come to sell him materials every evening without fail. First it was half a sack, then a full sack. Then came first-rank materials, and tonight he had brought 2 whole sacks. Wang Fugue's heart rate shot up to 200, terrified that if he didn't serve Yang Fan well enough, this lucky star might not come to his shop to sell materials tomorrow night. "My lucky star, the total is 78900 spirit coins. As a regular customer, he'll throw in an extra 1100 to make it a nice round 800 spirit coins." Wang Fugue calculated the amount and transferred the money to Yang Fan's account. Seeing that his savings had surpassed 100, Yang Fan's heart raced with excitement, and he stood up to leave. "My lucky star, please wait a moment." What else is there?" Yang Fan stopped, puzzled. "It's like this. The shop urgently needs a batch of first-rank demon beast hyena materials. My lucky star, could you possibly get some for me? I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price." Wang Fugue looked at Yang Fan with eager anticipation. "Hyena materials, huh? Let me see if I can kill a few tomorrow," Yang Fan readily agreed. Before heading home, Yang Fan stopped by the artifact shop and bought a mystic iron sworded Dharma artifact. Artifacts were categorized as mortal tools, Dharma artifacts, treasure artifacts, acquired spiritual artifacts, innate spiritual artifacts, acquired Tao artifacts, innate Tao artifacts, and immortal artifacts, among others. Each type was further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. The mystic iron sword Yang Fan bought for 300 spirit coins was a mid-grade Dharma artifact. if it weren't for the fact that the quality of an artifact affected the speed of martial skill mastery acquisition. He wouldn't have been willing to spend 3 big ones on a mid-grade Dharma artifact. That evening, Yang Fan returned home and checked the coordinates of the hyena habitat. The next day, he pocketed 2 sacks and left the city again. Today, he was going for a big haul. By the time he returned to the city at night, he would have enough to buy a storage ring. Arriving at the outskirts of the hyena habitat, he saw a few cultivators nearby who were hunting demon beasts. When they saw Yang Fan enter the hyena habitat, they mocked him with sneers. Another greenhorn blinded by greed walking right into his death. Yang Fan paid no heed to the jeering crowd and strode forward on his own. Aolo, a first-tier hyena beast spotted him and charged over with a shrill howl. Fearless Yang Fan lightly flicked the profound iron sword in his hand. A beam of sword light shot forth. Ow! The hyena let out a miserable cry and was slain on the spot. A notification chimed slain, a first-tier hyena beast points 12, cultivation value 1220. Another identical notification followed. Again the same notification. Slashing through the beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. Yang Fan sighed with emotion. This 3000 Spirit Stone profound iron sword was indeed far superior to an ordinary iron sword. Killing these first-tier hyenas didn't even require a second strike. Treading with mysterious steps, as if strolling in a courtyard, Yang Fan advanced. The cultivators outside the hyena territory stared utterly dumbfounded, especially the 2 who had mocked him earlier for being blinded by greed and walking to his death. Their faces instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Damn, have I run into a hidden master? This youth's swordsmanship is top-notch, his strikes are sharp and fierce. I disagree, hyenas are pack beasts. If he meets the hyena queen, he's doomed today. Some were shocked, others gloated. The hyena queen, a second-tier beast. Though only 1 tier higher, its strength was at least 5 times greater. This youth alone with his sword ventured deep into the hyena territory. If he encountered the hyena queen, death was certain. On the other side, as Yang Fan delved deeper into the hyena territory, he encountered more beasts. At first they were solitary small hyenas. Now he often ran into packs of 3 to 5. With the profound iron sword in hand, he killed 1 every 3 steps. The pressure was there, but manageable. Although his martial skill, the solitary 9 swords, was merely a Xian-grade high-level sword art, its power at high proficiency rivaled that of Earth-grade techniques. Notification slain, a first-tier hyena beast points 12, cultivation value 1220. Notification slain, a first-tier large hyena beast points 15, cultivation value 1620. Notification slain, a first-tier large hyena beast points 15, cultivation value 1620. These deep territory large hyenas, though still first-tier, were twice the size of those on the periphery. They yielded more points and cultivation value. However, Yang Fan was slightly troubled. After each wave of kills, he had to stop and collect materials. This stop-and-go process wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, his efficiency would be much higher. Suddenly, a frantic series of hyena howls rang out. Yang Fan looked up, his expression shifting. In the distance, over a dozen large hyenas charged at him. Kill. He set aside material gathering and advanced with his sword. If surrounded by so many large hyenas, he'd be in a dire position. So he had to strike first. Facing over a dozen at once, Yang Fan felt immense pressure. Notification slain, a first-tier large hyena beast points 15, cultivation value 1620. Another large hyena was pierced through the heart and dropped dead. A surge of powerful spiritual energy rippled through his body. He had broken through. Realm late body tempering this breakthrough multiplied his strength several-fold. His solitary 9 swords grew even more lethal. Every strike was fatal. A touch meant injury, a sweep meant crippling. Even under siege by a dozen hyenas, he held his ground. Ilo! Ilo! The large hyenas, unable to subdue him, let out strange, piercing cries. It seemed they were trying to scare him like they would a wild beast hoping to kill him when he panicked. But beasts were beasts, not very intelligent. Such a foolish tactic could never affect Yang Fan. A flurry of slaughter ensued, and all the large hyenas fell to his sword. Yang Fan looked at the half-full sack of hyena materials and felt delighted. Today's haul was excellent. Since hyenas were pack beasts, his efficiency was several times higher. Just as he finished harvesting the materials, a blood-curdling howl echoed. Aolo! A hyena the size of a tiger appeared. The hyena queen. Yang Fan's pupils contracted. He had read about this beast online last night. Wasn't it supposed to be deep within the territory? Why was it here near the periphery? Had the cries of the large hyenas drawn it here? Beside the queen, Yang Fan spotted several guards, each 1.5 times the size of a large hyena. Damn, can't win, flee. Making a swift decision, Yang Fan shouldered the sack and retreated. Aolo! The hyena queen howled again. The calf-sized guards lunged at him in unison. Clang, clang. The guards were twice as strong as the large hyenas. Their fur was like steel needles. Yang Fan's profound iron sword barely scratched them. Their terrifying force nearly knocked the sword from his hand. At that moment, Yang Fan was grateful he had grit his teeth and spent 300 spirit coins on a heavy, profound iron sword last night. If he had a light sword, he would have perished under the first assault of the guards. Kill! Yang Fan roared, unleashing the solitary 9 swords to their fullest. From a distance, faint afterimages followed his sharp sword strikes. Even with multiple guards attacking, they couldn't get near him. But using the solitary 9 swords at full power drained his stamina rapidly. If not for his chaotic Dao Bodhi's extraordinary endurance, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Ow! The hyena queen, seeing her guards fail, attacked personally. With a howl, she lunged at lightning speed. Clang! A deafening clash sent sparks flying from Yang Fan's sword. Staggering back several steps from the impact, Yang Fan's face paled. He knocked away a large hyena trying to ambush him from behind and ran for his life. Damn it! This second-tier hyena queen was terrifying. If he didn't flee now, he'd die. He was fast, but the hyena queen was faster. In moments, she caught up and blocked his path. Yang Fan's expression darkened. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a cave in the distance. Making a snap decision, he hurled the large sack at the hyena queen and dashed toward the cave. The cave was shallow with nothing inside, visible from end to end. But for Yang Fan, it was enough. He needed a place to face the enemy head-in, avoiding being surrounded and attacked from behind. Aolo! The hyena queen howled again and lunged at him with a ferocious expression. Clang! Yang Fan gripped his sword with both hands and struck with all his might. With a single blow, he forcibly blocked the hyena queen's ferocious pounce. His arms went numb. The profound iron sword nearly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The hyena queen was also not having an easy time. He had blasted her back several steps, and a visible trail of blood could be seen on her body. She was wounded. Whoa! The hyena queen possessed considerable intelligence, and precisely because of that she feared death. She did not pounce again, instead ordering her hyena guards to wear down Yang Fan's stamina. She planned to wait until he was half dead from exhaustion before she stepped in to finish off this pest. Yang Fan gained a moment to catch his breath. To be honest, if the hyena queen had truly come at him with everything she had, he definitely wouldn't have lasted 5 rounds before becoming her meal. But now that she was sending her hyena guards to attack, Yang Fan was not as fearful. The entrance to the cave was only so wide, at most only 1 hyena guard could enter at a time. In an unknown fight, what did he have to fear? Yang Fan alone with his sword guarded the cave entrance, resisting tenaciously. These hyenas were truly despicable. To drain his stamina, they used a relay tactic. One hyena would come and fight for a while, and as soon as it was exhausted, it would immediately flee. Then the next fully rested hyena would come to harass him. After a whole day, Yang Fan's body grew weaker and weaker. Even the extraordinary endurance of his Chaos Dao body could no longer hold out. But on the brink of death, his latent potential was unleashed, allowing him to hold on tenaciously. Failure meant death. He had not yet lived like a man of status since his transmigration. He did not want to die. Night fell. The hyenas, having taken turns attacking all day, were also exhausted. Eventually, the hyena queen could wait no longer and pounced again to attack. Yang Fan scared her off with a furious roar and a wild slash. She dared not come forward again. Some of the larger hyenas also thought about coming over to harass him. But after Yang Fan killed 2 with his sword, they immediately became docile. Yang Fan saw that the hyena queen's guards were as tired as dogs lying in the distance with their tongues lolling out, resting. He also quickly seized the opportunity to rest. His stomach had long been growling with hunger, but there was nothing to eat. He could only cut 2 pieces of meat from the hyenas he had killed earlier to stave off his hunger. He almost threw up from eating it. But Yang Fan forced himself to swallow it, because if he didn't eat, he would die from exhaustion. After a whole day, his mental state was both tired and weary. At this point, the only thing keeping Yang Fan from collapsing was sheer willpower. That night, Yang Fan himself didn't know how he managed to get through it. Several times he felt like he was about to die. But the unwillingness and anger in his heart forced him to hold on. The next day, the sun rose slowly. A new day, a new beginning. Finally, Yang Fan saw a glimmer of hope as he dragged his weary body forward and once again repelled a wave of hyena attacks. The proficiency of his martial art, the solitary 9 swords, had increased to the 4th level. Roar! Another hyena queen guard pounced over. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the profound iron greatsword. His weary gaze was as cold as frost. The next moment, he stepped forward and took the initiative to attack. The heavy, profound iron greatsword in his hand now felt as light as nothing. Thrusting, slashing, cleaving. A continuous series of sword moves flowed like water. Roar! A miserable cry rang out. A hyena queen guard, which had been so arrogant the day before, was pierced through the head and killed on the spot. This scene startled the hyena queen, who was lying in the distance enjoying a delicious meal. Whoa! The hyena queen roared, urging all her hyena guards to attack together. Meanwhile, she quickly circled around behind Yang Fan, blocking the cave entrance, afraid that he would hide back inside that turtle shell of a cave again. Umph. Today is the day you beast dies. Yang Fan sneered coldly. With a flick of his profound iron greatsword, a sharp sword light once again swept towards the other hyena guards. After images flashed everywhere, he was as fierce as if a sword god had possessed him. I don't know how long passed. Yang Fan killed the last hyena queen guard as well. Suddenly Yang Fan turned his head to look at the second-tier demon beast hyena queen in the distance, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Beast, it's your turn. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the blood-dripping profound iron sword and charged forward. Whoa! The hyena queen roared and pounced back at him. Clang! Clang! With each resounding crash, sparks flew from the profound iron sword. The immense force from each collision forced Yang Fan to use all his strength every time. Eventually, the palms of his hands were split open. Yang Fan tore a strip of cloth from his clothes, wrapped it around his wrist, and continued fighting. Ding! Killed second-tier demon beast hyena queen, points 50, cultivation value 7,685. Finally, Yang Fan pierced the hyena queen's heart with his sword, ending the life of that detestable creature. Clang! After killing the hyena queen, Yang Fan could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Cough! Cough! He coughed up blood from his mouth. Thighs is damn thrilling. Outside the hyena territory, the group of cultivators from yesterday. That rookie who went in yesterday still hasn't come out. Come out. He's long been food in the hyena queen's belly. Agreed, probably already digested. Wait, look over there. Holy crap, he's alive. He spent a night in the hyena territory and didn't die. As the cultivators were discussing, a figure covered in blood, carrying 2 large sacks, appeared. At this moment, Yang Fan was carrying a large sack in each hand. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in blood. His hair was a disheveled mess matted with gore. On his back was a profound iron greatsword. As he walked, blood was still dripping from the blood groove of the sword onto the ground. This scene directly stunned the chattering cultivators into silence. They were terrified. What did he experience in the hyena territory last night? How did he end up like this? What was in those 2 bulging sacks? Could it be all the materials dropped by the hyenas? Yang Fan paid no attention to the stunned and dumbfounded crowd, walking straight past them back into the city. Exhaustion. At this point, Yang Fan could barely keep his eyes open. He was so tired. After Yang Fan left, the group of cultivators hurried into the depths of the hyena territory to take a look. When they saw the ground littered with hyena corpses, and even the hyena queen had been killed, they were utterly dumbfounded. After Yang Fan returned to the city, he first went to the material shop to sell the materials. Wang Fugui stood there dumbfounded for a full 5 minutes, unable to snap out of it, when he saw Yang Fan return, carrying 2 sacks of hyena materials. The night before last, he had only mentioned casually killing a few hyenas. Yet here he was a day and a night later, carrying back 2 huge sacks. Had he slaughtered all the hyenas in the territory? When Wang Fugui inventoried the materials and saw the fangs and claws of the second-tier hyena queen, he shuddered. Holy crap! This youth wasn't just a god of wealth, he was practically his own father. Even his own father had never been this good to him. Wang Fugui. After calculating the price, it came to a total of 150000. Yang Fan finished selling the materials and was about to drag his weary body home. Suddenly, a mountainous figure rushed over from a distance. Idol. Idol, wait up. Wang Dazhuang. Yang Fan was startled, the name escaping his lips in surprise. The moment he said it, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no. He was wearing a mask, and he had suddenly blurted out the name of a classmate. He hoped he wouldn't be recognized. Idol, you know me, fatty. Wang Dazhuang's narrow eyes widened in shock. His chubby cheeks trembled with excitement. I'm not really, just a passing acquaintance. Yang Fan steadied himself, trying to brush it off. A passing acquaintance. Idol, are you really a senior at our Mengshi High? Wang Dazhuang asked nervously. If not for fear of a beating, he would have torn off the mask to see his face. Yes, I have things to do. Goodbye. Loose lips sink ships. Yang Fan, afraid of being recognized if he talked too much, hurriedly slipped away. Hey, Idol, I wanted an autograph. WHYD, you leave. By the time Wang Dazhuang came to his senses, Yang Fan was already gone. Phew, that was close. How did that fatty show up here? Oh right, I think he mentioned in the group that the material shop owner is his uncle. Yang Fan sprinted home, muttering to himself. Then he rushed to shower, changed his dirty clothes, and wolfed down his meal. Damn, he hadn't eaten in a day and a night, and had even gnawed on raw hyena meat. Disgusting. His mother's cooking was far better. Full and satisfied, Yang Fan lay down to sleep. Just then the class group chat erupted. Wang Dazhuang, everyone guys, I saw my idol this morning. Idol? What idol? Who still chases celebrities these days? Not a celebrity. It's that peerless prodigy with the imperial grade spiritual root from our school. Holy crap. Is that super prodigy really from our Mengshi High? He admitted it himself this morning. He came to my uncle's shop to sell materials. 2 huge sacks full. and a second-tier beast, the hyena queen's materials. My god, Wang Dazhuang, are you bragging? How could someone at the body tempering stage kill a second-tier beast? The group exploded with exclamations and debates, even alerting the homeroom teacher Zhang Dongliang, who quickly asked Wang Dazhuang what had happened. Yang Fan was so furious at Wang Dazhuang's big mouth that he almost cursed aloud. Damn it. Thank goodness that fat fool hadn't recognized him. Otherwise, the whole school would know by now that the top scholar had awakened an imperial-grade spiritual root. He shut down the group chat, yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. Exhausted, he hadn't slept all night and had nearly died in the hyena territory. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. He resolved never to be so reckless again. Meanwhile, at Mengshi High, led by Principal Zhang Daonan, a group of school leaders gathered in the meeting room, their brows furrowed in worry. For the past few days, they had been racking their brains over the sudden appearance of the imperial-grade spiritual root prodigy. Principal, could Elder Tang from the Cultivation Association be mistaken? I think so too. We retested all our students, and the best is still that girl Li Fei. I went to see Elder Tang myself. The old man didn't seem to be joking. It's baffling. I've been pulling my hair out for 2 days and still can't figure out who it is. Tonight, I'll get Elder Tang drunk and make him spill the beans. Bang. The meeting room door was kicked open. Everyone turned to see Zhang Dongliang rushing in. Zhang Dongliang, are you rebelling? How dare you kick the door? Zhang Daonan roared. Principal, my student Dazhuang saw the prodigy this morning. He's definitely a senior at our school. Zhang Dongliang's excited words made the entire leadership rise to their feet. By evening, Yang Fan finally woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was check his stats. Name: Yang Fan, realm body tempering, late stage 11. 22. Spiritual root, void spirit root, bloodline none, physique chaos, Dao body, martial skill solitary 9, swords mystic, heightier proficiency level 4. 3866 15000. Artifact profound, iron sword points 985. Had he been skipping school for nearly a week? His realm had reached body tempering late stage, and his martial skill solitary 9 swords had advanced to level 4. Not bad. If this kept up, he might even reach the nascent soul stage by the college entrance exam. A nascent soul senior taking the college entrance exam. Imagine that. After checking his stats, Yang Fan got up, ate at a restaurant, and then headed to the market. Carrying 2 huge sacks out of the city every day to hunt beasts was too conspicuous. Now that his finances allowed, he wanted to buy a storage ring. A storage ring was not only convenient, but also spacious enough to hold all the beast materials he collected daily. Perfect. A bronze storage ring cost 1500 spirit coins with space equivalent to 4 sacks. Sigh. A whole day and night's work down the drain plus thousands in extra expenses. Yang Fan's heart ached for a while. But with this storage ring, he could focus on breaking through to the peak of body tempering within 3 days. The next day, as usual, Yang Fan ate and left the city to hunt first-tier beasts. With his current strength, killing them was like slicing vegetables. Ding. Killed first-tier beast hyena points 12, cultivation value 1220. Ding. Killed first-tier beast venomous lizard points 15, cultivation value 1620. Ding. Killed first-tier beast black serpent points 13, cultivation value 1420. Yang Fan didn't return to the hyena territory. First, most of the hyenas there were already dead. Second, he feared encountering another second-tier beast. One had been hard enough to handle. If he ran into several at once, he'd be dead for sure. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan's storage ring was packed to the brim. It held nearly 3 sacks worth of beast materials. His heart raced with excitement. These materials, though less valuable than hyena parts, were still worth over 100 spirit coins. Holy crap! Is that the principal and my homeroom teacher? What are they doing here? As Yang Fan approached the material shop, he spotted several figures in the distance and was startled. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted. Damn it! All thanks to Wang Dazhuang's big mouth. The teacher and principal had tracked him to the shop. Good thing he had switched to a storage ring today, instead of carrying 2 sacks, or had been caught. Yang Fan slipped home, took a hot bath, and had dinner with his parents. Late at night, Yang Fan figured the teacher and principal must have left, so he quietly snuck out to sell his materials at the shop. When he arrived, he cautiously scanned the area to ensure they were gone before daring to show himself. Boss, I'd like to sell some materials. Holy crap. Principal, you're still here. Yang Fan walked in, his words trailing off as he froze. There on the second floor of the shop, 2 figures sat smiling down at him. Who else could it be but his homeroom teacher Zhang Dongliang and Principal Zhang Daonan? Young man, since you're a student of our Mengshi Academy, why are you hiding and running away the moment you see me? Dean Zhang Daonan chuckled, descending the stairs. At that moment, his heart surged with excitement. He had lost sleep for days searching for this rascal. He had even pulled out his hair. Tonight, he had finally caught him red-handed. Dean, I don't like being in the spotlight. I just want to focus on improving my cultivation. Yang Fan gave an awkward, bitter smile as he removed the mask from his face. Yang Fan, Is it you? Good heavens, what am I seeing? Beside him, head teacher Zhang Dongliang's eyes flew wide open and he let out a startled cry. At that moment, it suddenly dawned on him. During the second spiritual root test, all the students in his class had come except Yang Fan, the former top scholar. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention, nor had he connected the extraordinary prodigy appearing at the academy to him. Teacher, it really is me, Yang Fan said with an embarrassed smile. Zhang down and turned his head, staring at Zhang Dongliang with a suspicious look. Previously, he had ordered all senior students in the academy to undergo a second spiritual root test. Yet after testing everyone, they still hadn't found that extraordinary prodigy. Now the prodigy had been found. It was Yang Fan, the former top scholar of the entire academy from Zhang Dongliang's class. Zhang Daonan strongly suspected that Zhang Dongliang and Yang Fan had colluded in this matter. Don't look at me, ooh, I really didn't know. I'm innocent. Earlier, since Yang Fan hadn't awakened his spiritual root, I was afraid he'd be under too much mental pressure, so I gave him a few days off. Zhang Dongliang, face full of embarrassment, quickly distanced himself. That's right, Dean. My spiritual root awakened only later, Yang Fan testified for Zhang Dongliang. Young man, I see your aura is so stable. What's your current cultivation level? Zhang Daonan didn't dwell on the spiritual root issue and asked curiously. Barely at the late stage of body tempering. Yang Fan answered truthfully. Barely at the late stage of body tempering. Good. What did you say? Just a week has passed and you've reached the late stage of body tempering. Zhang Daonan nodded, but before he could finish his sentence, he snapped back to reality. On the spot, he leaped 3 feet high, letting out a startled cry. Beside him, Zhang Dongliang's eyes bulged and his mouth hung wide open. Others were still struggling to break through to the early stage of body tempering. Yet this kid had reached the late stage in the blink of an eye. Was he riding a rocket to boost his cultivation? Wait, that's not right. I remember that the materials the god of wealth sold me yesterday included the teeth and claws of a second-tier beast, the hyena queen. The other materials were all from first-tier beasts. How could he only be at the late stage of body tempering? Wang Fuguei looked puzzled, adding a cutting remark. What? Second-tier beast materials? Zhang Daonan and Zhang Dongliang, still reeling, were dumbfounded again. Normally, second-tier beasts required cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to handle. Only a rare few prodigies with powerful martial techniques could barely contend with them at the chi refining stage. But Yang Fan was only at the body tempering stage. Had he leaped 2 major realms to slay a second-tier beast? What kind of absurd joke was this? At that moment, everyone stared at him, their gazes as if looking at a monster. Are second-tier beasts really that strong? I didn't think they were anything special, Yang Fan said innocently. Zhang Daonan, Zhang Dongliang, Wang Fuguei. They all looked at him speechlessly, feeling he was being insufferably smug. But when they saw Yang Fan's storage ring spill out 3 large sacks of first-tier beast materials, they collectively fell into stunned silence. Other cultivators hunted beasts for materials, but it felt like he was restocking a store. Young man, come to the academy tomorrow. You and that little girl Li Fei are the most extraordinary prodigies in our institute. They'll pour more resources into nurturing you both so you can shine in the college entrance exams and achieve great results. After his initial shock, Zhang Daonan let out a sigh of mixed emotions. Originally, he had also regretted that Yang Fan, the former top scholar of Mengshi Academy, hadn't awakened his spiritual root. Now, regret my foot. Don't pity him. This kid had awakened the strongest imperial-grade spiritual root. While other classmates were struggling to break through to the early body tempering stage, he was already slaying second-tier beasts. This wasn't a genius, this was a freak. Dean, I don't want to return to the academy for now, but rest assured he'll show up for the college entrance exams on time. Yang Fan shook his head, declining. Why, oi? Zhang Daonan asked, puzzled. My situation is special. Going back to the academy would actually slow down my cultivation progress. Yang Fan didn't elaborate further. He couldn't exactly tell the dean and his head teacher that he had a lottery reward system. That killing monsters earned him points and cultivation value to boost his realm, could he? Alright then. If you run into any trouble, come find me at the academy or your head teacher. Also, we'll keep your imperial-grade spiritual root and your status as a super prodigy a secret for now. I want to give those old fogies from other academies a little shock during the college entrance exams. Hee. Zhang Daonan didn't press him and soon broke into a mischievous grin. At that moment, he was filled with anticipation. He wondered what expressions those old rivals who usually flaunted their power would have when they saw their academy's prodigy Yang Fan at the exams. After the principal and head teacher left, Yang Fan sold the materials and went home to sleep. A week later, Yang Fan's cultivation soared, reaching the peak perfection of the body tempering stage. A system notification sounded. Ding. System prompt: realm reached peak perfection of body tempering. Unable to gain cultivation value for now. Breakthrough to chi refining stage to continue gaining cultivation value. Breakthrough rate 100. Proceed with breakthrough. Yes, no. Yes. Yang Fan chose to break through immediately without hesitation. Ding. Breakthrough successful. Instantly Yang Fan felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flowing like a babbling brook through the meridians in his body. Buzz. Yang Fan held his mystic iron sword and gave it a slight flick. On the blade's edge a stream of sword chi materialized. Cultivators at the body tempering stage were beginners with no spiritual energy within. They could only rely on brute force when fighting monsters. But breaking through to the chi refining stage changed everything. Spiritual energy had begun to form within the body. This energy could be channeled into magical artifacts, creating chi force to confront enemies. Yang Fan, wielding the mystic iron heavy sword, headed for a second-tier beast gathering ground. Roar. Ahead, a second-tier beast, the two-headed turtle, spotted him and charged over with a hiss. Perfect timing. Let me test how much my strength has increased after breaking through to the early chi refining stage. Yang Fan let out a cold laugh, stepping forward instead of retreating. He gripped the mystic iron heavy sword and moved with 7-star steps, charging at the two-headed turtle. Swoosh. Swoosh. With sword chi enhancing it, the mystic iron heavy sword could cut through iron like mud. That second-tier two-headed turtle was slain by Yang Fan in a single encounter. Ding. Killed second-tier beast two-headed turtle. Points 36, cultivation value 5,685. After slaying the two-headed turtle, Yang Fan stopped and didn't advance further. Points 8,561. He could draw the lottery again. Originally 5,000 points were enough for a lottery draw. But Yang Fan hadn't drawn when he reached 5,000 points. He planned to wait until he reached the chi refining stage to claim his reward. After all, his current strength was sufficient for now. Who knew with a higher realm he might draw even better rewards? Lottery draw. The virtual wheel appeared again, spinning rapidly. Ding. Congratulations. You've drawn the Ancient Emperor bloodline. Next lottery draw requires 1,000 points. Ancient Emperor bloodline. Yang Fan's spirits lifted as he eagerly examined it. The name alone exuded grandeur and an unparalleled sense of prestige. Ancient Emperor bloodline, purity 1, spirit energy acquisition speed 10, comprehension 10, a breakthrough rate 1, martial skill proficiency 10. Purity can be enhanced using points. 1,000 points per 1 purity. Holy crap. Points could actually boost the bloodline's purity. But seriously, 1,000 points for a mere 1 increase. That's way too stingy. Still, this only underscored how formidable the Ancient Emperor bloodline truly was. After awakening it, Yang Fan's strength surged dramatically once more. Though not explicitly stated in the description, he could clearly sense the enhancement. Just like when he had acquired the Chaos Dao body, his power, explosive force, speed, reflexes, and endurance had all seen substantial improvement. With dusk approaching, Yang Fan decided against continuing to hunt spirit beasts and turned back toward the city. On his way, he checked his status panel. Name: Yang Fan, realm chi refining, early stage 0.01, spiritual root, void spirit root, bloodline, Ancient Emperor bloodline, purity 1, physique, chaos, Dao body, martial skill 9, swords of solitude, mystic, grade, heightier, proficiency layer 6, 6866 30000, artifact, profound, iron sword, points 3561. Over 3,000 points, enough to boost the Ancient Emperor bloodline's purity a bit. But 1,000 points for only 1 purity. In the early stages, when points were scarce, wasting them on purifying the bloodline just wasn't worth it. He'd wait until he had more points. After selling his materials and returning home, he took a hot bath. The class group chat was buzzing with activity that evening. Guys, I broke through. I've reached the body tempering early stage. 2 weeks to body tempering. Who else can claim that? Huh. Breaking through tonight, and you're bragging. I reached body tempering early stage the day before yesterday. Ting Ting, what's your breakthrough rate? How are you so fast? My body tempering early stage breakthrough rate is 33. Failed the first time, succeeded the second. Pretty lucky. Wow, a 33 breakthrough rate. Mine's only 25. A 6th grade spiritual root really is something. The group erupted in exclamations upon hearing Zhang Ting's 33 breakthrough rate. Yang Fan was bewildered and couldn't help chiming in. 33 is considered high. Isn't the breakthrough rate for realms always 100? He wasn't trying to show off. Not only had there been no prompt about his breakthrough rate when he advanced to body tempering, but even his transition from body tempering to chi refining today had a 100 success rate. Had assumed everyone was the same, but the group chat suggested otherwise. Could it be that he was cultivating a false path? The moment Yang Fan sent his message, the entire group fell silent. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He asked meekly. Wang Dazhuang, Yang Fan, breakthroughs between major realms have a success rate. The higher the realm, the lower the rate. A 30 rate at body tempering is already impressive. Let's cut him some slack. Someone without a spiritual root wouldn't know about breakthrough rates. Zhang Ting sneered sarcastically. Huh, no spiritual root. Are you so sure about that? Yang Fan retorted coldly. Oh, don't tell me you've awakened one. I recall seeing you sneak off to the Cultivation Association late at night for a second awakening attempt. Class advisor Zhang Dongliang, everyone stop arguing. I can confirm that Yang Fan has awakened his spiritual root. What? He awakened a spiritual root? I hadn't heard. Why hasn't he been coming to school for the past half-month? Probably because it's the worst trash-grade root, and he's too ashamed to show his face. A chorus of surprised voices echoed as they learned of Yang Fan's awakening. It was quite a rare event. Zhang Ting didn't let up continuing her sarcastic jabs. Idiot. Yang Fan couldn't be bothered, cursed under his breath, and closed the chat. Yang Fan. You. Teacher Yang Fan insulted me. Since he's awakened the lousiest trash-grade root, why not just kick him out of the group? With her 6th grade spiritual root, Zhang Ting had become the queen bee of the group. Seeing Yang Fan curse her in front of everyone, she immediately whined to the class advisor, Zhang Dongliang, demanding his expulsion. Students should support each other, not engage in petty conflicts and scheming. Zhang Ting, I've overlooked your harsh words in the past because you're a girl, but don't push it. If you continue to undermine class harmony, they'll be the first to remove you from the group. Just when everyone expected the advisor to favor the prodigy Zhang Ting, he instead gave her a thorough scolding. The students in the group were dumbfounded. Holy crap, what was going on? Had the advisor drunk some fake liquor tonight and mistaken Zhang Ting for Yang Fan? The next day, Yang Fan got up and was about to head out of the city to hunt spirit beasts and advance his realm. Creak. The moment he opened the door, he was startled. Whoa, Fei, are you? What are you doing here? The graceful figure standing outside was none other than Li Fei. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked at him. Xiao Fan, why haven't you come back to school all these days? Her voice was choked with emotion and sorrow. Affair, I've been busy advancing my realm every day. No time for school, Yang Fan explained awkwardly. Advancing your realm? You don't even have a spiritual root. I don't believe you. Seeing him lie so earnestly, Li Fei couldn't hold back her tears. She had thought that after this long break, Yang Fan had moved past the disappointment of not awakening a spiritual root. But now he seemed even worse off. Fei, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Where? You'll see. Yang Fan decided to tell this silly girl about his spiritual root so she wouldn't worry more than he did. Grabbing her hand, he ran toward the outskirts of the city. Soon they reached a small valley frequented by first-tier spirit beasts. Xiao Fan, why did you bring me here? There are first-tier spirit beasts everywhere. What if we run into one? Oh no, there's one. What do we do? Xiao Fan, run. Fei will protect you. Li Fei's voice was a flurry of panicked exclamations. Just then a first-tier hyena spirit beast appeared in the distance. Li Fei's face turned pale with fear, yet she bravely stepped in front of Yang Fan, urging him to flee first. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, deeply moved. Clang! The profound iron sword flew out of his storage ring. Sword aura burst forth instantly, slaying the lunging hyena. Xiao Fan, you. Li Fei's eyes widened in shock as she watched Yang Fan dispatch the beast with a single stroke. Fei, do you believe now that I've awakened my spiritual root? Yang Fan raised his hand, and the heavy, profound iron sword returned to his grasp as if weightless. Li Fei parted her small lips, slightly, her startled and adorably dazed expression utterly charming. In her line of sight, Yang Fan stood there, his face illuminated by sunlight, handsome and gallant. Especially the unique aura emanating from him, which profoundly shook Li Fei, presenting an invincible demeanor. Little girl, have you been stunned, silly? Yang Fan rubbed her head and teased with a smile. Little Fan, have you already reached the chi refining stage? Li Fei snapped back to reality, her voice stammering. Her mind in a daze, she gazed at the first-tier demon beast hyena slain by a single sword strike in the distance, as if in a dream. Was this hyena truly a first-tier beast? How could it be so weak? Could it be an actor Little Fan hired? Am I just broke through yesterday? Yang Fan nodded with a smile. Wow, Little Fan, you big liar. Li Fei suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's arms, sobbing loudly. Yang Fan's smile froze, bewildered by her intense reaction. Yang Fan spent a long time coaxing the heartbroken, wailing Li Fei until she calmed down. Then he led her to slay first-tier demon beasts in the area. Li Fei held a long sword, watching with shock and envy. The sword technique she had learned was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Yang Fan's Xiang-grade advanced solitary 9 swords. We're doomed, that's a second-tier demon beast. Suddenly Li Fei cried out in alarm, for she had spotted a second-tier beast larger than a human. Yet before her exclamation faded, Yang Fan had already slain the second-tier beast with his profound iron sword. A second-tier beast, also an instant kill. Li Fei was stunned. She covered her mouth with her small hand, nearly dropping her watery wide eyes. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. While Li Fei felt joy for Yang Fan, a hint of dejection crept in. It seemed that imperceptibly she, the proud daughter of Mengshi Middle School, had been left far behind by that rascal Little Fan. No, She had to work hard. She had to catch up to Yang Fan's pace. Fair, once I master the solitary 9 swords to perfection, I'll teach you. As evening approached while they were returning to the city, Yang Fan confided in Li Fei. Really? Li Fei's eyes widened, her face brimming with excitement. That day she had witnessed the might of Yang Fan's swordsmanship. Like a wind spirit, it was graceful yet infused with agility and lethal intent 100 times stronger than the martial skills she practiced. Really? Give me a few more days. By the end of this month, at most, I'll reach perfection and pass it on to you. Yang Fan nodded with a smile. Martial skills could be imparted to others, but only when proficiency reached perfection could it be taught. After returning to the city, Yang Fan went to sell materials as usual. Damn, bro Fan, you're actually together with Goddess Fair. Soon after arriving at the material shop, the fatty Wang Dazhuang showed up. When he spotted Yang Fan and Li Fei in the store, his squinted eyes bulged in disbelief. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Trouble. He had been so focused on bringing Li Fei to sell materials that he forgot to wear his mask. Now he was truly recognized by this fatty. I'm so envious of you. Just awakened your spiritual root, and you've already got our school's beauty to guide your cultivation. Fatty here doesn't have that luck, but I'm not asking for much. Just getting into a vocational college will do. Wang Dazhuang was a bit slow on the uptake. For a moment, he didn't connect Yang Fan to his idol. He looked at the pair with envy. But indeed, they were a perfect match. Beside him, Li Fei held Yang Fan's hand, her pretty face flushing with shyness and embarrassment. Yang Fan had already reached the early qi refining stage, while she was only at mid-body tempering. And she was supposed to guide him. Who was guiding whom? Not bad, not bad. Fair, and I still have things to do. I'll head off now. Yang Fan hastily brushed him off, dragging Li Fei away. Why does something feel off? Wang Dazhuang stared at the departing duo with confusion. I remember. I didn't reward myself today. That evening, Yang Fan and Li Fei had dinner outside. After the meal, they each went home. Once home, Yang Fan opened his phone to find Wang Dazhuang shouting wildly in the group chat. Wang Dazhuang, everyone folks, fatty has a big announcement to make tonight. Yang Fan saw the fatty tagging everyone and felt a pang of dread. Fatty, what's the juicy scoop? Spit it out. Let us hear. Do you know who that super prodigy in our academy is? The group urged him to speak. I just saw bro Fan and school beauty Li Fei walking hand in hand to my uncle's shop to sell materials. Bro Fan's amazing. No wonder he's been skipping school for half a month. He was busy wooing Li Fei. From the way Li Fei took him to level up, it's pretty certain bro Fan has won her over. Wang Dazhuang's words left Yang Fan dumbfounded. Damn, where did that fatty get such a twisted mindset? Was he love-struck? Kick him out. The group buzzed with envious chatter after hearing the fatty's big news. Everyone, don't listen to the fatty's nonsense. Fair and I are just ordinary friends. Yang Fan awkwardly replied. Right. You and Goddess Li Fei are just ordinary friends. So ordinary that you're holding hands. My dream goddess. My heart's shattered. I feel like you'll never love again. As expected of the most trash-grade spiritual root, even breaking through the body tempering stage needs a guide. He'll break through to mid-body tempering in at most another week. Zhang Ting mocked again. While ridiculing Yang Fan, she didn't forget to flaunt her own talent and potential. The group immediately began to flatter her. Yang Fan felt nauseated watching those sycophantic bootlickers. He quickly closed the chat. Just wait, you shallow woman. When the college entrance exam arrives, it'll come flying on my sword. Let you see in front of all the students in Fengqing who the real trash is. The Cultivation Association has released a mission to eradicate the second-tier demon beast man-eater. Reward Qi refining pill. While browsing the forum, Yang Fan spotted an official post from the Cultivation Association. He opened it and skimmed through. It was a mission personally issued by the association. The mission required eliminating the man-eater and obtaining its heart. The reward was a Qi refining pill, which could significantly boost a cultivator's success rate in breaking through to the Qi refining stage. This immediately piqued Yang Fan's interest. The Qi refining pill was useless to him, but it was a rare treasure for that little girl Fair. However, accepting the mission required a second-tier bronze badge. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fan decided to go to the Cultivation Association the next morning to obtain the badge. The next morning, Yang Fan arrived at the Cultivation Association. Kid, you've grown much stronger in just a few days. Not bad, not bad. By the way, what brings you here so early? Old Tang lifted his eyelids slightly when he sensed someone approaching. Recognizing Yang Fan, he slowly opened his eyes. Senior, I've reached the Qi refining stage and came to get the second-tier bronze badge. Yang Fan replied truthfully. Good, reaching Qi refining is great, WH. What did you say? You've reached the Qi refining stage. Old Tang shot up from his recliner, leaping 3 feet high, staring at him in terror as if he were a demon. Senior, let's begin the test. I have matters to attend to later, Yang Fan urged. Last night he had arranged to meet Li Fei. That little girl was still waiting for him at the city gate. All right, I'll test you now. Elder Tang took a deep breath, his heart racing to 250. Without even having Yang Fan fill out the form, he hurriedly led him to the testing steel. The testing steel blazed with a blinding light, even more dazzling than before. On the steely, several rows of test results appeared. Name: Yang Fan, Spiritual Root, Imperial Grade Realm, Qi Refining, Initial Stage, Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Physique, Chaos Tao Body. The results caused Elder Tang, whose heart was already pounding at 250, to suffer a cardiac arrest. The next moment his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Senior, someone quick. Senior has fainted. Yang Fan was startled and immediately thought to call an ambulance. I'm fine. You bred, are you a demon? Elder Tang jolted back to life. He turned his head sharply to stare at Yang Fan, his expression a mix of shock and awe, as if gazing at a monster. Senior, you're old. Why are you cursing me? Am I cursing you? I'm praising you. Is that how you praise someone? Yang Fan muttered, not entirely satisfied with Elder Tang's way of complimenting. However, seeing the old man's age and apparent heart troubles, he decided not to argue with him. After his cultivator badge was upgraded to level 2, Yang Fan accepted the mission to hunt ogres and obtain ogre hearts. Subsequently, he hurriedly bid farewell to Elder Tang and went to the city gate to meet Li Fei. Sorry. I'm a bit late. I had some things to handle. Yang Fan apologized. Li Fei shook her head and said, It's alright, I just got here too. Come on, let's head out of the city, Yang Fan said with a smile. Little Fan, I won't go out of the city with you today. Not going. Why? Yang Fan was stunned, puzzled. Your cultivation level is so much higher than mine, I don't want to slow you down. Little girl, what are you talking about? Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he hurriedly explained. Little Fan, I really won't go. Li Fei shook her head, stubbornly pulling out a martial arts manual. This technique is for you. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He then looked down and saw it was an Earth-grade initial martial art, explosive step. Fei, this technique is too precious, I can't accept it. Yang Fan quickly refused. Martial arts were classified into mortal grade, yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Each grade was further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced. Yang Fan's lone 9 swords was only at profound grade advanced. Yet this little girl Li Fei was giving him an earth grade initial martial art. Such a high-level technique was priceless and exceedingly rare. How could he accept it? Little Fan, in Fei's heart, nothing is more important than you. This technique is too difficult and my comprehension is lacking, and I couldn't master it despite much effort. But you're different, Little Fan. I believe it will unleash great power in your hands. Li Fei, this little girl, was adorable in appearance. Yet she was incredibly stubborn. She forcefully pressed the earth grade initial martial art, explosive step, into Yang Fan's hands. Fei, thank you, Yang Fan said, looking at the manual in his hands, deeply moved. Little Fan, go out of the city alone. I need to work hard to improve my strength too. Let's strive together to achieve good results in the college entrance exams. I'm off now, goodbye. Li Fei shook her head slightly, gave Yang Fan a hug, and then ran off with a blushing face. Sigh. Yang Fan let out a sigh, smiling bitterly. This little girl was truly so innocent. Then Yang Fan's gaze fell on the earth grade initial martial art, explosive step, in his hands. Explosive step, earth grade initial martial art. When executed, it produces a sonic boom, with each step increasing the cultivator's strength and explosive power by 10. The power increases with proficiency. The description was simple. It was a movement-type martial art. Perhaps due to his exceptional comprehension, Yang Fan learned it after just a cursory glance. The entire martial arts manual dissolved into a beam of white light and vanished from his hands. In his system's martial arts column, a new technique, explosive step, appeared. Was it really that hard to comprehend? It seems pretty simple to me, Yang Fan muttered, seriously suspecting that Li Fei had been deceiving him. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the territory of the second-tier ogre beasts. Since it was an official mission issued by the Cultivation Association, there were quite a few cultivators hunting ogres here. A second-tier bronze badge. What am I seeing? Oh my god, a Qi refining rookie dares to come to a second-tier beast zone. Little bro, this isn't the place for you. The small valley with first-tier beasts is over there. A crowd jeered and mocked him. Yang Fan, unfazed, ignored them all. He took out the profound iron-heavy sword from his storage ring and strode boldly into the ogre territory. Roar! An ogre appeared ahead. It charged at Yang Fan with a roar, its massive body moving with surprising speed. The cultivators, seeing the rookie ignore their advice, watched with schadenfreude from the sidelines, offering no help. Swish! Swish! Yang Fan's profound iron-heavy sword flickered twice, and in 2 strikes, he slew the ferocious ogre that charged at him. He killed a second-tier ogre in just 2 strikes. My god, isn't he just a Qi refining rookie? How did he do that? Little bro, that swordplay of yours is so cool. Want to team up with Big Sister? The crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Some girls who fancied themselves attractive even flirted with Yang Fan, trying to team up. Yang Fan paid them no heed, shouldering his profound iron-heavy sword and walking deeper into the ogre territory. Acting so aloof, the girls who had been snubbed cursed loudly, their faces red with embarrassment. At that moment, once Yang Fan disappeared from their sight, he began practicing the martial art Li Fei had given him, explosive step. Like combat-type martial arts movement-type ones required constant practice to improve proficiency. Boom. Yang Fan took a step and a muffled sonic boom erupted under his foot. Boom. Another step and small stones were shattered by the force. Ahead, a wandering ogre appeared. Yang Fan raised his sword and struck. Roar. Because Yang Fan's speed was too fast, the ogre didn't even realize what had happened before it dropped dead. Instant kill. Yang Fan stopped, utterly astonished. This explosive step, worthy of being an Earth-grade initial martial art, was incredibly powerful. At its first proficiency level, he could barely take 3 steps. That meant with the 3-step boost, his strength and explosive power increased by 30. If he trained hard enough to take over 10 steps in a row, Yang Fan felt he could slay a 3rd-tier beast with a single strike. He didn't rush forward, but deliberately slowed his pace to practice explosive step. Boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed incessantly. With each step, Yang Fan covered several meters. After 3 steps, he was already 10 meters away. The terrifying speed brought explosive power, making him unstoppable and invincible in this ogre territory. Ahead, an even larger ogre chieftain appeared. Yang Fan smirked contemptuously, activated explosive step, and charged forward with his profound iron sword in hand. With just 2 strikes, Yang Fan slew the ogre chieftain. Ding. Killed 2nd-tier ogre chieftain, 33 points, 7,800 cultivation value. After slaying the ogre chieftain, Yang Fan extracted its materials and pressed on. As dusk approached, he arrived at the heart of the ogre territory. Roar. A deafening bellow echoed. Yang Fan looked up and saw a cyclops giant standing 3 meters tall. The ogre's heart must be on this one, Yang Fan murmured to himself. Then he prepared to slay the cyclops giant. Clang. A sword aura descended from the sky, striking the cyclops giant. Huh. Yang Fan blinked, turning his head. In the distance, a white-clad figure appeared. She had bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and a beauty like a celestial maiden. Yet her expression was cold and aloof. Yang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Miss, first come, first served, right?" He had spotted the cyclops giant first. It was only right that he should strike first. If he failed, she could take over. But before he could act, she had already made her move. Swish. Ignoring Yang Fan's words, the white-clad woman lightly flicked her long sword and launched an attack on the cyclops giant. Her swordsmanship was exceptionally agile. From afar, cold light radiated, each strike deadly like a nimble viper. Yang Fan's expression shifted to shock. He hadn't expected the white-clad woman to be such a master of the sword. However, even though she was beautiful, Yang Fan wouldn't easily cede the cyclops giant. After all, he needed the ogre's heart to trade for chi refining pills for little fare. Boom, boom. Yang Fan, wielding his heavy, profound iron sword and using explosive steps, also joined the attack. Each boom made the earth tremble, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Especially the coffin-like heavy sword in Yang Fan's hands, which he wielded as if it were weightless. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in the white-clad woman's cold eyes. As a sword expert herself, she could see that Yang Fan's swordsmanship was exceptional. However, their styles were fundamentally different. Her swordsmanship was agile and cunning, striking lethally only when necessary. Yang Fan's heavy sword style was bold and unrestrained, relying on pure power and explosive force to overwhelm the enemy. After a few glances, the white-clad woman refused to be outdone. She flicked her slender sword, accelerating her attacks on the cyclops giant, as if challenging Yang Fan to a duel of sword skills. Who would slay the cyclops giant first? As for the cyclops giant itself, it was in a dire state. Its strength was not weak by any means. Among 2nd-tier monsters, it was a top-tier existence, unafraid even of some ordinary 3rd-tier ones. Yet under the pincer attack of Yang Fan and the white-clad woman, it was overwhelmed and helpless. In moments, it was covered in wounds and on the verge of death. Roar. Suddenly, it roared to the heavens, its aura surging. Berserk. The cyclops giant, pushed to the brink, tapped into its latent potential and underwent a berserk mutation. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat as he accelerated his attacks with the heavy sword. Clang, clang. As the cyclops giant went berserk, its skin became as hard as rock. Yang Fan's sword aura, unleashed from his heavy blade, could no longer pierce its defense. Across from him, the white-clad woman's slender sword fared no better. The situation reversed in an instant, plunging them into danger. Roar. The cyclops giant, eyes bloodshot, charged ferociously at them. In an instant, both Yang Fan and the white-clad woman were forced from offense to defense, barely holding their ground. Rustle, rustle. Several more ogres charged from the distance. This compounded their peril, adding insult to injury. Suddenly, Yang Fan's explosive steps proficiency level increased. With the increase in proficiency, the power and explosiveness Yang Fan gained from explosive steps rose dramatically. Boom. Boom. Yang Fan took 5 consecutive steps, gripping his heavy sword with both hands, and struck the charging Cyclops giant with all his might. Thud. With a dull thud, Yang Fan sent the berserk Cyclops giant staggering back 4 or 5 steps. So strong. The white-clad woman's face showed astonishment. Yang Fan gasped heavily, his palm cracked from the impact. The explosive steps had leveled up and the power had multiplied, but the 5 steps had nearly drained his spiritual energy. In his current state, he couldn't perform another explosive step. Roar. Enraged by Yang Fan's actions, the Cyclops giant roared and counterattacked. Yang Fan's face paled as he dodged, desperately, barely able to hold his ground. Clang. The white-clad woman who had been fighting independently rushed over and blocked part of the attack for him. Here. The white-clad woman raised her arm and tossed a small white jade bottle toward Yang Fan. He caught it instinctively, finding it filled with pills to restore spiritual energy. Thank you, Yang Fan said hastily. But the white-clad woman was far too cold, she ignored him entirely. His warm gesture met a cold shoulder, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Opening the bottle, Yang Fan poured out a few recovery pills and swallowed them. Instantly, the pills transformed into pure spiritual energy, surging through his body and replenishing his depleted reserves. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed the white-clad woman struggling alone against the Cyclops giant, barely escaping danger. He raised his sword and charged forward. Boom, boom. Explosive sounds once again thundered across the heartland. Yang Fan, wielding his heavy sword, charged like a war god. With one strike, he sent the Cyclops giant stumbling back 7 or 8 steps. Without pausing, he executed explosive steps again, combining them with the Duga 9 swords. He gave the Cyclops giant no time to recover. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman dealt with the ordinary ogres. After about 20 minutes working together, they finally slew the Cyclops giant. Roar. With a final unwilling roar, its massive body crashed to the ground. Yang Fan stared at the fallen Cyclops giant, gasping for air. He was at his limit. If the giant hadn't died, both he and the white-clad woman would have perished here today. After resting a while, Yang Fan approached the Cyclops giant's corpse and extracted its heart. The ogre's heart was a quest item for rewards. There was only one. Yang Fan looked at it, then smiled bitterly. Hello, I'm Yang Fan. Please take this ogre's heart. He walked over to the resting white-clad woman and offered it to her. Under normal circumstances, Yang Fan wouldn't have given it up, but earlier during the fight, the white-clad woman had given him a bottle of spiritual energy recovery pills. It was that bottle that had allowed him to barely slay the Cyclops giant. To turn his back on her after that would be rude and not in Yang Fan's nature. Such behavior was beneath him. No. The woman in white rose, uttered a cold refusal, and then turned to leave. No. Yang Fan was stunned, his expression blank with confusion. By the time he came to his senses, the woman in white had already walked far away. Hey, what's your name? Despite Yang Fan's shouts and inquiries, the woman in white remained aloof, disappearing from sight. Yang Fan was speechless, utterly taken aback by her coldness. Suddenly, he noticed a jade pendant lying on the spot where the woman in white had just been sitting. Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise, bending down to pick it up. He wanted to find the woman in white and return it to her, but she had already left. Forget it, he would keep it for now. He would return it to her when they met again. Yang Fan tucked the jade pendant into his pocket and, seeing that it was getting dark, turned and headed back to the city. On the way, Yang Fan opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name Yang Fan stage, Chi refining initial stage, 29. 98. Spiritual root, void spiritual root, bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 1, physique chaos, Tao body martial skills, solitary 9, swords mystic rank, high level proficiency layer 6, 238, 663, 0000 explosive step earth rank, initial level proficiency layer 2, 1266500. Artifact profound iron sword points, 4561. This explosive step truly lives up to being an earth rank martial skill. Although the gap between a low rank martial skill and a mystic rank martial skill is merely 1 rank, the demand for a cultivator's spiritual energy is extremely harsh and demanding. When Yang Fan executed the solitary 9 swords, he never experienced a shortage of spiritual energy. But with explosive step, he ran out after just a few uses. It seemed that once back in the city, he would need to procure some potions to restore spiritual energy for emergencies. Half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the city and turned in his mission. He received 2 Chi refining pills and a reward of 500 spirit stone coins. He took out his phone to send a message to that little girl Li Fei. But perhaps because it was too late, she was already asleep. After a long while, she still hadn't replied. Yang Fan shook his head, deciding to keep this Chi refining pill for now and give it to her later. Early the next morning, after leaving home, Yang Fan first went to buy some pills to restore spiritual energy. Damn, they were so expensive. 300 for a bottle. And a bottle only had 5 pills. So yesterday, he had consumed 300 worth of the woman in white's pills in just a few mouthfuls. Oh my god. This path of cultivation really wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Fan Gu, what are you doing here? Suddenly, someone patted Yang Fan on the shoulder. Fatty, it's you. I couldn't sleep early this morning, so I came out for a stroll. Yang Fan recognized Wang Dazhuang and immediately said with a smile, come on, Fan Gu, it'll take you to level up your realm. You? Take me to level up my realm. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Wang Dazhuang serious, or was he joking? Him, a freak who could kill a second-rank demonic beast while only at the chi-refining initial stage, needed someone to carry him. What? Look down on me, Fatty. Wang Dazhuang puffed out his chest. I Lord Fatty won't hide it anymore. I've already reached the body-tempering initial stage. Originally my goal was a lousy vocational college, but now I feel like I can aim for a second-tier university. Yesterday, I met Goddess Li Fei, who said she was going into seclusion to cultivate. She used to take you to level up, but since she can't now, let me Fatty take you. After all, you're my brother. Wang Dazhuang's boasting and showing off left Yang Fan bewildered. A rookie who had just broken through to the body-tempering initial stage wanted to carry him, a chi-refining cultivator, to level up. Damn it. Had he, Yang Fan, fallen so low as to be looked down upon by a body-tempering rookie? Fatty, forget it, I don't need it. Yang Fan politely declined. No, you do. Wang Dazhuang grabbed Yang Fan's arm and wouldn't let go. I know you think your trash spiritual root makes you inferior. Otherwise you wouldn't have been so insecure that you skipped school for half a month. They'll take you to the school's special hunting grounds to level up. Although your spiritual root is pretty weak and you gain cultivation value slowly if you work hard, it's not impossible to get into a lousy vocational college. Wang Dazhuang gave Yang Fan, whom he believed to be giving up on himself, a stern lecture. Then, regardless of Yang Fan's agreement, he dragged him towards the school. Sigh. Yang Fan looked at Wang Dazhuang's enthusiastic demeanor and smiled wryly. What a big misunderstanding. The Grand Hunting Grounds. It was a place for students who had just awakened their spiritual roots to improve their cultivation realm. Various mutant beasts were raised here. Because they were artificially bred, their strength was relatively weak. It was suitable for rookies who had just awakened their spiritual roots to come here and gain cultivation value to improve their realm. Wow, isn't that Yang Fan from our class? Yang Fan, the insecure loser who stayed home for half a month and didn't come to school, is here. I heard he's awakened his spiritual root, so he's not a waste anymore. Awakening the worst trash spiritual root is not much better than not awakening one at all. Yang Fan's arrival sparked a wave of chatter among the senior high school students from various classes in the Grand Hunting Grounds. In the distance, the head teacher Zhang Dongliang also spotted him. He raised his hand and vigorously rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Yang Fan, you. Why are you willing to come to school? Old class, Zhang hesitated. Old class, it's all my Fatty's doing. You're doing? Zhang Dongliang was even more confused. Wang Dazhuang boasted. Yeah, I saw Fan Gu wandering around this morning looking like he'd given up, so I dragged him to the Grand Hunting Grounds to help him level up. You? Take him. Are you sure you're not joking? Zhang Dongliang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Of course. Fatty has already broken through to the body-tempering initial stage and more than enough to carry this rookie. I already told Fan Gu having a trash spiritual root is no big deal. If he works hard, it's entirely possible to get into a lousy vocational college. Having broken through to the body-tempering initial stage, Wang Dazhuang was brimming with confidence. Upon hearing his words, head teacher Zhang Dongliang's eye muscles twitched violently. This damn Fatty, did he even hear what he was saying? Yang Fan stood there awkwardly saying nothing. At this moment, he really didn't know how to explain. Besides, Fatty did mean well. Afterwards, Yang Fan borrowed an iron sword from old class and headed into the depths of the Grand Hunting Grounds with Wang Dazhuang. Along the way, the senior high school students they encountered cast strange glances at them. Some, like Zhang Ting, even made sarcastic remarks right in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan ignored them and headed in a direction with fewer people, together with Wang Dazhuang. But credit where it's due, Wang Dazhuang with his bulk had a significant advantage in strength when dealing with these mutant beasts, especially since his weapon was a giant hammer. The charging mutant beasts were either smashed to death or sent flying, leaving Yang Fan dumbfounded. Fan Gu, see. Now you know how awesome my heavyweight build is, huh? Seeing Yang Fan's shocked expression, Wang Dazhuang was immensely proud. Roar. Suddenly a tiger's roar rang out from ahead. Yang Fan looked up and his expression changed slightly. A second-rank mutant demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Wasn't this the school's artificially bred Grand Hunting Grounds? How could a second-rank mutant demonic beast suddenly appear here? Oh, holy crap. How is this? This. Wang Dazhuang was terrified, his legs trembling violently. Roar. At that moment, the Scarlet Flame Tiger pounced ferociously. Yang Fan raised his iron sword and rushed forward to block it. Crack. The Scarlet Flame Tiger's strength was too immense. The iron sword snapped instantly. Fan Gu. Wang Dazhuang cried out, feeling that Yang Fan was doomed. Suddenly a flash of black light appeared in Yang Fan's hand, and a heavy, profound iron sword materialized. This sword. Why does it look so familiar? Wang Dazhuang's eyes widened in puzzlement. Boom, boom. Yang Fan activated explosive step, and with a series of sonic booms, he instantly blasted the second-rank mutant demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, back over 10 meters. Holy crap. Wah. What's going on? Wang Dazhuang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. At that moment, he suddenly recalled where he had seen that mysterious heavy sword before. Clang. The large iron hammer in his hand fell to the ground. Fanju. You are. Overwhelmed by shock, Wang Dazhuang drooled, unable to speak. Roar. In the distance, the Crimson Flame Tiger, knocked back by Yang Fan's sword strike, let out a fierce roar. The next moment, it lunged at him again with ferocity. Oomph. Yang Fan let out a contemptuous snort, showing no fear. Surging spiritual energy wildly infused into the mysterious heavy sword as he stomped with explosive steps. Boom, boom. A series of sonic booms echoed across the sky. The awe-inspiring scene nearly made Wang Dazhuang's jaw drop to the ground. Powerful. This is too powerful, isn't it? Was this still the same Yang Fan he knew? What had he been up to in the half-month he skipped school? Why was he so ridiculously strong? At that moment, Wang Dazhuang recalled his earlier boastful words, feeling both ashamed and mortified. He had even thought about helping Yang Fan break through realms. That mere body-tempering novice wasn't even fit to tie Yang Fan's shoes. Yang Fan pierced the Crimson Flame Tiger's heart with a single sword strike. Roar. The Crimson Flame Tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding. Killed second-rank mutated beast Crimson Flame Tiger. Points 26, cultivation value 8,860. The system notification chimed, and Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. This second-rank mutated beast was truly formidable. If it weren't for the Earth-rank low-level martial art explosive step that little Fayer had given him, which greatly enhanced his strength, he would have been done for. Fatty, you okay? Yang Fan approached the stunned Wang Dazhuang and asked with concern. Fanjuwu. Wang Dazhuang burst into tears. The next moment, his mountain-like body lunged over with a thunderous rumble, embracing Yang Fan. Holy crap! That suffocating hug nearly crushed Yang Fan's bones. Fanj, how could you deceive my innocent and pure heart? I was worried you'd feel inferior, so I insisted on helping you level up despite everyone's ridicule. But now I realize the clown is me, Wu. Wang Dazhuang wept with utter sorrow. He smeared tears and snot all over Yang Fan's clothes. Yang Fan almost felt like crying too. Fatty, I'm sorry. Yang Fan quickly apologized. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly the sound of tearing air came. Yang Fan looked up and saw Dean Jiang Daonan arriving. Dean. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan pushed away the sobbing Wang Dazhuang. What happened? Jiang Daonan was astonished to see the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse lying in the distance. This was the Academy's exclusive hunting grounds. How could a second-rank mutated beast be here? Dean, this brat Fanj tricked me. He hurt my innocent heart. You didn't see how awesome he was just now wielding that mysterious heavy sword. He was stomping some kind of step, making booming sonic booms, and with one swing, he sent the Crimson Flame Tiger flying dozens of meters. By now, Wang Dazhuang had stopped crying. Seeing Dean Jiangdanan's inquiry, he eagerly recounted what had just happened before Yang Fan could speak. Dean Jiangdanan listened in shock. You've already reached the Qi refining stage. Just got there a couple of days ago. Yang Fan scratched his head, looking modest and humble. Just got there? A couple of days ago. Jiangdanan staggered, almost cursing out loud. What did he mean by just got there a couple of days ago? How many days had it been since their last meeting? This kid was simply uncanny. Jiangdanan took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the dead Crimson Flame Tiger. The muscles at the corner of his eye twitched violently. A second-rank mutated beast was as strong as an ordinary third-rank beast, and this kid at the Qi refining stage could easily slay it. In comparison, he felt that all the so-called genius prodigies in the academy were nothing but fools. You two go on. They'll handle this. Jiang Daonan didn't ask further. It was highly unusual for a beast to appear in a place like the hunting grounds, let alone a second-rank mutated one. So he decided to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Fan and Wang Dazhuang left the place. Afterwards, Yang Fan led Wang Dazhuang through the hunting grounds, killing mutated beasts to gain cultivation value. By evening, the two emerged from the hunting grounds. Wang Dazhuang was brimming with excitement. His cultivation bar had grown significantly. At this rate, the low-tier academy could no longer contain him. His goal had shifted from a second-tier university to a first-tier or even a top-tier one. As they left the hunting grounds, they ran into Zhang Ting. So the waste who awakened a trash spirit root and hid at home for half a month finally has the guts to come to school. Zhang Ting, perhaps still bitter about Yang Fan's earlier scolding, started mocking him. Idiot. This time it wasn't Yang Fan, but Wang Dazhuang, who cursed first. Wang Dazhuang, who are you calling an idiot? Zhang Ting's face stiffened as she demanded angrily. I'm calling an idiot, why are you getting so worked up? Wang Dazhuang looked at Zhang Ting as if she were a fool. Trash spirit root. Did you have any clue what a trash spirit root really meant? If he hadn't witnessed Fang's awesome prowess today, he might have been misled by this green tea bitch. Yang Fan ignored her and walked away. Now he couldn't be bothered with a clown like Zhang Ting. He just wanted to wait until the college entrance exam came and slap her hard, making her face reality and see who the real weakling was. Wang Dazhuang followed him. Before parting, Yang Fan thought for a moment and gave him a chi refining pill. Yesterday, Yang Fan had completed the Ogre Heart quest. He had received 2 chi refining pills in total. One was enough for little Li Fei, so he gave the extra one to Fatty. Dad, from now on you're my daddy. Dad above, receive your son's bow. Wang Dazhuang's face shook with excitement. As he spoke, he even tried to kneel and kowed out to Yang Fan. Get lost. I don't have a son as big as you. Yang Fan laughed and cursed, kicking the goofy Fatty away. Yang Fan chatted with Wang Dazhuang for a bit, telling him they wouldn't come here tomorrow. He asked him to keep the spirit root and realm a secret, then said goodbye and went home. After returning home and taking a shower, Yang Fan found Wang Dazhuang stirring up trouble in the group chat. Holy son, Dazhuang, where did you get a chi refining pill? Chi refining pills are rare and priceless and limited to 1 per person. Fatty here isn't pretending anymore. I'm brothers with the Academy's peerless prodigy, and he gave it to me. What? Dazhuang, you know the Academy's mysterious prodigy. Really? Would I lie about something like this? But I won't tell you who he is. As Wang Dazhuang finished speaking, the entire class group exploded with exclamations. Zhang Ting, Wang Dazhuang, brother Dazhuang, can you introduce me to that mysterious prodigy? He'll make it worth your while. Zhang Ting, abandoning her usual arrogance, flattered Wang Dazhuang with a sweet voice. No, a green tea bitch doesn't deserve it. Yang Fan burst into laughter at Wang Dazhuang's vulgar curses. This fat man sure knew how to hurl insults. Nothing was too harsh. Impressive. Over the next few days, Yang Fan devoted himself entirely to slaying beasts outside the city to break through his cultivation realm. 3 days later, his cultivation advanced from the initial stage of chi refining to the middle stage. With the breakthrough, his strength, explosive power, reflexes, speed, and endurance all received a massive boost, all thanks to his chaotic Dao physique. Yang Fan sighed with emotion. As expected of the foremost among the 10 supreme physiques, it was truly formidable. His martial techniques, the solitary 9 swords, and the explosive steps also advanced by leaps and bounds. However, the one thing that dissatisfied Yang Fan was the feeling that as his cultivation rose, the cultivation experience required for each upgrade was growing increasingly vast. At this rate, by the time the college entrance exam arrived, reaching the nascent soul stage would be a stretch, let alone the divinity transformation stage. Run for your lives. A beast tide is coming over there. Suddenly, several cultivators stumbled out from deep within the forest. They were battered, terrified, and drenched in blood. Some had even lost arms, looking utterly miserable. A beast tide. Yang Fan's spirits lifted. He had been troubled by the sparse number of beasts in the forest. Killing one meant searching half a day for the next, and his cultivation experience gain was painfully slow. A pillow just when he was feeling drowsy. The fleeing cultivators ignored Yang Fan and sprinted desperately toward the city gates. Roar! From within the forest came waves of savage howls. Yang Fan hoisted his profound iron-heavy sword and charged over. Upon entering the woods, he saw a group of Fengqing cultivators fighting while retreating. Roar! A frenzied first-rank beast lunged at him with its jaws wide open. With a flick of his profound iron-heavy sword, an unmatched sword light pierced through the beast's skull in an instant. Boom! Boom! Yang Fan activated the explosive steps, each footfall producing a muffled sonic boom as he charged forward. Everywhere he passed, blades flashed and sword shadows danced. Whether they were first-rank or second-rank beasts, each fell with a single strike. Holy crap! He's so strong. Who is this masked youth? Who knows? His swordsmanship is so domineering and sharp. It's practically at the Grandmaster level. We're saved. I'm thinking of offering myself to repay his kindness. Are you sure a man like you won't disgust him? The group of fleeing cultivators was stunned. They stopped in their tracks, eyes wide, watching in awe. Compared to 3 days ago, Yang Fan's explosive steps had become far more fluid. At most, he could now take 8 consecutive steps. Of course, no beast could withstand a single sword strike amplified by all 8 steps. Normally, he could slay them within 3 steps. Ding. Killed first-rank Beast King Crab. Points 11, Cultivation Experience 1708. Ding. Killed first-rank Beast Poison Lizard. Points 12, Cultivation Experience 1788. Ding. Killed second-rank Beast Twin-Headed Turtle. Points 36, cultivation experience 5885. With such a massive number of Beast Yang Fan's cultivation experience skyrocketed. He felt that if he kept up this pace, he could break through to the late stage of chi refining by day's end. However, the high-intensity combat drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Within moments, he had to swallow several chi-restoring pills in succession. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air came. Yang Fan looked up and saw Elder Tang from the Cultivators Association along with several functioning experts of the Golden Core stage were above arriving. Who is this youth? Where does his sword technique come from? How is it so terrifyingly domineering? Who knows? Given his ferocious swordsmanship and exquisite footwork, he must have been guided by a senior master. I've never heard of such a formidable swordsman in Fengcheng, especially one specializing in heavy swords. The group of Fengcheng bigwigs was utterly awestruck by Yang Fan's dazzling swordplay. They could tell at a glance that Yang Fan's cultivation was only at the chi refining stage. Yet at such a low level he could comprehend and execute such terrifying sword techniques and movement arts. This only further proved Yang Fan's astonishing natural talent and comprehension. It's that kid. Unlike the others, shocked Elder Tang immediately recognized Yang Fan. Though Yang Fan wore a mask, his aura and build were unmistakable. Elder Tang was both shocked and moved. An imperial-grade supreme ethereal spirit root compatible with any attribute of spiritual energy. The chaotic Tao physique foremost among the 10 supreme physiques. And an imperial-grade ancient emperor bloodline. Oh, indeed some freaks are born to be protagonists. Elder Tang, your reaction. I feel like you know this youth. No, I'm just an old gatekeeper at the Cultivators Association. How could I know him? Seeing the suspicious looks from the crowd, Elder Tang hastily denied it. The Cultivators Association had its rules. Information about cultivators was not to be casually disclosed. That was why even though Jiang Daonan was his close friend, he had stubbornly refused to reveal Yang Fan's identity. Yang Fan's spiritual energy was once again depleted, and the nourishing pills he carried were nearly exhausted. Therefore, Yang Fan decisively stopped killing the beasts, leaving them to Elder Tang and the others. Without greeting them, Yang Fan turned to leave. Handsome young man, wait a moment. He sheathed his profound iron-heavy sword and had barely taken 2 steps when someone blocked his path. Instantly, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Before him stood a curvaceous, alluring beauty with a charming figure. Her skin was fair and her lips were temptingly sensual. She exuded an air of noble elegance. Yang Fan's first thought was that he had struck it rich and met a wealthy woman. Senior, is there something you need? Though the beauty was stunning, it did not diminish her terrifying strength. She had arrived with Elder Tang flying on a sword. Flying on a sword required at least the Golden Core stage. I just witnessed your impressive swordsmanship and footwork. If you have time, come to the arena for a match. I look forward to seeing you there. As she spoke, she produced an exquisite card and handed it to Yang Fan. They'll come when I have time, Yang Fan replied perfunctorily before turning and leaving. The arena. Yang Fan had heard of it before, but never visited. Rumor had it that it was a place where cultivators competed in martial skills with rewards for victories, though he wasn't sure if it was true. Back in the city, Yang Fan sold the materials harvested from today's beasts and went to the market to buy nourishing pills. Hey, have you heard? A genius female swordsman has appeared at the arena in the past couple of days. A genius female swordsman. Yes, she's already on a 7-match winning streak in martial skill competitions. Absolutely terrifying. While buying his pills, Yang Fan overheard a group chatting by the roadside. Hearing the word arena, again Yang Fan's heart stirred. Back home, he specifically searched for information about the arena on his phone. Immediately, a series of videos appeared on his screen. In one of them, a graceful figure caught his eye, making him freeze in surprise. That little girl, Fair. Yang Fan scrutinized the video intently. He was certain, beyond any doubt, that the graceful figure in it was Li Fei. No wonder the girl had not replied to his messages for several days. So her so-called secluded cultivation had actually been spent honing her martial arts at the martial arena. A spark of curiosity ignited in Yang Fan's heart. He too wanted to visit the arena. He retrieved the card the alluring woman had given him earlier that day. It bore her contact information. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan dialed her number. Half an hour later, Yang Fan arrived at the Fengcheng martial arena. Handsome little brother, you're here at last. Xiao Tong beamed with delight at his arrival. Sister Tong, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm merely curious and came to take a look. Yang Fan murmured, his cheeks faintly flushed with embarrassment, fortunately concealed behind his mask. No trouble at all. Our arena welcomes prodigies like you, those whose talent and potential defy the heavens. Without waiting for Yang Fan to reply, Xiao Tong gently took his arm and guided him inside. Yang Fan froze, instantly startled by an astonishing elasticity beneath her touch. This woman's figure was simply extraordinary. Yet they had only met twice. Was such familiarity truly appropriate? Inside the arena, dozens of fighting platforms stretched before them, large and small. The platforms were arranged in concentric rings, smaller and more numerous toward the periphery, fewer and larger as one approached the center. After surveying the arena, Yang Fan's gaze settled upon platform 13, where a slender figure was locked in combat. Who else could it be but Lin Bei? Had this girl truly been holed up here all these days, ignoring his messages? And was she perhaps the legendary swordswoman, the genius female cultivator passers-by had mentioned when he purchased spirit energy pills, taken with that little girl? Xiao Tong teased, noticing how intently Yang Fan watched Lin Fei's platform, her laughter light and playful. Sister Tong, please, don't joke. Yang Fan withdrew his gaze, his expression subtly awkward. She's my niece. If you truly fancy her, I'd be happy to introduce you properly. Though her standards are exceptionally high, and she never stops talking about her little brother Fan. Xiao Tong winked mischievously, leaving Yang Fan utterly dumbfounded. What you're her aunt. You know her? This time it was Xiao Tong who recoiled in surprise. She scanned Yang Fan from head to toe, half tempted to tear off his mask then and there just to glimpse his true face. I only reacted in shock when you said she was your niece. Yang Fan hastily backpedaled. The martial arena teemed with all manner of people, unpredictable, untrustworthy. True, Xiao Tong was stunningly beautiful, but appearances deceived. Until he knew her true identity, Yang Fan would keep his guard firmly raised. On the platform, Lin Bei triumphed effortlessly over her opponent with masterful swordplay. Cheers erupted from the crowd below, until a bald martial artist wielding a broadsword leapt onto the stage. Little sister, heard you're a prodigy from Mengshi Middle School. The bald cultivator smirked, his gaze roaming over Lin Bei without restraint. Who I am is none of your concern. Enough talk. Draw your blade. Lin Bei snapped, unsheathing her sword and lunging forward. His lecherous stare filled her with disgust. Fiery temper. I love it. Let me see today just how formidable the swordsmanship of Mengshi's golden prodigy truly is. Wielding a massive broadsword, the bald cultivator slashed with unrestrained ferocity, each strike aimed precisely at vital points. Though Lin Fei's sword art was elegant and agile, her raw physical power lagged far behind. Soon she was driven relentlessly backward, her defense crumbling, peril closing in from all sides. Watching from the edge, Yang Fan's heart clenched with tension. Even as she faltered, Lin Bei gritted her teeth and refused to yield. Beside him, Xiao Tong glanced at Yang Fan, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Does he really not know her niece? Then why this palpable anxiety, this fierce protectiveness? She didn't believe it for a second. Xiao Tong began explaining the arena's martial rules to him. The rules were simple for fairness. All cultivators must suppress their cultivation realms below the body-forging realm. Only physical strength, not spiritual energy, could be employed. Violation meant immediate disqualification. Clang, clang. Another exchange rang out on the platform. Lin Fei's longsword wrenched from her grip and sent flying. TSK. Little sister, your swordsmanship is truly pitiful. Why not practice sword forms with Big Brother tonight? In bed, eh? The bald cultivator sneered, his gaze growing bolder, cruder, more invasive. You. Lin Fei's face burned crimson with shame and fury, her whole body trembling. Ha ha ha. Laughter roared from the crowd, followed by jeers and crude banter. Lin Bei was on the verge of tears, when suddenly a voice cut through the noise. I'll take this. Yang Fan vaulted onto the platform in one fluid motion. All eyes snapped to him. Little brother Fan, you're here? Lin Bei whirled around, gasping aloud. Even masked, she recognized him instantly. Little brother Fan. So that's the little brother Fan she's always raving about. Xiao Tong's eyes widened in utter astonishment. This boy had claimed he didn't know her niece. How deceitful. How infuriating. We'll talk later. Go down for now. Yang Fan gently ruffled Lin Fei's hair. Go little brother Fan. Go. Her round cherubic face lit up again with radiant joy as she obediently stepped off the platform. Boy, are you also a student from Mengshi Middle School? The bald cultivator sneered. You're unworthy to know my identity. Insolent whelp. Dare you speak thus? The cultivator's face darkened. With a roar, he swung his broadsword downward in a vicious, killing stroke. Yang Fan raised his hand and drew forth the black iron heavy sword from his spatial ring. Clang, clang, thud. 3 thunderous impacts echoed in rapid succession. Then to everyone's horror, the bald cultivator was hurled clean off the platform. His broadsword lay shattered in two. He sprawled on the ground like a broken dog, blood gushing from his mouth. A collective gasp rippled through the arena, every eye fixed upon Yang Fan standing tall and unmoved atop the platform. That youth wielded a colossal, magnificent sword. Such raw, overwhelming sword art, they had never witnessed its like. And it was devastatingly powerful. 3 strikes, and Mengshi's prodigy lay defeated. With such feeble skill you dared insult Fair. Pathetic. Yang Fan gazed down upon the fallen man with cold disdain, as if regarding a contemptible insect. You ugh. The cultivator's face twisted in rage. Then, overcome by fury, he spat a torrent of crimson blood. "Filth! Dare you harm my junior brother?" A chilling venomous shout split the air. In the next breath, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, materialized atop the platform. Heavens above, it's Zhang Yong Mengxi's peerless master of the blade, Overlord Blade. They say he awakened an imperial-grade blade spirit root. His Overlord Blade technique is divine. Now this is going to be entertaining. The Mengxi boy won't survive 5 seconds. Recognizing the newcomer, the crowd erupted in awed exclamations. Li Fei's heart sank, her fear for Yang Fan flaring instantly. "Kneel!" Overwhelming Yang Fan with his height and build, Overlord Blade Zhang Yong thundered, his voice rolling like thunder. "Huh, what stray dog is this? No leash." Yang Fan sneered contemptuously, utterly unperturbed by Zhang Yong's intimidating aura. A wave of exclamations rippled through the crowd below. They were secretly astounded by Yang Fan's audacity to call Zhang Yong an unleashed dog. Courting death. Zhang Yong's face darkened with fury. In the next instant, he gripped his pitch-black greatsword tightly and swung it toward Yang Fan. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Yang Fan retreated 3 paces. Impressive. No wonder he's hailed as the premier blade master among Rudong Middle School's prodigies. His strikes carry innate blade chi. His strength owes much to his emperor-grade blade spirit root, giving him an inherent advantage in martial combat. Indeed, the presence or absence of chi makes a world of difference in executing techniques. Still, this kid from Mengxi Middle School isn't bad either. He actually withstood Overlord Blade Zhang Yong's thunderous strike. The crowd murmured in astonishment. They had initially expected Yang Fan to crumble under a single blow. His resilience surprised them greatly. Interesting. Overlord Blade Zhang Yong raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his face. "Is that so?" Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Hope you can still smile in a moment." "Huh, ignorant fool. Relying on you." Zhang Yong chuckled, dismissing Yang Fan's words entirely. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the mystic iron heavy sword, leaned forward slightly, and exploded into motion. Boom, boom. A series of sonic booms blasted against everyone's ears. Zhang Yong's face flickered with shock as he raised his black greatsword. Yang Fan's mystic iron heavy sword was already before his eyes. Clang. A deafening crash sent Zhang Yong staggering back dozens of meters from the sheer impact. Had the arena not been spacious enough, Yang Fan's strike would have hurled him straight off the platform. What? This brat used spiritual energy. Doesn't that violate the rules? Violate your sister's rules. Blind. Those sonic booms were purely from his physical strength. Holy crap. What kind of movement technique is that? Such a commotion. And with that heavy sword, he actually blasted Overlord Blade Zhang Yong flying over 10 meters. Amazing. I thought this would be a one-sided slaughter, but it's an evenly matched duel between experts. Did Mengxi Middle School take some miracle drug this year? How did they spawn 2 monstrous prodigies in a row? They're about to take off. The cultivators below, who had dismissed Yang Fan as a weakling, gasped in disbelief once more. Their eyes nearly popped out. Overlord Blade Zhang Yong ignored the murmurs, his gaze locked onto Yang Fan, his mind churning with shock. No one understood better than him the terrifying force behind Yang Fan's few steps and that monstrous sword strike. It had nearly wrenched the blade from his grip. This kid wielding a sword possessed greater strength than he did with a blade, and his physique was far smaller. How is this possible? You insignificant insect, I underestimated you. Your strength makes you worthy of being my opponent. Face me. Overlord Blade Zhang Yong took a deep breath and spoke coldly. For the first time, his expression turned serious. He was getting genuine. Huh, worthy of being your opponent. Face you. Yang Fan laughed. Do you even deserve it? What the hell did you say? Overlord Blade Zhang Yong roared with rage. He had already shown Yang Fan great respect by deeming him a worthy opponent. Yet Yang Fan had the audacity to mock him as unworthy. Unable to bear the insult, Zhang Yong's face twisted with fury as he charged forward, blade in hand. He'll knock you off this stage within 3 strikes. Yang Fan sneered, moving again. Boom, boom. A series of sonic booms erupted with terrifying momentum. The cultivators watching below had witnessed many formidable movement techniques. After all, this was an arena where any powerful martial skill could be displayed for rewards. Yet this was the first time they had seen a movement technique that produced sonic booms. The most terrifying part was that with each step his aura and strength surged. After a few steps, the sheer force of his sword strike tore through the air, creating a terrifying shockwave. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as their weapons collided violently. Staggering backward, Zhang Yong felt his tiger's mouth split open. His black greatsword nearly flew from his grasp, but he caught it just in time. Hiss! A collective gasp of horror swept through the crowd below. Boom, boom. Yang Fan pressed on, relying solely on his physical strength. This strike was even more powerful. 1 step, 2 steps, 8 steps. This time Yang Fan took a full 8 steps. Clang. Their eardrums throbbed with pain. In the next moment, the crowd watched in horror as the 2-meter plus Zhang Yong was blasted off the stage like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack. The pitch-black greatsword in his hand snapped in two. Defeated. Defeated. Overlord Blade Zhang Yong of Rudong Middle School. Actually lost. Am I dreaming? I just saw Overlord Blade Zhang Yong knocked off the stage in 3 strikes. Hiss. Where did this monster of a youth come from? Aren't sword techniques supposed to be agile and light? Why is he wielding it like a blade? After a long pause, the onlookers finally snapped back to reality. Their gazes collectively fell upon the defeated Zhang Yong, erupting in a chorus of shocked exclamations. On the arena stage, Yang Fan stood with his mystic iron-heavy sword in hand, a mask concealing his face, his gaze contemptuous. Though not tall, the sharp aura he exuded commanded respect. The cultivators who had earlier mocked Yang Fan as a weakling were now red-faced and silent. The joke was on them. The slap in the face came too fast. They were still reeling. The so-called premier blade master of Rudong Middle School isn't all that impressive. Can't even withstand 3 of my strikes. Yang Fan's taunting words turned Zhang Yong's face a deep purple as he lay off the stage. He glared up at Yang Fan with murderous eyes. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. The crowd below marveled and sighed. Li Fei clapped her little hands excitedly, a dreamy look on her face. Wow, brother Xiaofan's so handsome. Xiao Tong's eyes also sparkled with newfound admiration. At that moment, her curiosity about the true face behind Yang Fan's mask grew even stronger. She knew Li Fei's personality well. Ordinary boys, no matter how handsome, rarely caught her eye. Yet this brother Xiaofan had completely bewitched the girl. Was he truly that handsome, or had he cast a spell on her? Let me test your swordsmanship. Suddenly a crisp, cold voice rang out. A graceful figure in white leaped onto the stage with a light tap of her foot. It's you. Yang Fan stared at the woman in white before him, utterly stunned. It's Han Bing, the foremost sword expert of Rudong High. Rumor has it that her swordsmanship has reached the level of a grandmaster, her talent even surpassing that of Tyrant Blade. I can vouch for that. Tyrant Blade has faced her 3 times and lost every match. Whoa, is she really that formidable? A duel between 2 sword experts. What a spectacle. A spectacle. In my view, that kid from Mengshi High won't last 10 rounds. Agreed. A sword is meant for agility and versatility. If you wield it like a saber, why not just use a saber? The cultivators watching below buzzed with chatter. Yang Fan's gaze also fell upon Han Bing, who stood across the arena. So this woman in white was named Han Bing, the foremost sword expert of Rudong High. By the way, the jade pendant she had lost was still with him. He would return it to her later. Little Fan, go for it. Li Fei shouted loudly, cheering Yang Fan on. This kid is strong. Be careful. Tyrant Blade Zhang Yong struggled to his feet and warned Han Bing on the arena. At that moment, he looked down at his hands. Cracks lined his palms, trembling uncontrollably. These were the wounds from blocking Yang Fan's 3 strikes just now. Damn it. This kid was inhuman. Wielding that heavy sword, he unleashed power even more terrifying than his own. At this moment, Tyrant Blade Zhang Yong began to doubt whether his awakened Imperial Blade Spirit Root was a fake. Long time no see. Yang Fan greeted her proactively. Han Bing's expression was noble and aloof, ignoring him. Whoosh. The next moment, a flexible snake-like soft sword shot out from her sleeve, thrusting toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression shifted, and he dared not be careless. Earlier in the man-eater territory, they had briefly fought side by side. This girl's swordsmanship was terrifying. She was in no way inferior to him. Clang. Yang Fan deflected the strike with his sword, but a spring-like force surged through, numbing his palm. Oomph. Yang Fan snorted coldly, no longer holding back, unleashing his full power. Boom. Boom. Explosive steps resounded again, his feet creating sonic booms as he launched a storm of attacks on Han Bing. The profound iron-heavy sword, as massive as a coffin lid, suppressed with absolute force. Yet in Yang Fan's hands it felt as light as nothing. Incredibly agile. Whether chopping, thrusting, slashing, or flicking, a series of movements flowed like water. The so-called experts, watching below, nearly dropped their jaws. Holy crap, is this guy a freak? He can wield a heavy sword like this. Looks like he wasn't even going all out when he fought Tyrant Blade Zhang Yong earlier. Chill. Keep it down. Zhang Yong's still over there. Don't hurt his pride. The crowd whispered in astonishment. Zhang Yong's pale face flushed red. In all his life, this was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. The key was he really couldn't beat him. What could he do? He had to accept it. Clang. Clang. Han Bing also showed everyone why she was hailed as the #1 female swordsman of Rudong High. Her swordsmanship lacked Yang Fan's visual impact, but in terms of agility, it was even more terrifying. That soft sword transformed into a nimble, venomous serpent, every strike lethal and penetrating every gap. It could be said that only a freak like Yang Fan could match her. If it were anyone else, after just 2 rounds of exchange, they would have been pierced with several bloody holes by her sword. The two clashed back and forth, dueling in swordsmanship. Their dazzling movements, driven purely by physical strength, left trails of afterimages. The crowd was filled with awe and tension. If struck by one of their swords, death or severe injury would be inevitable. The shame on Tyrant Blade Zhang Yong's face deepened. What a joke, the so-called #1 blade master of Rudong High. His blade skills were not even fit to carry their shoes compared to these two. At that moment, Yang Fan made a startling discovery during his duel with Han Bing. His proficiency in the 9 swords of solitude was skyrocketing. Distracted Yang Fan was pierced by Han Bing's slender sword. Though it only grazed his skin and wasn't fatal, it still startled him. Yang Fan quickly refocused, going all out. The duel lasted a full half hour. Neither could claim victory. The crowd below clicked their tongues in amazement. These two of similar age possessed such astonishing swordsmanship that it was almost unbelievable. It seemed that across all of Fengqing, few could rival them. After a while longer, their rapidly moving bodies came to a halt almost simultaneously. Yang Fan held his profound iron-heavy sword with one hand, pointing it at Han Bing's head. Han Bing's slender sword pressed against his abdomen. A draw. In the end, their fierce clash concluded in a tie. Incredible. Mengshi Hai is really going to soar this year. Agreed. I heard earlier that Mengshi Hai produced a monstrous prodigy. Must be this young man, right? I heard about it too. I thought it was just gossip, but it turns out to be true. That old Jiang Down sure kept his mouth shut. I've had a few drinks with him, and he never breathed a word. The crowd below sighed with emotion, seeing the duel end in a draw. At this moment, Yang Fan's extraordinary swordsmanship had earned everyone's respect. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Yang Fan sheathed his profound iron-heavy sword. Han Bing also withdrew her soft sword. Then she turned to leave. Hey beauty, hold on. Yang Fan called out. Han Bing paused and turned her head. Something? Here, your lost jade pendant. Yang Fan pulled a jade pendant from his storage ring. Han Bing's expression froze, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Instinctively, she looked up at Yang Fan. Yang Fan met her gaze, saying nothing. Han Bing averted her eyes, took the pendant from his hand, and walked away without a word. Hey. So aloof. Not even a thank you. Yang Fan clicked his tongue, sighing inwardly. Oomph. Below, Li Fei's dissatisfied snort rang out. Yang Fan turned to see Li Fei, that little girl, pouting. She was sulking in silence. Her pursed lips could almost hang a weight. Ahem. Feier, how about this? I avenged you. Yang Fan awkwardly jumped off the arena. So you're the little Fan this girl Feier never stops talking about. Xiao Tong approached, teasing him. Auntie. No. Don't talk nonsense. Li Fei grabbed Xiao Tong's arm, refusing to let go. Right, Feier and I are just ordinary friends. Ouch. Feier, why do you pinch me? Yang Fan awkwardly chimed in. But before he could finish, Li Fei pinched him hard. Seeing this, Xiao Tong let out a silvery laugh. Her trembling shoulders were full of charm and allure. Wait. Feier called her aunt. And he called her sister Tong. Wasn't that a bit mixed up? I'll forget it. They'd just call each other whatever. Xiao Tong was at most 30 years old. If he called her aunt, she'd probably punch him with her tiny fists. Yang Fan chatted with Xiao Tong for a while, then seeing it was getting late, bid farewell and headed home. Before leaving, he gave Li Fei the cheer-refining pill he had on him. This drew another round of teasing laughter from Xiao Tong, while Li Fei blushed and refused to let it go. Back home, someone was stirring up trouble in the class group again. Big news. Tonight at the Fengqing Arena, our Mengshi Hai's monstrous prodigy brutally dominated the 2 geniuses of Rudong High. Awesome. What? That mysterious prodigy from our Mengshi Middle School went to the arena? Absolutely. He utterly crushed Ba Dao Zhangyong, forcing him to spit blood and fall off the stage with just 3 sword strikes. Holy crap. Is that true? Is there a video? Don't spread rumors. It's a crime to fabricate news under the real name system. No video, but I have a few photos. They'll send them to you. It really is him. Is our Mengshi Middle School this formidable now? Even the prodigy from Fengqing? No. One middle school couldn't stand a chance. In dire straits, I rise with a start. Turns out the great power was us all along. Our Mengshi Middle School is incredible. The gossipers in the group chat all exploded with excitement. They were thrilled beyond measure, even though they still had no clue who that masked monstrous prodigy was. Yet his brutal defeat of the genius from Rudong Middle School in the arena was something they had to applaud with pride. I've made up my mind. Suddenly Zhang Ting sent a message. Goddess Ting, what have you decided? I've decided to pursue that supreme prodigy from our school. What? You want to chase after him? The onlookers in the group gasped in astonishment once more. Although with someone as outstanding as him, there will be many girls who like him. Even if I pursue him and fail, how will I ever know the result without trying? Zhang Ting spoke, moved by her own words. Yang Fan was disgusted by her words. He hadn't felt this way before. But ever since his failed spiritual root awakening, he had seen Zhang Ting's true colors, and she grew more repulsive by the day. Someone like you. Don't even think about chasing me. or my buddy, or even my fat friend. None of us would want you. Wang Dazhuang couldn't stand it anymore and mocked her with disdain. Wang Dazhuang, don't go too far. Zhang Ting bristled like a provoked hedgehog, shouting in anger. Too far, is it? I'm just making sure some opportunistic green tea sees reality. There are still a few dozen days until the college entrance exam. I can't wait to see how some green teas will cry then. Wang Dazhuang showed no mercy, saying whatever was most hurtful. The entire group chat erupted into chaos. Yang Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly closed the chat. That fat guy, though usually a goofball, he steps up when it matters. Not to mention anything else, his words in the chat were clearly standing up for him. The night passed without incident. The next day, Yang Fan went outside the city as usual to kill beasts and earn cultivation points. After the arena battle last night, Yang Fan had discovered a faster way to improve his martial skill proficiency. That was to use purely physical strength to execute martial skills without channeling any spiritual energy. Although this greatly increased his physical stamina, his martial skill proficiency grew at a breakneck pace. Boom, boom. Yang Fan activated his burst step and wielded his profound iron-heavy sword, beginning to slay first-rank beasts. As for the territory of second-rank beasts, Yang Fan avoided it for now. Without using spiritual energy, it was still quite dangerous to confront those second-rank creatures. Ding. Killed first-rank beast king crab. Points 11, cultivation value, 1708. Ding. Killed first-rank beast venom lizard. Points 12, cultivation value, 1788. Ding. Killed first-rank beast wild black hound. Points 14, cultivation value, 2005. As dusk approached, Yang Fan stopped to gather beast materials. On his way back to the city, Yang Fan checked his status panel. Name Yang Fan. Realm Chi refining mid-stage, 79. 98. Spiritual root, void spirit root. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 1. Constitution, chaos Tao body. Martial skills, solitary 9 swords, profound grade, high level proficiency layer 8, 6086, 610, 0000 burst step, earth grade, low level proficiency layer 6, 222, 623, 0000. Artifact, profound iron sword. Points 10,665. Martial skill proficiency has a total of 9 layers. That meant Yang Fan's profound grade high level martial skill, the solitary 9 swords, needed less than 400 proficiency points to break through to the 9th layer and achieve perfection. The earth grade low level martial skill burst step still had a way to go, currently only at the 6th layer of proficiency. However, his accumulated points had unknowingly reached 1000. With 100 points, he could draw again. Draw. Yang Fan's heart raced with impatience, eager to see what the next draw would bring. The familiar virtual spinning wheel appeared and whirled rapidly. Eventually, it stopped on an icon that looked like a martial skill manual. Ding. Congratulations on winning the special technique puppetry art. Next draw requires 2000 points. Puppetry art. A special technique. What the heck is this? Yang Fan was stunned, utterly bewildered. The information on the puppetry art appeared before his eyes. Puppetry art, a special martial technique that uses beast materials to create puppets to assist in combat. The puppet's grade is determined by the level of the puppetry art and the materials used. Puppet grades: mortal, profound, spirit, earth, heaven, immortal, divine. Whoa. A special technique for creating and controlling puppets in battle. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He quickly clicked to learn it. In an instant, the methods for creating and controlling mortal-grade puppets flooded his mind. The materials needed to create mortal-grade puppets were exactly the ones dropped by the first-rank beasts. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He kept the materials useful for making mortal-grade puppets. The rest of the useless materials were still sold to Wang Fugui's shop. Oh, isn't this the loser, Yang Fan? Just went to school for a day, and now you're too ashamed to show up again. Just as Yang Fan reached the entrance of Wang Fugui's shop, a taunting voice, dripping with sarcasm, reached his ears. Looking up, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Ting, that green tea again. What are you doing here? Yang Fan asked. I'm waiting here for our school's supreme prodigy. Zhang Ting said with an air of arrogance. Waiting for our school's supreme prodigy. Yang Fan's face stiffened in confusion. What did this green tea want with him? Was she trying to reconcile? Had she lost all sense of shame? That's right. As I said in the group earlier, I'm going to pursue our school's monstrous prodigy. Even though I don't know who he is, after much investigation, I found out he often comes to this shop to sell materials. Only a prodigy like that is worthy of me. What are you, a blockhead, doing here? Hurry up and leave, or he'll get the wrong idea when he arrives. As she spoke, Zhang Ting pulled out a small mirror from her pocket to touch up her makeup. Yang Fan was thoroughly disgusted by her actions. Damn it. The original soul inhabiting this body must have been blind. He could have had a sweet girl like Li Fei, but instead he got involved with this green tea. Then take your time waiting. I wish you all the success in your endeavors. Yang Fan shot Zhang Ting a mocking glance. Then he went into the shop to sell his materials and headed home to sleep. An hour later. Oh dear. Why won't that damn prodigy show up? Is he trying to freeze me to death? 2 hours later. I get it. He must be hiding in the shadows watching to see if I'm sincere. 3 hours later in the class group chat. Breaking news. Some green tea stood outside my uncle's material shop trying to harass my buddy, but he never showed. She ended up catching a cold from the cold. Ha ha ha. The class group burst into a cacophony of laughter. Wang Dazhuang, that rascal, even snapped a high-definition photo. In an instant, everyone knew who the green tea he mentioned was. On the other side, Yang Fan paid no heed to the chaotic class group chat lying on his bed and snoring away. At dawn after breakfast, he could not wait to leave the city. Arriving outside the city, Yang Fan did not immediately slay beasts for cultivation value. Instead, he began practicing the puppet control art. This art comprised 2 parts: crafting puppets and manipulating them. Manipulating puppets required no elaboration. The true challenge lay in crafting them. He took out first-tier beast materials from his storage ring and attempted to craft one. Failure. Minutes later, Yang Fan's initial attempt to craft a mortal puppet ended in failure due to his unfamiliarity with the process. Yet even in failure, he gained some proficiency in the puppet control art. With each failure, he accumulated experience. His proficiency in the puppet control art soared rapidly. Half a day slipped by unnoticed. All the puppet materials he had gathered yesterday were depleted from his storage ring. In the end, Yang Fan had not successfully crafted a single puppet. Sighing, Yang Fan lamented, why must this wretched puppet crafting be so difficult? He pulled out his profound iron greatsword from the ring and began slaying beasts to accumulate cultivation value and materials. He refused to believe he could not craft a single puppet in an entire day. In the afternoon, after gathering enough materials, he halted once more to attempt crafting. At last, he succeeded in crafting one. The puppet had a humanoid form, but being made from various beast materials appeared somewhat terrifying. Yang Fan tried manipulating it with the puppet control art and was amazed to see it move. A first-tier beast roared in the distance. Seeing this, Yang Fan immediately commanded the mortal puppet to engage it. With a dull thud, the newly crafted puppet was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, nearly falling apart. Damn, this is far too weak. Yang Fan was bitterly disappointed. He swiftly killed the first-tier beast. He had originally planned to craft multiple mortal puppets to assist in slaying beasts and leveling up. Now he realized he had been overly optimistic. This mortal puppet's strength was likely inferior even to a cultivator in the early body tempering stage. Yang Fan retrieved a small knife from his storage ring and placed it in the puppet's hand. He commanded it to collect materials from the slain beast. To his surprise, the puppet could barely manage this task, albeit clumsily and inefficiently. But Yang Fan could craft more puppets. This way he could focus entirely on slaying beasts while leaving the material collection to the puppets. An excellent idea. His disappointed spirits reignited with fervor. Subsequently, he slew another group of first-tier beasts, gathering ample materials. He continued crafting mortal puppets. By dusk, Yang Fan had created 3 mortal puppets. As his proficiency in the puppet control art grew, his manipulation of the puppets became increasingly adept. Yang Fan was astonished to discover that these mortal puppets, though initially clumsy as an octogenarian, seemed to possess a certain learning ability. Take the first puppet he crafted, for instance. Its speed in collecting beast materials had become far more practiced than before, and more efficient. A chime echoed, proficiency in puppet control art has reached the 2nd level. You can now craft profound puppets, which are categorized as combat, defense, and support types. When Yang Fan failed once more in crafting, his proficiency in the puppet control art ascended to the 2nd level. What thrilled him most was the newfound ability to craft superior profound puppets. The remarkable thing about profound puppets over mortal ones was their classification into combat, defense, and support types. Initially, Yang Fan wanted to venture into the territory of 2nd-tier beasts to gather materials and craft a profound puppet. However, night had fully descended. The wilderness after dark became 10 times more perilous. He could only suppress his surging excitement and return to the city to rest, vowing to return tomorrow. Early the next morning after breakfast, Yang Fan rushed out of the city with utmost speed. Arriving at the 2nd-tier beast area, he released the mortal puppets he had crafted yesterday from his storage ring. Then he drew his profound iron greatsword and began slaying 2nd-tier beasts for materials. The 3 mortal puppets followed behind him like obedient lackeys. Whenever a 2nd-tier beast fell, they would scurry over to collect materials. As a result, Yang Fan's beast-slaying efficiency did not diminish, but instead increased. After a full morning of slaying 2nd-tier beasts, he eagerly attempted to craft a profound puppet during the midday break. Success! To his elation, his luck held remarkably well. His first attempt at crafting a profound puppet was a success. The profound puppet was larger in form than the lowly mortal ones. Yang Fan had crafted a support-type profound puppet. He tried manipulating it with the puppet control art and was astonished to find the profound puppet far more practical than the mortal ones. This support-type profound puppet possessed commands such as reconnaissance, monster luring, and alert. Damn, high-end goods are truly different. Yang Fan marveled and commanded the profound support puppet to lure monsters. With a whoosh, it zipped away at incredible speed, vanishing in an instant. Minutes later, it came sprinting back from the distance. Behind it, 3 or 4 beasts gave furious chase. Yang Fan's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. My goodness, is it this powerful? As the beasts closed in, Yang Fan quickly drew his profound iron greatsword and charged into battle. Boom. The explosive step technique produced a series of muffled sonic booms. A chime sounded, slayed first-tier beast venomous lizard. Points 12, cultivation value, 1788. Another followed, slayed second-tier beast, twin-headed turtle. Points 36, cultivation value, 5885. Yet another slayed second-tier beast, black phosphorus serpent. Points 30, cultivation value, 4700. The notifications continued. Minutes later, Yang Fan had slain all the beasts. He turned to stare blankly at the profound support puppet standing there. Its short legs were incredibly swift. Moreover, its intelligence far surpassed that of the lowly mortal puppets. Subsequently, Yang Fan issued the monster luring command once more. With a whoosh, the profound support puppet dashed off into the distance again. The simple-minded mortal puppets brandished their small knives, collecting materials from the carcasses. Yang Fan was in high spirits. This puppet control art was truly a priceless treasure. With this technique, he no longer needed to search for monsters himself. He could simply wait for the puppet to lure them back and slay them. Meanwhile, while waiting, he could craft puppets to boost his proficiency in the art. Perfect. Shortly after, the profound support puppet returned with another group of beasts. Yang Fan raised his sword and dispatched them with utmost speed. Then the cycle repeated. The support puppet lured the mortal puppets collected, and he crafted new puppets. The entire process was clearly divided and orderly. By evening, Yang Fan's cultivation had broken through from the mid-chi refining stage to the late chi refining stage. Though he had spent most of the day crafting puppets, his cultivation value acquisition rate had not slowed, but had actually increased. Throughout the afternoon, besides crafting another support-type puppet, he also crafted a combat-type puppet and a defense-type puppet. Yang Fan tested their abilities and found that the combined strength of the 3 profound puppets was comparable to that of first-tier beasts. If profound puppets were already on par with first-tier beasts, then what of the more formidable spirit-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade puppets? On the way back to the city, Yang Fan checked his realm attribute panel. Name: Yang Fan, realm Chi refining, late stage 1. 08. Spiritual root, void, spiritual root, bloodline, ancient emperor, bloodline, purity 1. Physique, chaos, Tao, body, martial techniques, solitary 9. Swords, mystic, grade, high proficiency, layer 8. 7086. 610. 0000. Explosive step, earth, grade, low proficiency, layer 7. 2620500000. Puppet control, art, special art, proficiency, layer 2. 8865000. Treasure, profound iron sword, points 1966. The puppet control art advanced slowly, as proficiency could only be gained by refining puppets. The next day, Yang Fan went out of the city as usual to slay beasts and gain cultivation value. As he refined more and more mystic-grade puppets, his beast-slaying efficiency multiplied. In the afternoon, Yang Fan dispatched 4 support-type mystic-grade puppets to lure monsters. Suddenly, he lost contact with one of them. What's going on? Yang Fan rose to his feet. He then headed toward the direction where the lost puppet had been luring monsters. It was a dense thicket of shrubs. He searched for a long time before finally finding the missing support-type puppet. By then, it had already been reduced to a pile of white bones. White vapor hissed from its body as if it had been corroded to death by a potent poison. Suddenly, the other puppets that had followed Yang Fan were also ambushed. Yang Fan's expression shifted drastically as he whipped his head around. Then his scalp tingled with horror. In the distance, a human-faced demon spider was staring at him with a sinister smirk. Though Yang Fan knew it was a third-tier beast, its human visage and eerily lifelike expression were truly terrifying in this desolate wilderness. With a sharp hiss, the human-faced demon spider leaped into the air, its 6 legs springing like coils, and lunged at Yang Fan. With a thunderous boom, Yang Fan activated the explosive step and wielded his profound iron-heavy sword to meet the attack. Suddenly, the spider spat green liquid from its maw. Startled, Yang Fan raised his sword to block. The surface of the profound iron-heavy sword was instantly corroded. This was the same venom that had killed his support-type puppet earlier. Die! Yang Fan's face twisted with ferocity as he unleashed the solitary 9 swords combined with the explosive step at full power. With a single strike, he sent the spider flying. The human-faced demon spider let out a pained hiss. Though it was a formidable third-tier beast, its true strength lay in the deadly venom it could spit to take down targets by surprise. When it came to raw power and explosive force, it was no match for Yang Fan the Freak. With booming steps, he gave the spider no respite and launched another fierce assault. How dare it ambush and destroy his painstakingly refined puppets? It seemed the creature didn't know how to spell the word death. Ding. Killed third-tier beast human-faced demon spider. Points 55, cultivation value 10666. As the sword pierced the spider's skull, the notification of points earned echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Gasping for breath, Yang Fan ordered his puppets to collect materials from the carcass before they could even finish harvesting the valuable parts. A shadow cast by sunlight fell on the ground before Yang Fan. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of danger made his scalp prickle as if it would split open. Without daring to turn his head, Yang Fan bolted. But the moment he took a step, a searing pain struck him and his body flew backward like a cannonball. Ignoring his wounds, Yang Fan scrambled up and fled for his life. At the same time, he ordered the puppets collecting materials to block the pursuit. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed, making Yang Fan's hair stand on end. His mystic-grade puppets were at least as strong as first-tier beasts. Especially the defense-type puppet. Though its attack was mediocre, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of a second-tier beast. Yet they were all wiped out without even a whimper. A piercing shriek rang out so sharp that even from a distance Yang Fan's eardrums ached. Yang Fan stumbled and rolled out of the thicket, pushing the explosive step to its limit as he raced desperately toward the city gate. A trail of blood smeared the ground behind him. Finally, he reached the city gate. Safe. Only after confirming that the terrifying creature hadn't followed did he dare to stop and pant heavily. What happened to you? A cold, clear voice suddenly asked. Yang Fan looked up and saw Han Bing, the prodigy from Rudong High School. She approached, her face full of shock. I'm fine. Yang Fan shook his head, but before he could finish, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. The next moment, he lost his balance and collapsed into Han Bing's arms. A fragrant scent washed over him, and so soft. Oh, you bastard. A high-pitched scream rang out. With a thud, Yang Fan's head hit the wall behind him, and he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan awoke groggily. The first thing he saw was a huge face looming before him, a jiggly fat face grinning at him. Holy crap, a ghost! Startled, Yang Fan lashed out with a slap. The fat face flew sideways with a sharp crack accompanied by pained yelps. Hey, not a ghost. Yang Fan was dazed, his mind slowly clearing. Damn, fatty, why is it you? Where's Han Bing? In the distance, Wang Dazwang's already plump face was even puffier. A bright red five-finger mark was etched on his face. Fan'll screw your ancestors. You heartless woman, crazy jerk, have you no conscience? You wake up, slap me across the face, and still care about Han Bing. Wang Dazwang cursed loudly while rubbing his swollen cheek. With a resentful look like a wronged little wife, Yang Fan quickly apologized. Sorry, fatty. I just opened my eyes and saw a big pancake face. It scared me. Just a reflex. Embarrassed, Yang Fan hurriedly apologized and asked about what happened after he fainted. It turned out that after Han Bing pushed him away at the city gate, causing him to hit the wall and black out, she had brought him back to the city and happened to run into Wang Dazwang, who took him in. After hearing this, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret. He had lost out on 2 million. Fan, how did you get hurt so badly? When I saw you, your wounds were still bleeding, Wang Dazwang asked with concern. It's a long story. I ran into some terrifying thing while leveling outside the city. What terrifying thing? Who knows? I was so scared I fled for my life, not daring to look back. I nearly died. Thinking back to the encounter in the thicket, a cold sweat ran down Yang Fan's spine. It was truly dangerous. If those puppets hadn't held it off, he would have been dead. Fan, you should stay out of the city for a while. The dean told us Feng City isn't safe these days. Got it. Fatty, go buy me some materials. Buy materials? What kind? Wang Dazwang asked in confusion. Without explaining much, Yang Fan wrote down the materials for refining puppets and handed the list to Wang Dazwang. Since Fatty's uncle Wang Fuguwei owned a material shop, he wouldn't charge too much. While Wang Dazwang went to buy materials, Yang Fan used the remaining materials from his storage ring to refine puppets. An hour later, Wang Dazwang returned. Fan, him back. Holy crap. My dear mother. What the hell is that thing? Scared your fatty dad to death. Wang Dazwang's legs trembled violently, yearning to turn and flee. Yet his limbs seemed possessed by a will of their own, rooted to the spot. Fatty, no need to be nervous. This is a puppet I refined, it won't hurt you. Yang Fan hastily explained. A puppet you refined? Wang Dazwang steadied himself, his frayed nerves finally calming somewhat. Only after confirming the puppet obeyed Yang Fan's commands did he dare approach, circling it for a closer look. Fanj, this puppet of yours looks fierce. Can it fight? Wang Dazwang withdrew his gaze and added, why not try it yourself? A mischievous grin crept across Yang Fan's face. All right. Then let Fatty give it a shot. Watch my mountain-crushing slam. Bang. Ouch, ouch. My dear mother. This puppet's frame isn't as burly as mine, but how is it so strong? Wang Dazwang attempted an attack only to be promptly flattened by Yang Fan's puppet. No joke. This is a profound grade puppet. Its strength rivals a first-tier demon beast. Yang Fan declared proudly. Rivals a first-tier demon beast. Wang Dazwang's eyes gleamed. Thud. The next moment, he dropped to his knees before Yang Fan. Whoa, fatty, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Yang Fan jumped startled and asked anxiously. Fan, you're my real father. Sell me 2 of these puppets. My family has a mine. Name your price. As Wang Dazhuang spoke, he thumped his head on the ground. Before he could finish, Yang Fan leaped up and kicked him over. Damn it. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I have a son as big as you? Giving you a few puppets isn't out of the question, but it depends on whether you can learn the puppet control art. Yang Fan scolded with a laugh. At school he had few friends, but fatty Wang Dazhuang was definitely one of them, and a close one at that. An ancient saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. When everyone else distanced and mocked him for failing to awaken his spiritual root, fatty Wang Dazhuang never abandoned him. That was enough. Puppet control art. What's that? Wang Dazhuang asked, utterly bewildered. They'll teach you. It's just simple commands to control the puppets. If you can learn it, it'll give you a few. If you can't, giving them to you would be useless because they want to obey you. Without further explanation, Yang Fan began teaching Wang Dazhuang the puppet control art. The puppet control art comprised 2 major parts, one for refining puppets, the other for controlling them. Compared to the core art of puppet refinement, the control techniques were relatively simple. Wang Dazhuang's spirit soared. Upon learning that these puppets required specific techniques to command, he studied more intently than he ever had watching risque films. 2 hours later, after relentless practice, he finally managed to issue simple commands to the puppets. Overcome with excitement, he danced and nearly knelt to kowtow again, only to be kicked away by Yang Fan with a laugh. Holy crap, Fanjir. Your injuries were so severe and you're already healed. Wang Dazhuang scrambled to his feet. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It was he who had carried the unconscious Yang Fan home. At that time it was also Wang Dazhuang who had bandaged his wounds. Thus he was very familiar with the extent of Yang Fan's injuries. Only a few hours had passed, and he was already bouncing around. Not bad. I have some healing pills on me, Yang Fan lied. In truth, the reason his wounds had healed so swiftly was all thanks to the chaotic Dao body. Earlier, while killing demon beasts to level up, Yang Fan had noticed this. His chaotic Dao body not only accelerated his cultivation value and skill proficiency gains, but also healed injuries. The entire afternoon, Yang Fan stayed at Fatty's house refining puppets. As dusk approached, he rose to leave. Before departing, he gifted 4 profound-grade puppets to Fatty. 2 were attack type, 1 defensive type, and 1 support type. This way, even if he encountered a second-tier demon beast later, he could retreat unscathed. Back home that evening, Yang Fan examined his wounds while bathing. Aside from a few red marks, there was no trace of injury. Such terrifying regenerative power filled him with awe. No wonder it was hailed as the foremost of the 10 sacred physiques. Simply incredible. After his bath, he slipped into bed. Just then, Fatty Wang Dazhuang was stirring up the class group chat with high spirits. My dear people, Fatty's done hiding. My goal isn't some lousy second-tier college. I'm aiming for Qingbei. Fatty, with your spiritual root cultivation speed, you want to get into Qingbei? How ridiculous. Even I, with a 6th grade Woodwada spiritual root, dare not claim a sure spot at Qingbei. And you? As Wang Dazhuang's words fell, a chorus of students jeered. But Wang Dazhuang didn't back down. Despite his poor grades and unremarkable appearance, his sharp tongue was quite formidable. A one-man war of words. When in a burst of fury, he snapped a few impressive photos of the puppets and posted them in the group. The entire chat fell silent in an instant. Those who had mocked him moments ago were now calling him Brother Fatty. The next day, Yang Fan continued to hunt demon beasts outside the city to advance his cultivation. However, he dared not venture into the thicket where he had been attacked the previous day. To this moment, he still hadn't figured out what eerie creature had ambushed him. Several puppets had been obliterated in a single encounter. It was utterly terrifying. Yang Fan continued refining puppets using materials he had bought the day before. He sent support-type puppets to lure monsters back for killing. Attack-type puppets gathered materials. Defense-type puppets stood guard. At noon, Yang Fan paused to retrieve food from his storage ring. As he ate, he unexpectedly encountered Hanbing. She passed not far from him, heading toward the thicket where he had been attacked. Hanbing, don't go there. There's something terrible you can't handle. Yang Fan shouted a well-intentioned warning. She glanced back at him, but continued on ignoring him. Yang Fan was speechless. Damn it. Was this school beauty and prodigy from Rudong High really that aloof? Just because he had accidentally fallen into her arms yesterday from excessive blood loss, did she have to completely ignore him? Seeing that Han Bing hadn't heeded his advice, Yang Fan didn't bother further. After lunch, he resumed hunting demon beasts and refining puppets. Another day passed swiftly. By evening, Han Bing, the school beauty from the neighboring academy, still hadn't returned. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should go check on her. Roar. Suddenly, a demon beast's furious howl echoed from that direction. Amidst it, Yang Fan faintly heard the sounds of a fierce struggle. That little lady, she didn't listen to Big Brother's advice, and now she's in trouble. Yang Fan grumbled under his breath, quickly retrieving his profound iron-heavy sword and rushing over. Though Yang Fan had little interaction with her, they were acquainted and had fought side by side. Plus, after his severe injury yesterday, he had collapsed into her arms at the city gate. He couldn't just let her die. Yang Fan sprinted all the way. By the time he reached the thicket, the sounds of battle had vanished. His heart instantly tightened. His gaze swept like lightning, alert to everything around him. He searched for a long time, but found no trace of Han Bing. Such an eerie situation weighed heavily on his heart. Had that little lady been devoured by the shadowy monster from yesterday? Crack! Suddenly a faint rustling came from the dense undergrowth in the distance. Yang Fan's spirit jolted. Gripping his profound iron-heavy sword tightly, he crept forward softly and cautiously. Clang! The sound of clashing blades rang out. A tremendous force struck, sending Yang Fan stumbling back several steps. He immediately prepared to counterattack. The next moment his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. What the hell? Han Bing, you. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, why are you taking off your clothes? Oh, you bastard, why is it you? Ahead, Han Bing, holding a slender sword with her clothes half open, was equally stunned. She let out a startled cry and hastily clutched her collar. She had just been tending to her wounds when she suddenly heard a noise. Assuming another demon beast had appeared. Thus, without even having time to properly dress, she launched a sneak attack. And it turned out to be that damned Yang Fan. Wasn't she completely exposed to him? Oh my god. Yesterday at the city gate, he had already taken liberties with her. Today, before she could even get dressed properly, he had seen everything again. Han Bing felt like she was going mad. Ahem. Don't misunderstand. I heard the sounds of fighting and thought you were in trouble, so I came to check. Yang Fan, looking deeply embarrassed, quickly explained. Then turn around now. Han Bing's pretty face flushed crimson, to her ears a mix of shame and fury. Right away. Wait. Watch out, Yang Fan replied as he began to turn. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared behind Han Bing. Instantly Yang Fan's expression changed drastically, and without a second thought, he lunged toward her. Bang! The next moment Han Bing, with her clothes still half open, was tackled to the ground. Han Bing was dazed. Yang Fan was also stunned, especially with her collar suddenly gaping open, revealing a certain sight. Her skin was so fair. You bastard, he'll kill you later. Han Bing suddenly spotted the dark shadow of a demon beast flying overhead and angrily kicked Yang Fan away. At that moment, though seething with rage and humiliation, she had no time to settle the score with him. Yang Fan got up, his expression awkward. He swore. He really hadn't intended to take advantage of the Rudong High School bell. It was just that the situation was dire, and she hadn't noticed the danger. Yang Fan picked up his profound iron-heavy sword, his gaze fixed on the demon beast speeding away in the distance. A third-tier mutated demon beast, the Gale Leopard. This creature was swift as the wind and ferocious in its attacks. Roar! The Gale Leopard snarled, and after missing its first strike, pounced again. Oomph! Yang Fan snorted coldly, raised his sword, and charged forward to meet the attack. Boom! Boom! His feet exploded with each step, creating a series of sonic booms, a spectacular display of force. Han Bing quickly buttoned her clothes. Whether it was from recalling how Yang Fan had just taken advantage of her again, her pretty face was red enough to drip blood. Then, she too raised her sword and rushed forward to join Yang Fan in slaying the Gale Leopard. The Gale Leopard was powerful and swift. But Yang Fan and Han Bing were not slow either. With their coordinated efforts, it was slain in mere moments. Yang Fan, was this the demon beast that ambushed you yesterday? Han Bing, catching her breath, asked in confusion. I'm not sure. I didn't even see it clearly back then. I nearly died. Yang Fan shook his head, uncertain. As dusk fell, the entire thicket grew gloomy, and the two hurried back to the city. After they left, the thicket fell silent. There had been the chirping of insects and birds. But at that moment they too vanished. The atmosphere of the entire thicket became eerily and terrifyingly sinister. Whoosh! Suddenly a massive dark shadow emerged from a rock below, swallowing the Gale Leopard's corpse in one gulp. A few days later, after the auxiliary puppet lured another wave of second-tier demon beasts and Yang Fan had slain them all, his Xian-rank high-level martial skill, the 9 Swords of Solitude, finally reached perfection. Yang Fan's grip on the sword hilt suddenly loosened. The entire heavy sword, weighing several dozen jin, floated eerily just beneath his palm. At that moment, another auxiliary puppet lured a group of demon beasts. Yang Fan looked up and spotted a third-tier demon beast among them, the bloodthirsty wolf. Perfect timing. Let me test the power of my perfected 9 Swords of Solitude. Yang Fan spread his fingers, and the hovering, profound, iron-heavy sword was drawn into his palm by an invisible force. The next moment, streaks of afterimages thrust toward the charging third-tier bloodthirsty wolf. In the past, when Yang Fan fought third-tier demon beasts, he needed the support of the Earth-rank primary martial skill, explosive step, to achieve dominance. But now, relying solely on the perfected 9 Swords of Solitude, he overwhelmed the third-tier bloodthirsty wolf, leaving it unable to parry. Howl! A mournful cry rang out as the third-tier bloodthirsty wolf perished under Yang Fan's sword before it could even display its full strength. Ding! Third-tier demon beast, bloodthirsty wolf slain. Points 50, cultivation value 9600. After slaying the bloodthirsty wolf, Yang Fan checked his attribute panel. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: Chi refining, late stage 89. 38. Spiritual root: void spirit root. Bloodline: ancient emperor bloodline, purity 1. Physique: chaos Tao body. Martial skills: 9 Swords of Solitude, Zuan rank, high level, perfected explosive step, Earth rank, primary proficiency level 8. 2160 010 0000. Puppet control, art, special skill proficiency level 3. 581 0000. Artifact: profound iron sword. Points 12,866. The 9 Swords of Solitude is finally perfected. It wasn't easy. Yang Fan gazed at the perfected 9 Swords of Solitude, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. From the moment he comprehended the 9 Swords of Solitude to achieving perfection, it had taken him nearly 20 days. Just now he had tested the perfected 9 Swords of Solitude, and its power had increased roughly 5-fold. It was all worth it. At this moment, Yang Fan eagerly anticipated how much the power of the Earth-rank primary martial skill, explosive step, would increase upon reaching perfection. The proficiency of the puppet control art had also risen to the 3rd level. This meant Yang Fan could now refine a spirit-rank puppet. However, refining a spirit-rank puppet required materials, including the heart of a 4th-tier demon beast, the Nether Demon Tiger. A 4th-tier demon beast. Better to forget it. With his current strength, if he encountered a 4th-tier demon beast, he wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. He would try his luck later and see if he could buy the material at a supply shop. But even if he bought the 4th-tier demon beast material, it would likely be difficult to get lucky and successfully refine a spirit-rank puppet on the first try. A day passed in a flash. Back home that evening, Yang Fan sent a message to Lin Bei. Earlier, Yang Fan had promised Lin Bei that once he mastered the 9 Swords of Solitude, he would teach it to her. After sending the message, Yang Fan waited a long time, but Lin Bei didn't reply. That little girl, could she have gone to the arena again to improve her combat rank? Yang Fan grumbled, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Bei, the little girl, replied. Yang Fan arranged to meet her at the city gate to teach her the Xian rank, high-level martial skill, 9 Swords of Solitude. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a grassy area outside the city. Yang Fan began teaching Lin Bei the 9 Swords of Solitude. Lin Bei stood by his side, earnestly comprehending. The 9 Swords of Solitude consist of the sword-breaking strike, the blade-breaking strike, the arrow-breaking strike, the chain-breaking strike, the spear-breaking strike, the whip-breaking strike, the palm-breaking strike, the chi-breaking strike, and the final form. This sword art emphasizes anticipating the enemy's moves and advancing without retreat. When cultivated to its peak, it transcends all forms. Fei, watch closely. Yang Fan's profound iron-heavy sword seemed to split into 9 streaks of afterimages, astonishing the world, utterly terrifying. Lin Bei's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and awe flickering within them. At first, she could still recall the techniques Yang Fan had demonstrated. But as time went on, the more she tried to learn, the more chaotic it became, leaving her flustered and overwhelmed. Finally, Yang Fan finished his demonstration. Fei, did you remember all that? He asked, turning his head. Oh, it's so difficult. Brother Xiao Fan, could you please demonstrate it once more? Lin Bei stuck out her adorable tongue, her pretty face flushing with warmth. Yang Fan looked puzzled. When he had first learned this solitary 9 swords, he had mastered it in a single try. How could this little girl Lin Bei not remember it? Yang Fan acknowledged her request and slowed down his demonstration. Lin Bei's eyes widened as she held her breath, watching intently, determined to etch every move into her memory. 2 hours later, Yang Fan was exhausted. Fei, this is the 10th time. Have you got it now? Brother Xiao Fan, I barely managed to remember this one. Lin Bei's cheeks were flushed, a look of embarrassment on her face. You're really slow. Mean Brother Xiao Fan, how can you call me slow? I've tried so hard. It's your sword technique that's too difficult. Lin Bei let out a soft cry of protest and playfully charged at Yang Fan, starting a scuffle. Difficult? Why did I get it on the first try back then? Yang Fan teased. Mean Brother Xiao Fan, how dare you say that? I won't forgive you. Lin Bei, now even more embarrassed and angry, lunged at him with claws bared. Haha, come on, catch me. Yang Fan laughed as he stepped back, but accidentally tripped over a tree root. Thud. The next moment, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lin Bei couldn't stop in time and let out a yelp as she tumbled onto him. Instantly, Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Li Fei's mind also went blank. The previously cheerful and light-hearted atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Ahem. A sudden cough broke the silence. Startled, the two quickly scrambled apart and got up. "Oh, brother, why are you here?" Li Fei exclaimed. "Your brother?" Yang Fan was bewildered, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. In the distance, a man strode over with a dragon-like gait, his physique robust and strong, his aura restrained. A true expert. Ahem. "Well, I was just teaching Fei some sword techniques," Yang Fan quickly explained as he caught the gaze of Li Fei's older brother. He swore he had no intention of taking advantage of Li Fei. He had simply tripped over an old tree root and fallen by accident. Teaching sword techniques all the way to the ground. Hugging. Li Jianyi's eyebrow twitched, a smirk playing on his lips. Yang Fan's face turned red, at a loss for how to explain. Damn it. This was a huge misunderstanding. Brother Xiao Fan was teaching me swordsmanship, and I was chasing him when I tripped. Why are you here? Li Fei's cheeks flushed all the way to her ears as she quickly ran over, clinging to Li Jianyi's arm and acting coy. It was clear that the siblings shared a close bond. Some brothers in the mercenary group took on a beast-hunting mission and am going to help out. Li Jianyi said, his eyes scanning Yang Fan up and down. The strange look made Yang Fan extremely uncomfortable. If not for fear of angering Li Fei later, he would have loved to find an excuse to slip away. You've reached the qi refining stage? Yes. Perfect timing, my group is shorthanded. Come along. Li Jianyi extended an invitation to Yang Fan. All right. Yang Fan replied with a stiff smile, accepting. Brother Xiao Fan is only at qi refining stage. Your group's missions are so dangerous, how can you ask him to come? Li Fei protested, thinking her brother was deliberately making things difficult for Yang Fan. You little brat, not even married yet, and you're already siding with an outsider. No way. I'm just taking the kid out for some training. Already feeling protective. Not at all. Then it's settled. Let's go. Li Jianyi didn't give Li Fei a chance to argue and made the decision swiftly. Li Fei didn't go along, partly because her cultivation level was too low, and partly because Yang Fan had just taught her the solitary 9 swords, which she needed to practice diligently. Yang Fan sighed repeatedly and reluctantly followed Li Jianyi. Had he been conscripted into forced labor? Along the way, Li Jianyi chatted with Yang Fan, asking how he had met Li Fei. Upon learning that Yang Fan was her classmate and also a senior in high school, he was taken aback. Among previous senior students, those who could reach the qi refining stage before the college entrance exams were rare prodigies. And this kid Yang Fan had awakened his spiritual root less than a month ago and was already at qi refining. He certainly had some skills. A few minutes later, Li Jianyi arrived at the rendezvous point. Yang Fan looked up and saw several other people there, all burly men. Boss, why did you bring a pretty boy along? Has he even reached the foundation establishment stage? A burly man with a big beard frowned. Clearly he was not pleased with Li Jianyi bringing Yang Fan. This is my sister's classmate. I ran into him on the way and thought I'd bring him along for some training. Li Jianyi explained. Then he introduced the other members of the mercenary group to Yang Fan. The bearded man was called Huzi, known for his fiery temper. Yang Fan greeted him proactively, but was met with a cold snort. Yang Fan gave an awkward smile and said no more. The other companions were relatively friendly. Once everyone was assembled, Li Jianyi led the group into the depths of the forest. Yang Fan had no idea where they were going or what beast they were tasked to hunt. In any case, he just followed along. Roar! Suddenly a second-tier beast burst out from the thicket. A mere twin-tailed scorpion dares to act recklessly. Huzi snorted coldly and charged forward, wielding a pair of battle axes. Slash! Slash! A few swings later, the second-tier beast, the twin-tailed scorpion, met its end under his ferocious assault. Stay sharp, Huzi warned the others. Suddenly, a black-spot iron-bone snake shot out from a tree trunk behind him. A third-tier beast. Not only was it incredibly fast, but it was also extremely venomous. A single drop of its venom could kill a full-grown elephant. If a person was bitten without an antidote, death was certain. Huzi, behind you. Li Jianyi's face changed as he shouted a warning. Whoosh! Just as Huzi was about to turn and defend, a dark shadow shot past him. Damn, that speed. Huzi was startled. When he looked up, he saw that the person who had rushed past like a ghost was none other than Yang Fan, the pretty boy. His face froze and his eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Fan, wielding a heavy, profound iron sword, moved with blurred afterimages and drove the black-spot iron-bone snake back with 3 strikes. In the distance, Li Jianyi was utterly stunned, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" The other teammates were also reeling with shock and disbelief. Wasn't this kid only at the qi refining stage? Could a qi refining cultivator really be this strong? Going toe-to-toe with a third-tier black-spot iron-bone snake and driving it back with 3 strikes. Witnessing Yang Fan's sharp and ethereal swordsmanship, Li Jianyi finally believed that Yang Fan had indeed been teaching his sister sword techniques earlier, not taking advantage of her. At that moment, after driving back the third-tier black-spot ironbone snake with 3 strikes, Yang Fan didn't stop, but continued with a sustained explosive output. Hu Zi, who had previously looked down on him and mocked him as a pretty boy, was completely dumbfounded. "Boss, where did you find this kid? How can his swordsmanship be this ridiculously strong? My god, that's a third-rank demon beast, and he's holding his own against it without losing ground." Several companions in the group turned their heads in unison, pressing Li Jiani for answers. Didn't I say it before? He's my sister's high school classmate. High school classmate. Holy crap. He only awakened his spiritual root a month ago, and he's already at the chi refining stage. Being at the chi refining stage isn't the scary part. What's terrifying is that in less than a month he's honed his swordsmanship to this level. That's insane. The crowd exclaimed in awe, their gazes toward Yang Fan shifting into something different. Li Jiani steadied himself, a surge of pride swelling in his heart. His sister really had an eye for talent. This kid was definitely a dragon among men with a future beyond measure. "Tiger, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red?" Just then someone noticed the silent Hu Zi. His face flushed red and teased him. "Damn it. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute." Hu Zi snapped his head around and cursed. A wave of laughter erupted. Roar. Suddenly another roar echoed and a third-rank demon beast appeared. Hu Zi's face paled, and he immediately grabbed his pair of giant axes ready to rush over and help. However, before his raised foot could land, Yang Fan erupted once more. Boom, boom. Sonic booms erupted beneath Yang Fan's feet. The stones under his stomp shattered into several pieces. What? EXP. Explosive step. He's actually cultivated explosive step to this level. Holy shit. Explosive step is an earth-grade initial movement technique. Is this kid a demon? Hu Zi forcibly halted his momentum. The group erupted in screams of shock again, their faces filled with horror. If Yang Fan's use of the solitary 9 swords to solo the third-rank demon beast, the black-spot ironbone serpent, had stunned them, then his combination of the solitary 9 swords with explosive step truly terrified them. The earth-grade technique explosive step. They had seen it before, and it was notoriously difficult to comprehend. Even Li Jiani had spent days trying to learn it without success. Later, Li Fei, that little girl, took it away. Originally, Li Jiani thought she intended to comprehend it herself, but she actually gave it to Yang Fan. That reckless girl. That was an earth-grade technique. She sure was generous. But none of that was the point. The point was that Yang Fan not only comprehended it. Moreover, he had nearly perfected the earth-grade movement technique explosive step. It was too terrifying. "Boss, are you lying to us? Is this kid really your sister's high school classmate?" "High school, my ass. Have you ever seen a high school rookie take on 2 third-rank demon beasts alone?" "Boss, you're not being honest. You're tricking us." After the shock subsided, the group turned their attention back to Li Jiani, grumbling. "Don't look at me like that. I honestly didn't know he was this incredible, but I'm sure he's my sister's classmate." Li Jiani shrugged, insisting he wasn't lying. In response, the group shot him contemptuous glances, not believing a single word he said. Clang, clang. Every swing of Yang Fan's profound iron greatsword produced a sound of steel clashing. Crack. Eventually, when Yang Fan channeled his spiritual energy and struck the third-rank black-spot ironbone serpent with all his might, the profound iron greatsword snapped. Yang Fan was stunned. Hiss. The third-rank black-spot ironbone serpent let out a screech and lunged at him with lightning speed. Yang Fan hastily retreated, narrowly dodging its venomous fangs, nearly capsizing in the shallows. Just then, Li Jiani and the others noticed Yang Fan's broken sword and rushed over to help. Moments later, they joined forces to slay the 2 third-rank demon beasts. "Yang Fan, are you all right?" Li Jiani approached, concern in his voice. The earlier situation had truly startled him. If anything had happened to Yang Fan, he wouldn't have been able to face Li Fei. Then, his gaze fell upon the half-broken profound iron sword in Yang Fan's hand, and he sighed repeatedly. It could be said that if this profound iron greatsword hadn't given way under the strain, in a little more time, those 2 third-rank demon beasts would have been slain by him alone. This fair-faced youth was truly terrifying. "I'm fine." Yang Fan shook his head and tossed aside the broken sword. 30,000 gone down the drain. He would need to buy a better sword once he returned to the city. "I apologize for mocking you as a pretty boy earlier." Just then, Hu Zi walked over. His face was flushed red as he offered an apology, filled with shame. Though he looked down on pretty boys, he was not an unreasonable man. Moreover, when he was in danger just now and no one else had reacted, Yang Fan had rushed over without hesitation to save him. Setting everything else aside, that kind of magnanimity alone made him feel deeply ashamed. "Brother Tiger, you're too kind. We're all brothers. Helping each other is only right." Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. Despite his fair complexion, over the past month he had slain countless demon beasts in the perilous outskirts of the city. Yang Fan's combat experience was second to none. That was precisely why he could react the moment Hu Zi was ambushed. I have a greatsword here that suits your fighting style perfectly. Take it as a gift. Hu Zi said, pulling a black greatsword from his storage ring and handing it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw that the black greatsword shimmered with flowing light, clearly a valuable item, and quickly waved his hand. Brother Tiger, no need, no need. This sword is too precious. You call me Brother Tiger. If you don't take this sword, it means you look down on me, Hu Zi. Hu Zi insisted, cutting off Yang Fan's retreat. This? Yang Fan's face stiffened and he was dumbfounded. For a moment, he was torn, unsure of what to do. Yang Fan, just take it. It's just a weapon, and it's Hu Zi's way of showing his appreciation. Li Jiani came over and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder, urging him to accept. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy. Li Jiani knew Hu Zi's personality better than anyone. Unless Hu Zi acknowledged someone, not even the Heavenly King himself could get a reaction out of him. Then thank you, Brother Tiger. When we get back to the city, they'll treat you to a drink. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude and didn't refuse further. Haha, you said it. No backing out, or I won't let it slide. Hu Zi laughed heartily, overjoyed. Yang Fan took the greatsword, but it was heavy in his hand. A low-grade treasure weapon. Yang Fan's eyelids twitched when he saw the grade of this sword. Oh my goodness. This Hu Zi was a true brother. In a magic weapon shop, this sword would cost no less than 500 spirit stone coins. There's movement over there. Just as Yang Fan was about to thank, Hu Zi, Li Jiani suddenly spoke. The group's hearts tightened as they quickly looked in the direction Li Jiani was pointing. Due to the dense foliage, although they sensed movement there, they couldn't make out what it was. Brother Li, don't panic. Let me send a puppet to scout ahead. Yang Fan said, summoning 2 support-type puppets from his storage ring. Then he formed hand seals, commanding them to investigate. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 Xinggrade puppets received Yang Fan's command and darted off, swiftly vanishing in the blink of an eye. Oh, holy crap, what the hell are those things? The group's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their faces a mask of shock, utterly dumbfounded. That puppet I crafted, driven by incantations, can be sent for reconnaissance sentry duty, luring monsters and such. Its combat strength is quite weak. Yang Fan's boastful introduction left everyone in stunned silence. A group of people stared wide-eyed, looking at him as if he were a monster. Why are you all staring at me? Yang Fan felt a twinge of nervousness. Nothing, just looking. Are all high school students this versatile now? Boss, is this kid with your sister just a friend or something more? Why do you ask? I have a sister too, seductive and charming. If this kid isn't your sister's boyfriend, I might have to make a move. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Yang Fan, utterly embarrassed, waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Hu, no, this joke isn't funny at all. Who's joking? I'm serious. My sister has a hot figure, curvaceous in all the right places. He'll introduce you to her later. Hu's this expression was earnest, not like he was joking. Yang Fan's face turned pale with fright. Damn, is being too talented a sin? Whoosh. Just then an auxiliary puppet he had sent for reconnaissance returned. Through the information relayed by the puppet, Yang Fan learned the situation deep in the woods. Brotherly, there's a 4th-rank beast ahead. A 4th-rank beast. A gleam of light flashed in Li Jiani's eyes. Then the group drew their magical weapons and advanced cautiously. It's a furried fox. Moments later, when everyone saw the appearance of that 4th-rank beast, they exclaimed in excitement. Huh, Brother Hu, why are you all so happy? Yang Fan looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Fan, the mission our mercenary group took is to hunt the furried fox and collect its eyes. I see. A look of realization dawned on Yang Fan's face. Then the group split up, circled to the other side of the furried fox, and attacked together. Howl. Sensing the crisis, the furried fox let out an eerie howl. Its eyes shimmered with a dazzling brilliance like sapphires. Yang Fan took just one look and felt as if his soul was being drawn away. Don't look into its eyes. Li Jiani bellowed, jolting Yang Fan back to his senses. Damn, those eyes are freaky. Yang Fan cursed, a lingering fear gripping his heart. Then he quickly grabbed the heavy black sword Brother Hu had given him and rushed forward to help. Boom, boom. The sonic booms from his explosive steps were deafening. Coupled with the Overlord's sword, a low-grade treasure, the power unleashed was terrifying. Even though the furried fox was a 4th-rank beast, under Yang Fan's full-force assault, it was forced back several steps. This kid is an absolute demon. Boss, if this kid isn't your sister's boyfriend, I'm making my move. Who says he isn't? He wasn't before, but he is now. Both Li Jiani and Hu Zi had beautiful younger sisters. Earlier, when Li Jiani saw his silly little sister's intimate behavior with Yang Fan, he wasn't too happy. But throughout this journey, the terrifying talent and potential Yang Fan displayed had completely overturned his worldview. This marriage, he as the brother-in-law approved. Hu Zi felt the same, going from mockingly calling him a pretty face to now feeling deep respect. In his estimation, this kid Yang Fan, though just a high school student now, would likely soar to great heights and become a dragon among men in no time. Yang Fan was utterly speechless. Damn it, what were these people going on about? He had just come along to join the fun, so how did it turn into matchmaking? 20 minutes later. Howl. With a mournful cry, the furied fox, its body as large as a tiger's, crashed to the ground. Whoosh. Hu Zi pulled out a dagger and was about to collect its eyes when a hidden weapon struck without warning. Opt. Caught off guard, Hu Zi was hit in the calf, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Brother Hu. Yang Fan's face went pale with alarm as he rushed over. Rustle. Rustle. Then the sound of footsteps approached. From all directions, 7 or 8 men in mercenary attire emerged. The leader with dyed red hair wore a sinister smile. Bloodwolf. Damn you, you dare ambush my men. Li Jianyi's face twisted with fury upon recognizing the newcomer. The Bloodwolf mercenaries. They were the sworn enemies of the Ghost Fox mercenaries. Though relations between the two groups had been tense, direct conflict had never erupted before. Today, Li Jianyi never imagined that while doing a mission with his brother's Bloodwolf would lead a sneak attack. Brotherly, we also took the Furied Fox mission. Could you let us have its eyes? Bloodwolf's sinister smile grew even brighter. Around him, the Bloodwolf mercenaries he brought also wore malicious grins. Like hell. Before Li Jianyi could speak, Hu Zi roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. He endured the pain in his leg, pulled out the hidden weapon, and bandaged the wound with gauze. If that's the case, then forgive us. Attack. Bloodwolf's sinister smile vanished as he commanded his underlings to strike. These Bloodwolf mercenaries claimed to be after the Furied Fox's eyes. But judging by their actions, they were clearly aiming for Li Jianyi's group's lives. Damn it. You want to kill me? See if you're worthy. Hu Zi's face contorted with rage as he gripped his axe tightly, ready to fight. But before he could take 2 steps, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he collapsed to the ground. Fuck. The hidden weapon was poisoned. Hu Zi's face darkened as he roared in anger. Dumb tiger, want the antidote? Kneel down and beg me, and I'll give it to you. Just then a man with a coxcomb hairstyle approached, sneering at the pale-faced Hu Zi. He shook a small bottle in his hand, seemingly the antidote. Wang Gang, go to hell. Hu Zi roared, his face twisted with fury. He struggled to stand, but the dizziness only worsened. Brother Hu, don't move. Let me handle this. Yang Fan stepped forward. A chi refining rookie. Am I seeing things? Wang Gang of the coxcomb hairstyle was utterly astonished. Has the Ghost Fox mercenary sunk so low as to take in any riffraff? Whether I'm a rookie or not, you'll find out soon enough. Yang Fan gave a chilling smile. Though he had never killed a person in his mind, killing a human was probably no different from killing a beast. Kid, you're arrogant. Wang Gang's face turned cold as he lunged at Yang Fan, intending to slaughter this rookie. Thud. As their bodies passed each other, an arm fell to the ground. Kid, now you know my. Hey, that arm looks familiar. Wah. What happened? Where's my arm? Opt. Wang Gang stared at the arm on the ground, about to show off, but as he spoke he grew increasingly uneasy. Suddenly Wang Gang whipped his head around to look at his right hand and let out a blood-curdling scream. Brother Hu, take the antidote first. Bill, kill this bastard. Yang Fan handed the seized antidote to Hu Zi. Brother, you're amazing. I, Hu Zi, don't bow to anyone, not even my parents, but I bow to you. Hu Zi glanced at the arm on the ground, then at the antidote in Yang Fan's hand, and gave a thumbs up. This kid had the face of a pretty boy. But when he got ruthless, he wasn't even human. Yang Fan gave an awkward smile, picked up his sword, and charged back into the fray. In the distance, Wang Gang, now missing an arm, had witnessed Yang Fan's terrifying prowess as a chi refining rookie and bolted. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's explosive steps closed the gap in 3 strides. Then the Overlord heavy sword in his hand descended in a blur of afterimages. Thud. With a dull sound, Wang Gang's head rolled to the ground. Shui Lang heard the commotion and turned his head. When he saw a severed head hurtling toward him, he recoiled in shock. Wang Gang. Upon recognizing the face, his eyes widened with fury, veins bulging as he let out a guttural, enraged roar. The 2 warring factions instantly ceased fighting, frozen in collective horror and disbelief as they stared at the scene. A mere chi condensation stage youth had just slain Wang Gang, the cocky crest-haired cultivator, with 2 swift sword strikes. What utter absurdity. Granted, Wang Gang had underestimated Yang Fan, dismissing the chi condensation stage novice as utterly insignificant. Yet he was still a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. They were separated by an entire major cultivation realm. Boy, I will see you dead. Shui Lang's face twisted into a mask of savagery as he roared and charged forward. Yang Fan, watch out. Seeing the danger, Li Jianyi lunged to intercept, but 2 members of the Shui Lang mercenary corps blocked his path, holding him at bay. You wish me dead? Then prove you possess the strength to do so. Yang Fan sneered, his expression utterly untroubled by fear. Gripping the Overlord heavy sword in one hand, he activated the explosive step technique and surged forward to meet the assault. Boom, boom. Yang Fan unleashed his full power. The thunderous detonations beneath his feet reverberated with terrifying force. Clang. A heavy muffled impact sent him staggering backward 8 or 9 steps. Even the enraged Shui Lang was driven back 3 paces. What the hell? Lang is a nascent soul early cultivator. Damn it. Has this kid swallowed some forbidden elixir? It must be his martial art and footwork, exceptionally refined. Even if his techniques are extraordinary, how could anyone possibly contend across two full major realms? A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed across the Lang mercenary corps. Yang Fan's hands trembled violently from the shockwave. Inwardly, he was stunned by Lang's overwhelming might. Even unleashing his absolute peak power, he knew he stood no chance against such an opponent. Boy, even if you're some monstrous aberration today, you will die. Lang himself was shaken to his core. Precisely because Yang Fan's performance defied all reason, Lang's resolve to eradicate him hardened into iron certainty. Before Yang Fan could even catch his breath, Lang lunged again. His artifact, a long spear, unleashed razor-sharp spear chi that stung Yang Fan's cheeks like shards of ice. In response, Yang Fan wielded the Overlord heavy sword in the spear-breaking form, its sweeping arcs forming an impenetrable, seamless defense. The thunderous booms of the explosive step never ceased. For a moment, even Lang's hurricane-like onslaught failed to breach Yang Fan's guard, a sight that struck awe and terror into every onlooker. Devil, this boy is no mortal. He's a demon incarnate. Break. Consumed by shock and fury, Lang abandoned all restraint and committed his full power. Tum. Yang Fan's body was blasted airborne. The Overlord heavy sword nearly tore from his grip. And then, Lang's spear descended once more, thick with lethal intent, streaking toward Yang Fan's skull. Intent on piercing Yang Fan's head clean through. Brother, watch out. Huzi bellowed, hurling his nearby axe with desperate force to intercept. Clang. The axe shattered midair, yet Lang's spear did not slow. It plunged onward straight for Yang Fan. Thud. A sickening muffled impact rang out. Just as all assumed Yang Fan had been impaled, a puppet figure materialized before him, taking the full brunt of the fatal strike. The puppet disintegrated instantly, while Yang Fan, heart pounding wildly, narrowly escaped death. You were lucky to dodge once, boy. Let's see how many times you can evade. Lang's face darkened with menace as he launched another assault. I'll drag you to hell with me. If you want me dead, I'll take a piece of you with me even if I die today. Yang Fan roared, and in that instant his eyes blazed crimson red. Then, something uncanny occurred. Lang's spear thrust, once a blur, now seemed halved in speed within Yang Fan's perception. He tilted his head aside, gripped the Overlord heavy sword with both hands, and delivered a crushing counterstrike. Boom! An ear-splitting detonation echoed outward. Lang's body flew backward over 10 meters. What just happened? Lang, the boss, was blasted away. Gasps and shrieks erupted across the battlefield. The sheer unhinged brutality of the moment left everyone trembling. They had already deemed it miraculous that Yang Fan could withstand Lang's assault. Now, he had reversed the tide entirely and was dominating him. What in the world? Did Lang overindulge last night, so weakened his essence that he couldn't even best a chi condensation stage novice? No, it's impossible. How did you evade my spear? Lang's eyes widened in raw terror and disbelief. Go ask your grandmother in hell. My mother's still alive. Then go ask her grandmother. Yang Fan's smile was glacial, his grip tightening on the Overlord heavy sword as he charged anew. Aoag. Piercing screams tore through the air, unrelenting and agonized. At that moment, Yang Fan transformed. No longer human, but a ravenous, unstoppable beast. His speed, strength, explosive power, and reflexes all surged several-fold beyond their limits. Thus Lang, a nascent soul early cultivator, was reduced to a whimpering broken wreck begging for mercy. Yet Yang Fan showed no hesitation, no pity, not even a flicker of remorse. Schlick. With one final brutal stroke, Yang Fan severed Lang's head, ending his life in cold, decisive silence. What? The boss is dead. Run. This boy is a devil. A monster. Everyone flee. Oh gods, my dear mother, I want to go home. I need my mother. With Lang's death, his mercenary corps collapsed. His subordinates scattered like startled birds, fleeing in blind panic. None retained the arrogance they displayed upon arrival. Each cursed their own legs for lacking a third pair, running as if pursued by death itself. Even Li Jiani and Huzi stood rooted, scalp prickling with dread. Simultaneously, a single question bloomed in their minds. Is this boy really just a high school student? As the mercenaries vanished into the distance, the crimson glow receded from Yang Fan's eyes. He shook his head hard. His entire body felt hollowed out, racked with unbearable exhaustion. His stance swayed unsteadily like a drunken giant on the verge of collapse. Li Jiani hurried over and steadied him. Xiao Fan, are you all right? I'm fine, brotherly, just utterly drained. What just happened to me? Yang Fan asked, shaking his head again. You don't remember? Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. I do remember, but I can't make sense of why my body changed so drastically just now, Yang Fan admitted, embarrassed. If I'm not mistaken, you activated your ancestral bloodline power in that life or death moment. Bloodline power. Yang Fan blinked, utterly bewildered. He did possess a bloodline. Indeed, the supreme imperial-grade ancient emperor bloodline. But its purity stood at a mere 1%. Could that truly trigger activation? It seems you know little about bloodlines. I'll explain briefly. Though bloodlines may awaken later in life, granting tremendous power, they carry peril as well. Awakening before one possesses sufficient foundation invites catastrophic backlash, even permanent damage to one's cultivation base. Yang Fan's heart sank. He had once planned to gather enough merit points to purify his bloodline to 100%. Now he felt profound relief he hadn't. With only 1% purity, those few minutes of explosive power had left him hollowed out, spent beyond measure. Had his bloodline been stronger, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The mercenary mission concluded successfully. Returning to the city, Yang Fan promised Hu Zi they'd drink together soon, then trudged home weary to his bones. "Brother, are you back? Where's brother Yang Fan? You didn't deliberately test him, did you?" Li Fei dashed out from the courtyard the moment Li Jianyi stepped through the gate, voice tight with anxious concern. Li Jianyi's eye twitched violently as he stared at her. "Test him? What nonsense." Shui Lang's head lay severed on the ground. How dare he even consider it? "Brother, say something." Li Fei grew even more anxious, seeing Li Jianyi standing there in a daze. No. That kid performed like a monster. How could I possibly make things difficult for him? "Little sis, let me tell you something. When you invite him out next time, we're less be more forward, be more passionate," Li Jianyi suggested with a serious expression. "Ah, brother, are you sick?" Li Fei exclaimed, utterly bewildered. After he returned from the mission, she felt her brother had lost his mind. What kind of older brother would advise his sister like that? "Of course I'm not sick. I'm perfectly fine." Li Jianyi patted his chest and added, "Let me tell you, Hu Zi has already set his sights on that kid." "Ah, who?" "Brother who has taken a liking to Xiao Fan. He's not a boy." Li Fei misunderstood, her face full of horror. "You little girl, what nonsense are you thinking? I mean that Yang Fan kid performed exceptionally well on this mission. Hu Zi wants to introduce his sister to Yang Fan as a girlfriend. You know Hu Zi's sister is very beautiful, no less attractive than you." Li Jianyi spoke with utmost seriousness. If it were before with Yang Fan dating Li Fei, he as the older brother would have to carefully consider and observe Yang Fan's character. After this mercenary mission, he, the prospective brother-in-law, was 250 satisfied with this future brother-in-law. If brother who wants to introduce someone, let him. I believe Xiao Fan isn't that kind of person. Li Fei's adorable face was both shy and joyful. What embarrassed her was that her wretched brother had come up with the lousy idea of telling her to wear less and be more passionate. How mortifying. What made her happy was that her brother had a very good impression of Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returned home and checked his status panel. Name Yang Fan. Realm late, Qi refining, 91. 38. Spiritual root, void spirit root. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 2. Physique, chaos Dao body. Martial skills, Duga 9, swords profound, grade high level, perfected explosive step, earth grade, low level, proficiency layer 8, 4160, 010. 0000 puppetry art, special technique, proficiency, layer 3, 581, 0000. Treasure, overlord sword. Points, 13,166. As his life was threatened, he activated his bloodline power once. The purity of his ancient emperor bloodline rose to 2. Alas, it seemed he would have to redouble his efforts to improve his cultivation realm to suppress the backlash of his bloodline power. Ding dong. Suddenly Yang Fan's phone rang with a WeChat message. He picked it up and saw it was from Wang Dazhuang. "Brother Fan, I've got the heart of the 4th tier nether demon tiger. Come get it quickly." Below the message were the coordinates Wang Dazhuang had sent. "On my way." Yang Fan's spirits lifted and all drowsiness vanished. He immediately left to meet Wang Dazhuang. A few minutes later they met. "Fatty, you're something else. I asked you to keep an eye out for the 4th tier nether demon tiger's heart, and you actually got it. How much do I owe you?" Yang Fan said excitedly, giving Wang Dazhuang a thumbs up. "Brother Fan, don't say that. I've got a family mine, or I don't need this small change. Besides, what are we? Talking about money hurts our bond. Just take this nether demon tiger heart." Wang Dazhuang shook his chubby face, firmly refusing Yang Fan's money. "You rascal. All right then. If anything comes up, just say the word." Yang Fan laughed and punched Wang Dazhuang lightly, deeply moved. Although he wasn't short on money before, Wang Dazhuang had been a true friend from the day they met until now. "Brother Fan, you said it yourself. Those puppets you gave me are incredibly useful. How about?" Wang Dazhuang's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together, grinning slyly. "You sly fatty. So that's why you were so eager to give me the nether demon tiger heart late at night. You were scheming against me." Yang Fan's face stiffened as he realized Wang Dazhuang's ulterior motives and cursed him out. "Brother Fan, no. I'm just asking casually. Wang Dazhuang said so, but his small squinting eyes stared pleadingly at Yang Fan. I still have a few mystic-grade puppets here. I'll give them all to you for free. Just help me keep an eye out for materials in return. Yang Fan took out several puppets from his storage ring and handed them to Wang Dazhuang. 1, 2. Wang Dazhuang saw a full 5 of them and fell to his knees in excitement. Brother Fan, you're my real dad. They'll call my old man brother, and you dad. Ouch. Yang Fan kicked him in the backside and scolded with a laugh. Get lost. Keep my puppet making a secret. Don't go blabbing about it. Brother Fan, rest assured. Even if someone pries my mouth open with pliers, I won't say a word. Yang Fan chatted with Wang Dazhuang for a while before heading home. Back home, Yang Fan didn't immediately start crafting spirit-grade puppets. Because his puppetry art was only at the 3rd layer of proficiency, the success rate for crafting a spirit-grade puppet was probably less than 1. Materials from 4th-tier demon beasts weren't easy to come by, so he needed to further increase his proficiency until he was fully confident before attempting to craft a spirit-grade puppet. He took a shower and filled his stomach. Out of habit, Yang Fan picked up his phone, glanced at it, and planned to sleep. Immediately, he noticed that Fatty was up to his antics again in the group chat. Earlier, Yang Fan had given him 5 puppets, and a few days before had given him 3 more. Wang Dazhuang, that sly Fatty, lined up all 8 puppets, stood in the middle for a group photo, and showed off in the chat. Holy crap. Brother Fatty, how much for that puppet? Sell me one. I want one too. My dad's in real estate. We're not short on cash, but we're short on those awesome puppets. Brother Fatty, if you sell me a puppet, you'll be my dad from now on. A crowd was drooling with envy. In the past couple of days at the school's exclusive hunting ground, Wang Dazhuang had been strutting around. With his puppets, he slaughtered the mutated beasts in the hunting ground, making them cry for mercy. His cultivation realm was also advancing rapidly. In another 3 to 5 days, he might reach the mid-body refining stage. At this rate, he really might get into Qingbei University, and all the credit went to those incredible puppets. Other classmates from well-off families were naturally envious. Zhang Ting, Qingbei, Wang Dazhuang, Brother Dazhuang, can you give me one of those puppets? Zhang Ting had shed her former aloofness and was coquettishly begging Wang Dazhuang. Qingbei, Wang Dazhuang, Zhang Ting, take your seduction elsewhere. Don't gross me out in the group. Even if you call me dad, you're not getting one. Wang Dazhuang showed no leniency toward Zhang Ting. Back when she was Yang Fan's girlfriend, she pretended to be so innocent. Ever since Yang Fan failed to awaken his spiritual root and became a laughingstock among the entire school, she had dumped him in front of all the students. Wang Dazhuang had loathed her ever since. Damn it. Now she wanted to act all seductive to get a puppet from him. Was she still dreaming? Wang Dazhuang, you. Don't go too far. Zhang Ting was furious. With all the students in the group, Wang Dazhuang had humiliated her so harshly. How could she stand it? Am I going too far? I didn't sell to any other classmates who asked, so what makes you so special at? Calling me brother once, and am supposed to give you one. Where's your face? Did it grow on your ass? Wang Dazhuang was truly skilled at cursing. His words provoked Zhang Ting into sending a voice message screaming threats. Wang Dazhuang, just wait. Zhang Ting will make you regret this. In the following days, Yang Fan devoted himself entirely to elevating his cultivation realm. As he ceaselessly refined puppets, his proficiency in the art of puppetry also soared with remarkable speed. Roar, roar. One day, just as Yang Fan had finished slaying a wave of beasts lured by his auxiliary puppets, a series of ferocious howls echoed through the air. What is happening? Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he looked up. In the distance, a group of cultivators, their faces etched with panic, scrambled and stumbled toward him. Quick, flee. Another beast tide has emerged from the woods over there. What in blazes? It hasn't been that long, and a second beast tide has already struck. Everyone run for your lives. There are 3rd-tier beasts lurking within the tide. The cultivators shouted as they fled, soon darting past Yang Fan. Behind them, a horde of beasts gave chase. Roar. Spotting Yang Fan standing there in a daze, the beasts roared and lunged at him. Boom, boom. Gripping his overlord greatsword and activating the explosive step, Yang Fan charged into battle. These 2nd-tier beasts, though not weak in strength, were now nothing more than a single strike each for Yang Fan. Ding. Killed a 2nd-tier beast, venomous stinger wasp. Points 30, cultivation value 4885. Ding. Killed a 1st-tier beast, poison lizard. Points 12, cultivation value 1788. Ding. Killed a 2nd-tier beast, twin-headed turtle. Points 36, cultivation value 5885. The series of sonic booms from the explosive step startled the fleeing cultivators. Holy crap, who the hell is that masked maniac? He's insane. What incredible footwork. Those beasts can't even get near him. No kidding. Look at that coffin-like great sword in his hand. He's cleaving through 2nd-tier beasts in one blow. Amid the crowd's astonished exclamations, Yang Fan's Earth-grade martial skill, the explosive step, broke through to the 9th layer of perfection. Instantly, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. Wherever Yang Fan moved, afterimages trailed in his wake. Even the weaker cultivators couldn't keep up with his movements. Previously, after executing one explosive step, there would be a brief pause. But now with the explosive step perfected, Yang Fan could execute it seamlessly without any interruption. From a distance, he appeared as a specter weaving through the beast horde, each strike of his sordid death blow. Even the third-tier beasts couldn't withstand 3 of his strikes. It was utterly astonishing. The cultivators snapped out of their daze and frantically pulled out their phones, recording videos to post on the forums. Everyone, a true powerhouse has appeared in our Feng City. Holy shit, isn't that the super prodigy from our Mengshi High School? Damn it, who is this super prodigy? I still have no clue. Who cares who he is? He's from our school, and that's all that matters. Someone shared the forum video in the class group chat. Instantly, the WeChat group of Class 37 erupted. Zhang Ting stumbled upon the news in the group chat and was overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, she had waited by the entrance of Wang Dazwang's uncle's material shop, hoping to ambush this super prodigy. But after waiting for hours, she caught a cold and never saw him. Today, she had finally laid eyes on him. Zhang Ting hurriedly dressed herself up, intending to go outside the city and have a beautiful encounter with this super prodigy. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had no idea that the gold digger Zhang Ting was looking for him. With the mask on his face, he wasn't worried about being recognized. After slaughtering the beast horde, Yang Fan's cultivation realm, after days of effort, finally broke through to the peak of qi refining. A little more push, and he aimed to reach the foundation establishment stage within 10 days. Hey, super prodigy. After Yang Fan had collected the beast materials and just reached the city gate, Zhang Ting blocked his path. Can I help you? Yang Fan's tone was icy. He was no longer the lovesick fool this body once was. Moreover, his failed spiritual root awakening had shown him Zhang Ting's true despicable nature. Her recent snobbish and hypocritical behavior in the group chat had only deepened his disgust. I want to be friends with you. Zhang Ting spoke, while deliberately flicking her hair and pulling at her collar. She was confident in her looks. After all, she was considered a school beauty. With a bit of enthusiastic initiative, she believed no one could resist her. Not interested. Yang Fan simply sidestepped her and walked on. You. Zhang Ting's smile froze disbelief in her eyes. Moments later, she tried to catch up, but found she couldn't match his pace. So she stopped stomping her feet in frustration. Super prodigy, I waited for you at the material shop that day and even caught a cold. There was no response. Undeterred, Zhang Ting continued. I like you. I want to pursue you. Even if you reject me, I won't give up. She was deeply moved by her own words. But before she could finish, Yang Fan's figure had already vanished. This left her feeling worse than swallowing a fly. Someone recorded this scene and posted it in the group chat. Wang Dazhuang laughed and taunted, some green tea bitch is trying to flirt again, but my bro couldn't care less, huh? Yang Fan sold the excess materials, bought more components for refining a mystic-grade puppet, and returned home to continue improving his proficiency in the art of puppetry. A week later, Yang Fan's proficiency in the art of puppetry advanced from the 3rd layer to the 4th. He took out the materials for refining a spirit-grade puppet from his storage ring. At that moment, he was brimming with confidence about successfully forging the spirit-grade puppet. An hour later, the refinement was a success. The spirit-grade puppet, 100 times more difficult to craft than the mystic-grade, was finally complete. Before him stood an intricately crafted humanoid puppet. Yang Fan's heart surged with excitement as he examined it closely. Then he eagerly took the spirit-grade puppet outside the city to test its strength against some beasts. Upon arriving outside the city, a 2nd-tier beast appeared in the valley ahead. Roar! The beast roared and charged at him. Thud! The spirit-grade puppet shot forward and smashed the head of the unfortunate 2nd-tier beast with a single punch. Instant kill. Hiss! Yang Fan's eyes widened as he drew a sharp breath. Though he had suspected earlier that the spirit-grade puppet forged from 4th-tier beast materials would be formidable, he never imagined its power would reach such an extraordinary level. Seeing that 2nd-tier beasts were no longer a challenge, Yang Fan decided to go straight to the nearby Black Bear Forest. The Black Bear Forest was the territory of 3rd-tier beasts. Roar! As soon as Yang Fan and his spirit-grade puppet arrived at the Black Bear Forest, a bear twice the size of a human burst out. Yang Fan issued an attack command to the puppet. Today he was determined to see the true limits of this spirit-grade puppet's power. Whoosh! The puppet shot forward, instantly launching an assault on the distant 3rd-tier black bear. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening thuds echoed. Yang Fan was stunned to discover that the puppet's strength and explosive power were in no way inferior to the 3rd-tier black bear. This was insane. Was it really this overpowered? If not for the rarity of the nether demon heart material, he would have loved to mass-produce 100 or so of these puppets. At that rate, in the small territory of Feng City, even the stray dogs on the street would get slapped twice. Just then, Yang Fan noticed the puppet had reached its limit and had a sudden inspiration. He tossed his overlord greatsword to it. The spiritual puppet raised its hand to catch it. Originally, Yang Fan thought it would struggle to wield the heavy Overlord sword. However, what shocked Yang Fan was, in the hands of the spiritual puppet, the Overlord sword was as light as a feather. It swung with the might of a roaring tiger. Its power surged once again. Clang, clang, boom. The spiritual puppet did not understand sword techniques or martial skills. It relied solely on brute force and explosive power. 3 strikes actually slaughtered the third-tier demonic beast, the black bear. Hiss! Yang Fan gasped, his heart filled with both shock and joy. The puppet control technique he won in the lottery was truly a divine skill. The refined spiritual puppet could actually wield weapons. This is incredible. Ding. System prompt: your realm has reached the peak of chi refinement. You cannot temporarily gain cultivation points. Upon successful foundation establishment, you can continue to gain cultivation points. Foundation establishment success rate 100. Do you wish to establish your foundation? Yes, no. As Yang Fan was astonished, a system sound echoed in his ears. It turned out that over the past week, he had been focused on leveling up. His cultivation realm had unknowingly reached the edge of foundation establishment. Yang Fan found a clean stone and sat cross-legged. He began to gather the flowing spiritual power in his body towards his dantian to start the foundation establishment. The spiritual puppet held the Overlord sword like the most loyal guard, standing there to keep watch. Once the puppet reached the spiritual grade, there was no longer a distinction between attack type, defensive type, and support type. Because spiritual puppets are all-rounders. They can attack, defend, and also alert and draw monsters. Yang Fan's aura grew stronger. The originally gaseous spiritual power in his body became thicker and eventually transformed into a liquid flowing within his dantian. Foundation establishment successful. Boom. The stone beneath Yang Fan shattered into pieces from the impact of the moment of successful foundation establishment. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes, 2 glints of brilliance flashing deep within. The essence and spirit of his entire being were more restrained and stable than before. Upon closer inspection, he exuded a subtle aura of killing intent. This should be related to his practiced, domineering martial skill Duga 9 swords. Name: Yang Fan realm, early foundation establishment 0. Spirit root, empty spirit root, bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 2. Physique, chaotic, Dao body, martial skills, Duga 9, swords, high level Xian, rank perfected, explosive step, beginner earth, rank perfected, puppet control technique, special skill, proficiency level, 41588200000. Magic treasure, Overlord sword points, 2522. His realm had broken through to early foundation establishment, and his points had unknowingly reached over 25,000. 20,000 points would allow him to draw again. It was time to take a shot and see what treasures he could draw. Roar. Just as Yang Fan was about to draw, a heavy roar echoed. Crack, crack. In the distance, dense trees were directly torn apart by a massive shadow. Suddenly, Yang Fan saw a 2-meter-tall, 2-headed mutated black bear appear. A 2-headed mutated black bear. Its strength could almost rival that of a 4th-tier ordinary demonic beast. Whoosh. The spiritual puppet responsible for guarding immediately charged forward with the sword, launching an attack. Clang. The heavy strike of the spiritual puppet surprisingly did not break through the defense of the 2-headed mutated black bear. Sparks flew. Bang. Another muffled sound echoed as the claws of the 2-headed mutated black bear slammed down its powerful and furious force instantaneously, sending the spiritual puppet flying. Swish. The Overlord sword slipped from its grasp, embedding itself in the ground beside Yang Fan's feet. Yang Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this the strength of a 4th-tier demonic beast? So powerful. However, now that he had broken through to early foundation establishment, he was not without the strength to fight against the 3rd-tier, 2-headed mutated black bear. Clang. Yang Fan raised his hand in a beckoning motion, and the Overlord sword fell into his palm as if drawn by a magnet. As he urged his abundant spiritual power, the entire sword glimmered with a 3-inch sword light. Roar. In the distance, the 2-headed mutated black bear let out another deafening roar, charging forward with a momentum like an avalanche, fierce and brutal. Boom. Boom. Yang Fan stepped forward explosively, creating a sound that reverberated throughout the black bear forest as he gathered power for a deadly strike. With 12 steps taken, the dense liquid spiritual power within him was almost completely drained. Yang Fan slashed out with his sword. The unmatched sword light collided fiercely with the sharp claws of the bear. Swish. The astonishing defensive power of the 2-headed mutated black bear was as fragile as tofu under Yang Fan's full-strength strike. In an instant, it was split in two. Boom. The terrifying sword chi from the Overlord sword also cleaved the large tree behind the powerful 2-headed mutated black bear in half. Roar. The 2-headed mutated black bear let out a heart-wrenching cry as its massive body crashed to the ground. Ding. Killed the 3rd-tier demonic beast, 2-headed mutated black bear. Points 66. Cultivation value 13,555. Yang Fan's eyes widened as he panted, lightly stunned. Had his strength really increased this much after Foundation establishment? He looked at the terrifying sword mark left by the two-headed mutated black bear and couldn't help but click his tongue. He was overexerting himself. At this moment, Yang Fan felt that he didn't even need to use all his strength to deal with this third-tier, two-headed mutated black bear. Probably with 3/10 of his power, he could slay it. That made sense. His martial skill Duga 9 swords and his movement technique explosive step had both reached perfection, coupled with his already powerful holy body spirit root and bloodline. He had truly been overly tense. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yang Fan was about to search for more demonic beasts to test his strength, bright lights lit up in the sky from the direction of Feng City. Yang Fan looked up, his expression slightly changing. This was an emergency summons issued by the Cultivation Association, and based on the color, it was an urgent call for Foundation establishment cultivators. What is happening? Why would the Cultivation Association issue an emergency summons? Yang Fan muttered to himself. Then, seeing that he had also broken through to early Foundation establishment, he decided to return to the city to see what was going on. Emergency summons are only issued when great events occur. Moreover, it was calling for Foundation establishment cultivators. Considering the recent frequent beast tides near Feng City, something serious might have really happened. Half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the city and headed to the Cultivation Association. In the Cultivation Association, he didn't know anyone. The only person he knew was Elder Tang, who handled the examination of the cultivator badges. Yang Fan arrived at the association hall and found Elder Tang. As usual, the old man was lazily lying on a recliner, sleeping soundly. Elder Tang, what happened at the Cultivation Association? Why is there suddenly an emergency summons for Foundation establishment cultivators? Yang Fan asked curiously. What are you, a little brat, making a fuss about? Go away, it has nothing to do with you, don't disturb my sleep, Elder Tang said, without even opening his eyes. Yang Fan felt embarrassed and said, Elder Tang, I've already reached Foundation establishment. If it has nothing to do with me, then he'll really leave. Go on, go on. What Foundation establishment? What did you just say? You succeeded in Foundation establishment. Elder Tang jumped up from the recliner, almost hitting the ceiling. He didn't care at all, just staring wide-eyed at Yang Fan in shock and amazement. I just established my foundation today. Yang Fan shrugged and slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a stream of spiritual power condensed into sword chi appeared at his fingertip. Clang. Elder Tang rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Elder Tang, why did you faint again? Are you getting old? Someone come help. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock, quickly calling for help. No need, no need. The old man is still very strong. A quick-acting heart-saving pill is all I need. Elder Tang perked up and got back to his feet. He pulled out a bottle of 6-flavor Remania pills from his pocket and popped 2 into his mouth. Yang Fan's eye twitched as he wanted to remind him that he took the wrong medicine. Elder Tang grabbed him and rushed outside. Kid, come with me quickly. I hope it's not too late. Yang Fan was utterly bewildered. He couldn't figure out what sudden whim had seized Old Tang. Old Tang, where are you taking me? To the Star Observation Pavilion to sign you up for the China Sakura Country trial. What? Sign up for a trial? I'm not going. Yang Fan pulled free from Old Tang's arm, refusing outright. He still needed to continue breaking through to higher realms to fend off the backlash from his bloodline awakening. You brat, don't be blind to your own good fortune. This is a golden chance to make a name for yourself. I wouldn't give a personal recommendation to just anyone. Besides, this is a contest between cultivators of China and Sakura Country. The nation's honor rests on every citizen's shoulders. Old Tang scowled, draping a heavy mantle of duty over Yang Fan. He was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, wasn't this just a trial among Foundation establishment cultivators? How had it escalated to the level of national affairs? The crux was that the old man was laying it on thick with grand rhetoric. Terrifying. In the end, caught between Old Tang's coercion and persuasion, Yang Fan could only reluctantly agree. 10 minutes later, Old Tang led Yang Fan to the Star Observation Pavilion, the residence of Feng City's bigwigs. Esteemed leaders, I strongly recommend this young man for the trial against Sakura Country to win glory for our nation. Upon entering the grand hall of the Star Observation Pavilion, Yang Fan felt a twinge of nervousness. Old Tang directly began his vigorous endorsement. Instantly, every bigwig in the hall turned their heads in unison to look. Yang Fan felt the immense pressure, his breathing turning ragged. But he was no longer the weakling who had just awakened his spiritual root. Even though the intangible aura oppressed his breath, he still stood tall, his back straight, his expression calm. This sight made the assembled magnates' eyes flicker with a hint of wonder and secret amazement. What background did this youth have? His face still bore traces of youthful immaturity, making him look like a high school student who hadn't graduated. How could he possess such a composed and unruffled state of mind? Old Tang, you're too late. Our Feng City slots are already filled, Lin Bei said, withdrawing his gaze and speaking in a grave tone. Chief Chin, if the slots are full, then use your privilege to squeeze in an extra one for him. Old Tang pressed on. Use my privilege to get him an extra slot. Old Tang, what's this kid's background that makes you push so hard for him? Qin Baihe was shocked. This kid's name is Yang Fan. He's a new senior at Mengshi High School in our Feng City this year, hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet. What? A new senior? It's only been a month since the 100-day sprint to the exams began, and he's already at foundation establishment. How is that possible? Even if he's at foundation establishment, he's just broken through. His foundation is unstable. How can we waste an important slot on him? I won't agree. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Some agreed, some opposed. The entire grand hall of the Star Observation Pavilion buzzed with discussion. Yang Fan stood there feeling a bit awkward. He didn't know any of these bigwigs. He couldn't even get a word in amidst their debate. Old Tang, since you recommend him so strongly, I'll give him a chance. But before I grant him the slot, he must pass a test against a third-order mechanism dummy. Qin Baihe pondered for a moment and made his decision. A new senior who had broken through to the foundation establishment realm in just 1 month. It was truly astonishing. No wonder a man of Old Tang's high esteem was pushing him for the trial. However, although as Feng City's chief, he could use his privilege to pull strings for Yang Fan. He first needed to test Yang Fan's strength to see if he was qualified. A few minutes later, Yang Fan was led by the crowd to a massive hall for testing strength. Inside the hall, rows of mechanism dummies were arrayed. One of them, driven by a staff member's incantation, strode forward with agile steps. Yang Fan stared blankly. This mechanism dummy was pretty much the same as the puppet he had refined. A mechanism dummy with the strength of a third-order demon beast. Was this thing really sure to be a match for him? Not that Yang Fan looked down on the dummy before him, but it probably couldn't even beat his spirit-grade puppet. Kid, scared are you? This trial against Sakura Country is no ordinary affair. Defeating a third-order demon beast-level mechanism dummy is the bare minimum. Yang Fan, go for it. This old man believes in you. The crowd, thinking Yang Fan was intimidated by the scene, burst into laughter. Old Tang stood by full of encouragement. Over the past month, he had watched Yang Fan grow. His potential and talent were absolutely unprecedented. That was why Old Tang had such confidence in him. Esteemed leaders, I'm not scared. I'm just worried that if I break this mechanism dummy, will I have to pay for it? Yang Fan explained awkwardly. The crowd's expressions stiffened as they exchanged glances. Kid, you're young and not much of a cultivator, but you sure have a knack for boasting. This mechanism dummy is made of bronze and iron with astonishing defensive power. If you have the skill to break it, you won't have to pay compensation, Qin Baihe promised with a light chuckle. Really? In that case, I'm relieved. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, after a moment's thought, he decided not to act personally. With his current strength going all out, let alone a mere third-order demon beast, he was confident he could slay even a fourth-order one within 3 sword strikes. As for this mechanism dummy before him, let his spirit-grade puppet practice on it. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan raised his hand and waved, summoning the spirit-grade puppet from his storage ring. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing? A mechanism dummy? No, that's not a mechanism dummy. Kid, what did you just summon? Whatever it is, it's just some trickery, nothing refined. The crowd was startled by the spirit-grade puppet Yang Fan had summoned. Esteemed leaders, this is a spirit-grade puppet I refined. Using it to defeat the mechanism dummy will be more than enough. As he spoke, Yang Fan tossed the Overlord heavy sword to the spirit-grade puppet. The puppet caught it, deftly flicking its wrist to trace arcs of sword light. A truly stunning sight. Damn, your spirit-grade puppet is this advanced. It can even use weapons. The eyes of the assembled magnates nearly popped out. At that moment, Yang Fan formed a hand seal, and the spirit-grade puppet swung its sword forward. Whoosh. Its speed was like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages. Boom, boom, crack. 3 strikes. In just 3 strikes, the mechanism dummy, which had barely begun to assume a defensive stance, collapsed into a heap of scrap metal. Hiss. The entire hall echoed with sharp intakes of breath, so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the power of Yang Fan's spirit-grade puppet. What the hell? A third-order demon beast-level mechanism dummy, cleaved apart in 3 strikes. Was this for real or a joke? In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked innocent and quickly spoke up. Chief Qin, you said earlier that if I broke the mechanism dummy, I wouldn't have to pay. Qin Baihe, I twitched violently at Yang Fan's words. What was going on in this kid's head? Was he, the dignified chief of Feng City, going to go back on his word over a broken mechanism dummy? Kid, that puppet is indeed impressive, but it doesn't represent your own strength, so it doesn't count. You need to personally take the test. Esteemed leaders, I personally guarantee that Yang Fan's strength is certainly no less than that of most foundation establishment cultivators. Old Tang stepped forward, patting his chest as a guarantee. Even so, the crowd around, still regaining their senses, remained unconvinced. Fine, I will test my own strength this time. Yang Fan retrieved his spirit-grade puppet from his storage ring and walked to the center of the hall. He scanned the rows of mechanical puppets in the distance, finally fixing his gaze on a giant mechanical puppet standing alone. Leader Qin, let's use that 2-meter tall mechanical puppet for the test. It looks much stronger than an ordinary third-tier mechanical puppet. As soon as Yang Fan's words fell, the entire hall erupted in exclamations. What? Using a 5th-tier mechanical puppet for the test? Kid, are you crazy? With your meager strength, how could you challenge a 5th-tier mechanical puppet? A 5th-tier mechanical puppet possesses strength comparable to that of a late golden core cultivator. Are you certain? The crowd looked at Yang Fan as if he were a madman. Seeing Yang Fan's arrogance, Old Tang hurried over to dissuade him. Yang Fan ignored him, raising his head to look at Leader Qin, saying, If I break it, do I need to compensate? The muscles at the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. They were filled with a desire to curse. It didn't matter to them. What they cared about was Yang Fan's arrogance, his boastfulness. This kid is worried about breaking the 5th-tier mechanical puppet. What a joke. With his little foundation establishment cultivator strength, how could he possibly destroy a 5th-tier mechanical puppet? Little fellow, since you were so confident, then let's see what you can do. Don't say you broke this broken mechanical puppet. If you truly have the ability to dismantle the Star Observation Pavilion, I will praise you for it. Lin Bei smiled slightly, expecting Yang Fan's performance. At this moment, he had made up his mind that as long as Yang Fan could last 2 rounds against the 5th-tier mechanical puppet, he would make an exception and grant Yang Fan a spot in the trial. In the distance, many people awaited a spectacle. Old Tang looked worried. Originally, he had brought Yang Fan here to secure a spot for him in the trial. Now things had suddenly spiraled out of control. Moreover, these seniors from the Star Observation Pavilion were very dissatisfied with Yang Fan's youthful arrogance. If he did not perform well enough to satisfy the seniors present, obtaining this spot would be difficult. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the Overlord heavy sword, squinting at the approaching 5th-tier mechanical puppet. The reason he chose the 5th-tier mechanical puppet was not out of arrogance or ignorance, but rather to take this opportunity to test the limits of his own strength. At the same time, he aimed to silence the seniors of the Star Observation Pavilion completely, so they wouldn't keep chattering, questioning his strength as too weak. It was infuriating. The test began. Boom. The 5th-tier mechanical puppet charged forward like lightning, its speed creating afterimages. The crowd shook their heads slightly at this sight. They felt that Yang Fan, this little foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. Bang! The sound of steel colliding echoed through the hall, sparks flying. Yang Fan's body was hurled backwards. He retreated several steps before finally neutralizing the terrifying impact of the 5th-tier mechanical puppet. What? He actually withstood a hit from the 5th-tier mechanical puppet. This kid is only a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. How is that possible? There's some skill here. I underestimated this little fellow earlier. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Yang Fan's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, the 5th-tier mechanical puppet launched its second round of attacks. Yang Fan no longer passively defended. Holding the Overlord heavy sword, he took the initiative to counterattack. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for 3 rounds. Yang Fan was sent flying again. Yet even so, he did not fall. Hiss! The seniors present gasped at this scene. Their hearts were tumultuous and filled with astonishment. Old Tang's shoulders shivered with excitement. This kid astonishingly managed to last 3 rounds against a 5th-tier mechanical puppet whose strength was comparable to a late golden core cultivator. Now, even if he were to lose immediately, this spot was secured. I told you this kid will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. Very good, very good. I guess at most he'll last 2 more rounds before he loses. 5 rounds. A foundation establishment early-stage cultivator enduring 5 rounds against a 5th-tier mechanical puppet is truly remarkable. Old Tang, you truly have an eye for talent, discovering such a promising young man. Very good, very good. The crowd continuously marveled, expressing great satisfaction with Yang Fan's display of strength. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, both sides fought for 5 rounds. Just when everyone thought Yang Fan was about to lose, he unleashed all his power, turning defense into offense. Boom! Boom! Yang Fan executed the explosive step, creating sonic booms underfoot, his figure vanishing within the hall, leaving behind afterimages. Wow, what? He wasn't using his full strength earlier. How could that be? He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possess such terrifying movement techniques? With each step creating sonic booms, the floor is nearly cracked. What terrifying explosive power. Is this kid a devil? The crowd was so shocked that they nearly bit their tongues, their eyes nearly popping out. At this moment, the crowd was no longer concerned with how many rounds Yang Fan could last. Instead, they were questioning how a mere foundation establishment cultivator could possess such terrifying explosive power. The crowd watched Yang Fan locked in battle with the 5th-tier mechanical puppet, their hearts tumultuous, filled with shock and astonishment. After a moment, they regained their senses, their gazes fixed on Old Tang. Old Tang, is this kid really a freshman in this year's senior class? He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Lin Bei took a deep breath, calming his mind. Absolutely true. A student from class 37 at Mengshi High School, once the top scholar of Mengshi High School. However, when the school tested for spiritual roots, he did not awaken them at that time and was unclear about the situation. But later, during 2 tests at the association, he was found to have an imperial-grade spiritual root once and a chaos Dao body and ancient emperor bloodline the other time. After hearing this, everyone staggered, nearly fainting on the spot. Not to mention the strongest imperial-grade spiritual root. The top of the 10 sacred bodies, the chaos Dao body and the ancient emperor bloodline. My goodness, what in the world is this kid? Is he perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? Old Tang looked at the battle in the distance, his heart similarly turbulent. This kid's growth had completely overturned his worldview. Due to his rapid heartbeat, Old Tang hurriedly took out 6 flavor Remania pills from his pocket and stuffed 2 into his mouth. At this moment, Yang Fan had completely abandoned defense. The unparalleled 9 Swords ultimate technique. Predicting the enemy's moves, advancing without retreat. No technique is better than having no technique. Offense is always the best defense. The moment Yang Fan abandoned defense, his strength was fully unleashed. The 5th-tier mechanical puppet could only defend passively. Bang! Bang! The torrential sword chi struck the 5th-tier mechanical puppet with overwhelming force. Crack! In the end, Yang Fan explosively shattered the 5th-tier mechanical puppet. This battle, which could be described as thrilling and visually impactful, came to an end. The entire hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. He, a mere initial stage foundation establishment youth, had actually blown up a puppet that possessed strength comparable to a latest-stage golden core cultivator. The crowd turned to look at the 5th-order puppet, now a pile of smoking scrap metal, and their facial muscles twitched violently. Then, as if by tacit agreement, they all looked at Yang Fan, their gazes as if they were staring at a monster. A genius. A prodigy. Suddenly, they realized that those geniuses and prodigies were nothing compared to this devilish young man before them. Chief Qin, you said earlier that if I destroyed the puppet, I wouldn't have to pay for it, Yang Fan said, panting slightly. The fierce, storm-like assault earlier had drained his stamina and spiritual energy considerably. However, after that intense battle, he had a rough idea of his current limits. Did he possess the strength to contend with a latest-stage golden core cultivator? Not bad. Kid, can't you think bigger? I, Lin Bei, am at least the chief of Feng City. When have I ever been a petty man? Lin Bei scolded with a laugh, his tone and attitude completely different from before. The big shots who had previously looked down on Yang Fan were now all exceptionally enthusiastic. Subsequently, Lin Bei announced on the spot that he would make an exception and give Yang Fan a trial spot, telling him to go home and prepare. Yang Fan left. The group of big shots returned to the main hall, each with an excited and thrilled expression on their faces. Elder Tang, I still can't believe it. Let me ask again, is this kid really a senior from Mengshi High School? Although Elder Tang had already answered clearly earlier, the crowd was still dazed as if in a dream. Elder Tang, looking smug, boasted, of course. What do you think, esteemed ones? The young man I recommended, not bad, right? Not just not bad. The overall strength of our foundation establishment cultivators in Feng City ranks at the bottom among the 38 cities nationwide. With this kid as our trump card, he will absolutely become the strongest dark horse in the trials, sweeping away all the geniuses and prodigies from Sakura country. The crowd buzzed with discussion, sighing in admiration. They were very optimistic about Yang Fan's performance in the upcoming trial against Sakura country. On the other side, Yang Fan dragged his exhausted body back home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw both his parents at home. Dad, Mom, why are you home? Didn't you go to work today? Yang Fan was startled. Son, if there's something on your mind, tell your parents. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Mom, I don't understand what you mean. I haven't been hiding anything. You little rascal, still not being honest. Your dad went to school today, and the teacher said you haven't been there for a month. Oh, that, Yang Fan said awkwardly. Did the homeroom teacher tell you I awakened my spirit root? Awakened a spirit root? You silly boy, why are you still so fixated on that spirit root matter? Yang Fan's mother, Duan Tsuehua, her eyes reddening, stroked his head. Had he still not gotten over the shock of not awakening a spirit root after a month? Mom, I really did awaken a spirit root. Forget it, you won't believe me anyway. Let me show you. Yang Fan raised his hand and pointed lightly at a brick in the corner. With a puff, the brick was instantly sliced by a sharp sword aura emanating from Yang Fan's hand. This scene terrified his parents. Son, you. Mom, Dad, do you believe I've awakened a spirit root now, eh? Yang Fan asked, grinning. You little rascal. When did you awaken your spirit root? Why didn't you tell us? The couple's eyes reddened instantly, and they wept for joy. Dad, remember that day I went to the slaughterhouse with you? I said I awakened my spirit root in the restroom then. It's not my fault you didn't believe me. Yang Fan explained with a smile, earning a scolding from his father, who glared and puffed his beard. Mom, Dad, since you asked about the spirit root, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Mom, Dad, I've reached the foundation establishment stage. I'm going to represent Feng City in the trial against Sakura Country, so we'll be away for a while. What? You've reached the foundation establishment stage, and you're going to win glory for our country. You little brat, you haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet. This. I don't believe it. It's true. Chief Qin himself gave the order. I just came back from the Star Observation Pavilion. He'll prepare and leave tomorrow. Yang Fan looked reluctant. After all, since he had transmigrated to this world, this was his first time leaving Feng City. Moreover, who knew how long it would be before he could return home? Your father is proud of you. Kill a few of those little Japs and win glory for our country, ha! You little rascal, you've made it. Since it's Chief Qin's order, go. Yang Dajuan and his wife were very open-minded and were gratified that Yang Fan had achieved something. At noon, the family of three ate a harmonious meal together. In the afternoon, Yang Fan thought it over. He went to the market's artifact shop and spent several $100,000 to equip his spirit-grade puppet with a formidable set of gear. First, a high-grade magical greatsword, then a set of training clothes with a certain degree of defense. This way, his spirit-grade puppet's strength was greatly enhanced. It could easily handle beasts below the fourth order. Besides weapons and armor, Yang Fan also purchased quite a few pills for emergencies. After everything was ready, he returned home and quietly awaited the next day. In the evening, bored Yang Fan remembered that his accumulated points were enough for another lottery draw. Points 25222 draw. He clicked the virtual draw button. Instantly, the long-missed spinning wheel appeared and began to rotate rapidly. Yang Fan felt a little nervous. A 2000 point draw. What kind of treasures would he get? Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the Imperial Grade Sword Spirit Root. The next draw requires 50000 points. What the hell? Imperial Grade Sword Spirit Root. I already have a Spirit Root, so why did I draw another one? Could it be I'll end up with a dual Spirit Root? Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword Spirit Root, the strongest Imperial Grade Sword-type Spirit Root. Gold Spiritual Energy Acquisition Speed, 200 Sword Skill Proficiency, 500 Sword Skill Power, 100 Sword Skills can break through limits to reach the Transcendent Realm. After reading the description of the Sword Spirit Root, Yang Fan was shocked by its power. Compared to the Void Spirit Root, he felt this Sword Spirit Root suited him better. Yang Fan, filled with excitement, wanted to try fusing it. Perhaps he could really end up with a dual Spirit Root. However, after trying for a long time, he found that this Sword Spirit Root simply couldn't be fused. Well, that's it. 2000 points wasted. Yang Fan was so angry he wanted to curse. Ding. The Void Spirit Root can devour the Sword Spirit Root. Devour immediately. Yes, no, devour. Yang Fan was stunned again. Then he clicked the Devour button. Devouring in progress, please wait. Devour successful. Void Spirit Root, the strongest Imperial Grade Spirit Root on the surface. Devoured once. Cultivation Speed 700, compatible with any attribute of Spiritual Energy Comprehension, 120, a breakthrough rate 40. Devoured attribute Sword Skill Proficiency, 500 Sword Skill Power, 100 Sword Skills can break through limits to reach the Transcendent Realm. My Void Spirit Root can actually devour other Spirit Roots and acquire their attributes. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He wasn't mistaken. It had truly devoured another. The already freakishly powerful Void Spirit Root had seen a significant boost in all attributes. Most importantly, it had gained the attribute of the devoured Imperial Sword Spirit Root. Hiss! Yang Fan drew in a sharp breath, his heart pounding with a mix of shock and elation. At that moment, he began to anticipate his next draw, wondering if he could also devour bloodlines or sacred physiques. If he could continuously stack devoured traits, he would truly become invincible. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the class group. Xiaolei, everyone, guys, big news. Big news. The annual trial between Chinese and Sakura dog cultivators is about to start. Let it start. What's it to us? That's for those foundation establishment big shots. Besides, Fengcheng is in a remote location with few foundation establishment cultivators. We always end up last in the trials. A group of students thought it was nothing major. It was just the trial with the Sakura country cultivators. They participated every year, and every year they came in last. They were just there to fill the ranks. Boring. You guys don't know squat. This year is different. Different how? Spill it. Rumor has it that this year 2 senior high school freshmen from Fengcheng are joining the trial. What? 2 senior freshmen? How is that possible? Zhangting Xiaolei, I don't believe it. It's impossible. Joining the trial requires foundation establishment cultivation. How could a senior freshman reach that level? Didn't the head teacher say body refinement late stage gets you into key schools, chi refining early stage gets you into Qingbei, and foundation establishment gets you into heaven? The group exploded. A chorus of exclamations and murmurs arose. No one believed that a senior high school student could break through to foundation establishment just a month after awakening their spirit root. It had to be a joke. Yang Fan was also shocked by the messages. Besides him, there were other senior freshmen joining the trial. Who could it be? Zhao Lei, who told you that? Who are the two freshmen? Yang Fan couldn't help but send a message asking. According to my intel, one is Han Bing, the prodigal daughter of Rudong High School. Hiss. Han Bing has reached foundation establishment. How is that possible? Oh my god, there are only 70 days left until the college entrance exam. This is so discouraging. If this is true, what realm will she be in 70 days? Golden Core or Nascent Soul? Dear heavens. A Golden Core or Nascent Soul student taking the exam. How are we supposed to compete? The chatter in the group grew louder, everyone feeling their self-esteem take a severe blow. What about the other one? You said there were two freshmen. Who's the other one? I don't know the other one. You don't know? Well, my dad let it slip when he was drunk last night. When I pressed him, he chewed me out saying it's classified. Zhao Lei replied with an awkward expression. The crowd buzzed with excitement again. The conversation shifted from Han Bing to the other prodigy. Do you think the other prodigy could be from our school? No way. He's a freak at our school, but he can't compare to Han Bing from Rudong. I think it might be another prodigy from Rudong, Zhang Yong, the Hegemon Blade, with the Imperial Saber Spirit root. It's not him. I heard my old man muttering in his drunken stupor that the second prodigy was personally nominated by Chief Qin. Even though Zhang Yong is a super prodigy, he's always overshadowed by Han Bing. How could he deserve a personal nomination from Chief Qin? Yang Fan had lost interest in reading further. The second person wasn't him, of course. It seemed this journey wouldn't be lonely, there would be an old acquaintance. He closed the group chat and went asleep. The next morning, Yang Fan got up and bid farewell to his parents. Then he took a mask from his storage ring, put it on, and headed to the assembly point. Everyone had gathered at the departure point. Fengcheng had 50 slots. At the front of the crowd led by Qin Baihe, a group of Fengcheng big shots had come to see them off. After all, this trial was not only about China's honor, but also about Fengcheng's reputation. It was very important. Han Bing turned her head, and upon seeing the masked Yang Fan approaching from a distance, showed an expression of surprise and disbelief. He had also reached foundation establishment. She had underestimated him. Holy crap. That hats. Behind the big shots, the principals of various high schools were also present. When Jiang Daonan, the principal of Mengshi High School, suddenly spotted Yang Fan in the crowd, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't this kid at Qi refining stage just a while ago? How had he already reached foundation establishment in the blink of an eye? And he had no idea that Yang Fan was participating in the trial against Sakura Country. Jiang Daonan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After double-checking, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. That masked kid was indeed Yang Fan, the super prodigy of their Mengshi High School. Still in disbelief, Jiang Daonan secretly pulled out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to Yang Fan's homeroom teacher Zhang Dongliang for confirmation. So far, only 3 people in the entire Mengshi High School knew Yang Fan's true identity: himself, Zhang Dongliang, and Yang Fan's classmate Wang Dezhuang. A moment later, Zhang Dongliang replied, even more excited than Principal Jiang Daonan. My dear heavens. Principal is this our class Yang Fan? I sent you the photo to confirm, and you're asking me. Jiang Daonan almost cursed. Principal, hold on, ask our class Dezhuang. He's Yang Fan's good buddy, hell no for sure. So teacher Zhang went to find Wang Dezhuang. After a short while, he replied. Finally, the 3 of them confirmed that this masked guy was indeed their school's super prodigy Yang Fan. Old Jiang, shocked aren't you? Our school's top prodigy Han Bing has already reached foundation establishment and is joining the trial against Sakura Country to win glory for the nation. And look at the rotten eggs in your school still struggling to break through body refinement in the hunting grounds, ha. Zhou Haitao, the principal of neighboring Rudong High School, gloated smugly. Yes, your school is the best. Jiang Daonan's face stiffened as he forced a flattering reply. Watching Zhou Haitao's petty triumph, Jiang Daonan felt no anger at all. Your school has the prodigy Han Bing, but doesn't ours. Our Yang Fan is no less than your top prodigy Han Bing. Who is stronger? Well, settle it at the college entrance exam. When that time comes, let's see if you old geezer can still laugh. In the class group of Class 7, Grade 3, Wang Dezhuang, everyone breaking news. The latest reliable info. Another senior from Fengcheng participating in the trial is none other than our super prodigy from Mengshi Middle School. Wang Dezhuang, with his big mouth, had just seen the photo from the homeroom teacher. He excitedly barged into the class group, shouting and yelling. Whoa, our school's super prodigy. Is that for real? This can't be fake. If Fatty says it, I believe it. 666. This year's college entrance exam, our Mengshi Middle School is determined to rival Rudong Middle School. The group exploded, filled with cheers and screams. Among them, Wang Dezhuang was the most emotional. Last night, when everyone was discussing who the other senior prodigy bringing glory to the nation might be, he had considered Yang Fan. But later he ruled it out, thinking that in just a month, even if Yang Fan rode a rocket, he couldn't possibly have reached foundation establishment so quickly. Yet upon waking up, he was proven wrong. Even if his face was swollen from the slap, his heart was filled with joy and excitement. On the other side, Chief Lin Bei made a brief speech. The 50 Foundation establishment cultivators from Fengcheng then set off. Outside the city, the leading elder Yu, a strikingly seductive and charming beauty. She handed everyone an electronic wristband. This wristband will be the most crucial item for your upcoming trial. The wristband will display the latest trial tasks and military merit info after killing demon beasts. Yu introduced her, alluring lips parting and closing incredibly enticing. Yet no one dared to harbor any improper thoughts. She was a genuine nascent soul powerhouse. Yang Fan put on the wristband and checked its functions. Task reached the designated coordinates. Time 3 days. Total participants 50005000, military merit 0, rank 5000th. After Yuji's introduction, the 50 Foundation establishment cultivators began forming teams freely. Once teams were formed, they could depart. The task coordinates were clearly marked. Everyone, regardless of method, just needed to reach the coordinate point within 3 days to complete phase 1 of the trial. Of course, killing demon beasts along the way to earn military merit was also crucial. This would affect subsequent rankings and rewards. Yang Fan looked up to see cultivators calling out to form teams. Everyone declared their spiritual root attributes and preferred combat styles, seeking suitable teammates. Some were modest while others raised their chins, extremely arrogant. Yang Fan glanced around, shook his head, and set off alone following the electronic wristband. He had no intention of teaming up. First, his strength didn't require teammates. Second, he preferred to act alone and didn't get along with others. In the distance, Han Bing was about to step toward him, but she saw Yang Fan heading into the forest alone and froze. Was he going to the coordinate point alone? While Han Bing was lost and thought Yang Fan had already vanished into the forest, then the cultivators who hadn't finished forming teams noticed. Whoa, what am I seeing? That kid's going alone to the wristband coordinates without a team. I heard he's this year's senior, probably thinks he's invincible, just showing off. It's hundreds of miles from here to the coordinates. If he makes it alone, I'll live stream myself eating a 5-speed fan. There have been plenty of show-offs like him in past years, but 90% ended up dead. Does he think this trial in the Sakura country is like a school hunting ground? A crowd jeered, but Yang Fan ignored their taunts and continued forward. Yu, overseeing the Fengcheng trial, furrowed her brows slightly. Roar! Suddenly, a Tier 3 demon beast burst from the dense forest. Damn, a Tier 3 beast, and this close to the city. That's bizarre. That show-off kid's in for it. He might not even get started before becoming the first casualty among the 5,000 cultivators. Seeing Yang Fan's arrogance, the crowd watched with schadenfreude. Yang Fan eyed the charging Tier 3 beast, a faint disdainful smirk curling on his lips. The next moment, a black flash appeared in his hand. With a swift sword stroke, the charging Tier 3 beast's head rolled to the ground. Ding! Killed. Tier 3 demon beast, Ironbone Bear, 52 points, 14600 cultivation value. Yang Fan's clean single-stroke kill of the Tier 3 beast stunned the distant crowd. The jeers and schadenfreude turned into gasps of amazement. Such fast swordsmanship. He one-shot a Tier 3 beast. Is he really a senior from Fengcheng who hasn't graduated yet? The Ironbone Bear is the weakest Tier 3 beast. EY can kill it in one blow too, nothing special. Some were shocked, others sneered. As Yang Fan disappeared from sight, the crowd resumed teaming up. A few cultivators, thinking themselves handsome and charming, approached Han Bing, the prodigy and school beauty from Rudong Middle School. Han Bing, aloof, ignored them. She cast a deep glance in the direction Yang Fan had gone, then also set off alone. Damn, Rudong's top prodigy is going solo too. Are this year's seniors so arrogant? Should I lament their ignorance or admire their courage? The crowd erupted again, the scene in chaos. I twitched. She was speechless. What were these two newbies thinking? Causing trouble? Did they really think that reaching Foundation establishment as seniors made them invincible? Yang Fan had no idea how much stir his solo act had caused. He swore he wasn't trying to show off. He just couldn't be bothered to interact with these people. Traveling alone was more comfortable. Besides, he had a few puppets in his storage ring. So he wasn't exactly fighting alone. Once deep in the lush forest, Yang Fan didn't rush at top speed. As Yu had clearly stated, military merit was equally important. So he planned to spend the 3 days killing more demon beasts to accumulate merit. He opened the wristband and saw the data had updated. Military merit 3, rank 5,000th. It seemed the ranking data wasn't updated in real time. No matter, as long as the merit updated instantly. Roar! Another demon beast appeared ahead. Yang Fan summoned a spirit-grade puppet from his storage ring. Whoosh! The puppet, wielding a high-grade artifact, dashed forward and struck with its sword. Thud! The Tier 2 beast was instantly slain. Ding! Killed. Tier 2 demon beast, twin-headed turtle, 36 points, 7589 cultivation value. Ding! Killed. Tier 2 demon beast, black-scaled snake, 30 points, 5880 cultivation value. Ding! Killed Tier 1 Demon Beast Poison Lizard 12 points 2568 Cultivation value. With the Void Spiritual Root devouring the Imperial Grade Sword Spiritual Root, Yang Fan's cultivation value gain rate doubled. Moreover, his swordsmanship became sharper and more powerful. By the way, the Sword Spiritual Root's devouring attribute mentioned that it could break through the perfection limit of martial skills reaching transcendence. Yang Fan's heart stirred, and he began to study it. Roar! Before Yang Fan could figure out how to elevate his martial skill proficiency from perfection to transcendence, the sound of tiger roars reached his ears. He looked up and spotted a demonic tiger as large as an ox, its fur as black as ink. A fourth-tier nether demon tiger. Yang Fan recognized the beast's type, and instead of fear, joy surged within him. The heart of a nether demon tiger was the most crucial material for refining a spirit-grade puppet. Earlier, Yang Fan had asked Fatty to keep an eye out. He had stockpiled many other materials for refining spirit-grade puppets, but only one nether demon tiger heart, the one Fatty had sent last time. Unexpectedly, he encountered another nether demon tiger today. Truly, one could find something without searching far. Bang! Yang Fan's spirit-grade puppet charged into battle, but upon collision, it was sent flying. The nether demon tiger was a fourth-tier beast renowned for its explosive power and speed. Yang Fan's spirit-grade puppet could handle third-tier beasts, but it was outmatched against a fourth-tier one. For such a higher-tier opponent, only its master could personally intervene. Yang Fan drew his overlord heavy sword and charged forward to slay it. At that moment, Han Bing, who had been following Yang Fan into the forest, happened to pass by. Hearing the tiger's roar, she too was drawn to the scene. Han Bing looked up and saw a fourth-tier nether demon tiger charging at Yang Fan. Her pretty face changed color, and she immediately moved to assist. Boom, boom. Explosive sounds emanated from beneath Yang Fan's feet. His overwhelming strength allowed him to match the fourth-tier nether demon tiger in both explosive power and raw force. Moreover, his uncanny speed surpassed even the nether demon tigers. This sight utterly stunned Han Bing, and her raised foot halted midair before she lowered it. This guy's swordsmanship had improved over tenfold compared to half a month ago. How did he manage that? Roar! The nether demon tiger roared and unleashed its full power. Yet even so, facing Yang Fan's relentless storm-like attacks with his heavy sword, it could only defend. After an unknown duration, the nether demon tiger's massive body crashed to the ground lifeless. Yang Fan caught his breath, feeling slightly fatigued. This nether demon tiger was indeed a standout among fourth-tier beasts, even if not a mutated variant. But in terms of combat prowess, it was no weaker than a mutated fourth-tier beast. At that moment, Yang Fan spotted Han Bing standing in the distance and greeted her, "Long time no see." Han Bing ignored his greeting, maintaining a cold demeanor. Then she withdrew her gaze from him and walked straight ahead. Yang Fan was speechless and muttered, "No need to be this aloof, right?" He wasn't about to force a connection. That wasn't his style. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the dead nether demon tiger, and his heart swelled with excitement as he harvested its heart. With this heart, he could craft another spirit-grade puppet. He continued on his way. This forest was vast and dense. Fortunately, his electronic wristband had coordinate tracking alerting him if he strayed off course. Otherwise, he would surely get lost. He traveled intermittently, with the spirit-grade puppet leading the way to slay beasts. Most beasts were first or second tier, rarely third. As for fourth-tier beasts, Yang Fan had only encountered the nether demon tiger so far. At noon, his wristband vibrated with reminders. Moi. Yang Fan was momentarily puzzled. He looked down to check. Task reached the designated coordinate location. Time 3 days. Total participants 4998500. Military merit 101, ranking 985th. It was an update to the electronic wristband's leaderboard. Yang Fan's rank had soared from the initial 5,000th to 985th. 985. Why not 211? It seemed none of the participants in this trial were pushovers. In this trial against Sakura Country China and Sakura Country, each fielded 2,500 Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for why the total number had dropped to 4,998, Yang Fan guessed they had likely encountered powerful beasts and perished. This trial had just begun, yet 2 had already died. How many more cultivators would fall? He needed to hurry and refine spirit-grade puppets to boost his strength. With that thought, Yang Fan found a relatively safe spot to rest, leaving a mystic-grade auxiliary puppet on guard. He took out his puppet refining materials and began crafting a spirit-grade puppet. Meanwhile, Yuji, a nascent soul powerhouse, had already reached the designated coordinate location. Besides her, several strong cultivators from Sakura Country had also arrived. Her equal among them was the Sakura Country nascent soul powerhouse Kojiro. At noon, the system updated the military merit rankings. Yuji opened the overall leaderboard to check. Only overseers like them could view it, participants like Yang Fan had no access. First, Asakawa Chinyu Sakura Country, second, Yamano Juzan Sakura Country, 3rd Zhao Wuji China, 4th Matsukata Kiaichi Sakura Country, 5th Zhao Ruoyuo China. Among the top 10 on the overall leaderboard, Sakura Country held 7 spots. China had only 3. The gap was enormous. UG also checked the rankings of the 2 high school newcomers Yang Fan and Han Bing. 221st, Han Bing China 985th, Yang Fan China. Han Bing's performance was relatively outstanding. Yang Fan's performance was merely average. Yash. Very good. UG, it seems China will suffer another crushing defeat in this year's trial. Ha. Kojiro's lecherous gaze swept over Uji's alluring figure without restraint, his words dripping with provocation. This is only the beginning. The outcome is undecided. UG sneered coldly, though a hint of worry stirred within her. Foundation establishment cultivators were the bedrock of a nation. If they lost this trial to Sakura Country again, the chance for their nation to turn the tables would be slim. They might be perpetually suppressed, becoming a hunting ground for other nations until decline and extinction. Refinement successful. As Yang Fan completed the final step of crafting the spirit-grade puppet, a brand new spirit-grade puppet was finally forged. 2 spirit-grade puppets, each with strength comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Perfect. Yang Fan laughed joyfully. After resting, he took a spare heavy sword from his storage ring and tossed it to the new puppet. Then he sent several mystic-grade auxiliary puppets to lure monsters. Roar! Minutes later, 4 or 5 beasts chased after the auxiliary puppets. The 2 spirit-grade puppets wielding heavy swords charged in from left and right to engage. Ding! Killed second-tier beast, giant serpent, points 30, cultivation value 6,580. Ding. Killed first-tier beast, venomous lizard, points 12, cultivation value 2,568. Ding. Killed second-tier beast, black centipede, points 30, cultivation value 5,880. Points and cultivation value surged rapidly. Meanwhile, the military merit on his electronic wristband also climbed swiftly. Yang Fan wasn't sure how often the leaderboard updated. At that moment, he resolved that by the next update, he would break into the top 100. With 2 spirit-grade puppets clearing the path, Yang Fan advanced at a noticeably faster pace. Yet he was in no hurry. After all, he had 3 days. As long as he reached the coordinates on his wristband within that time, it was sufficient. Until then, he would focus on hunting demon beasts and accumulating military merits. Others only gained military merits and cultivation value. He was different. He could also earn points. With enough points, he could draw lottery tickets infinitely. In the afternoon, during a break, Yang Fan refined a few more mystic-grade support puppets. Mystic-grade support puppets could lure monsters and stand guard, and even collect materials. The sun set behind the western hills. A day passed in a flash. Night fell, and the dense forest became several times more dangerous than during the day. Yang Fan found a relatively safe spot to rest. After a day of toil weighed down by both physical and mental exhaustion, his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He summoned all the puppets he had refined from his storage ring. Several puppets were stationed around him to stand guard for the night. A few others continued to work, venturing into the darkness to lure monsters for the 2 distant spirit-grade puppets to slay. After all, they knew no fatigue and remained alert 24 hours a day. That night, Yang Fan slept soundly undisturbed. With several puppets around him as loyal sentinels, it was impossible not to rest well. Even if a demon beast attacked him, it would have to deal with them first. There was nothing to fear. The next morning, as dawn broke, a thunderous roar echoed. The deafening roar jolted Yang Fan awake from his deep slumber. He sat up with a start and looked up to see a black bear towering over a man. A 4th-tier demon beast, the Black Bear King. Damn, is it delivering bear paws for my breakfast this early? Yang Fan climbed off the rocks, stretched lazily, and drew his overlord sword. In the distance, the 2 spirit-grade puppets were already locked in fierce combat with the 4th-tier Black Bear King. Together, the 2 puppets were formidable, but this 4th-tier beast clearly possessed greater strength. With its thick hide and fur, its defenses were astonishing. The spirit-grade puppets, lacking spiritual energy, struggled immensely. Gripping his heavy overlord sword, Yang Fan charged forward. Boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosive steps rang out, and the rocks beneath his feet cracked apart. With a roar, the 4th-tier Black Bear King lunged at him. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A piercing sound followed. The immensely powerful Black Bear King fell to the combined assault of Yang Fan and the 2 spirit-grade puppets in just 3 strikes. A notification chimed, points 88, cultivation value 18940. After slaying the 4th-tier Black Bear, King Yang Fan ordered the mystic-grade puppets to collect the bear paws. Although reaching the Foundation establishment stage allowed one to abstain from food and survive days without eating, Yang Fan had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Suddenly, skipping meals felt unnatural. Besides, roasted bear paw was a rare delicacy he had to try. He lit a fire and began roasting the paws. Even while cooking, he kept the puppets working. After all, his modest goal from yesterday was to rank in the top 100 of military merits. Who knew how many merits the 100th place required? He needed to accumulate more. After finishing his bear paw breakfast, Yang Fan continued forward with his 7 or 8 puppets, pausing occasionally to slay the demon beasts lured by the mystic grade puppets. Before he knew it, a morning had passed. It was almost noon again. It seemed the military merit rankings updated once a day. Yang Fan ordered all mystic grade puppets to lure monsters for a final sprint. Meanwhile, at the designated meeting point Moonfall Valley, many high-level cultivators from both nations had already gathered. They were anxiously awaiting the update of the military merit rankings. Yesterday, only 3 from their Huaxiao nation had made the top 10. What about today? They feared all might fall out of the top 10, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the Sakura nation's cultivators. Yuji, those 50 foundation establishment cultivators you selected from Fengsheng are useless. Not one made the top 100 ha. The relationship between Kojiro Ichiro and Yuji was far from harmonious. At that moment, only a few minutes remained before the ranking update. Kojiro Ichiro, ever smug, was once again taunting Yuji with sarcasm. His face radiated confidence, as if the Sakura nation was destined to claim first place in today's rankings. Kojiro Ichiro, don't speak too soon. Perhaps today the top spot will belong to our Huaxia cultivators. Yuji snorted in retort. A Huaxia cultivator taking first place. Kojiro Ichiro laughed mockingly. If any of your Huaxia cultivators make the top 3 today, I'll wash my hair in a handstand. As Kojiro Ichiro finished his boastful words, the military merit ranking data finally updated. The high-level cultivators from both nations in Moonfall Valley checked it simultaneously. How is this possible? Baka, who is this Yang Fan? Where did he come from? Exclamations of shock and disbelief erupted from the crowd. The new military merit ranking was announced. First place, Yang Fan Huaxiao Nation. Second place, Yamano Juzan Sakura Nation. Third place, Asakawa Chiantani Sakura Nation. Fourth place, Matsukata Kiaichi Sakura Nation. Fifth place, Zhao Wuji Huaxiao Nation. Sixth place, Zhao Ruoyuo Huaxiao Nation. 22nd place, Han Bing Huaxiao Nation. At this moment, Yuji's alluring lips parted in disbelief, wondering if she was dreaming. Yang Fan and Han Bing, both new high school seniors from Fengsheng. One ranked first, the other 22nd. Good heavens! What were their rankings yesterday? What had they been doing from yesterday afternoon to this morning? Had they been slaughtering demon beast nests? Especially Yang Fan, if Yuji remembered correctly. That kid was ranked 985th yesterday, and now he's first. A jump of nearly 1,000 places in one night. Bakiyaru. Cheating. Your Huaxia cultivators must be cheating. Kojiro Ichiro could no longer laugh, roaring in fury. His face twisted in anger, a sore loser through and through. Yuji steadied herself and shot back without hesitation. Cheating. This wristband is specially made. No one has the authority to alter the data. Why don't you try cheating in the Sakura Nation and show me? Kojiro Ichiro, what were you saying earlier? If a Huaxia cultivator made the top 3, you'd wash your hair in a handstand. Come on, Kojiro Ichiro. We're all bored out of our minds. Go ahead and perform that handstand hair wash to entertain us. The powerful cultivators from Huaxia seized the opportunity to mock him, ridiculing his earlier arrogance. You Huaxia pig, stop lying. I never said such a thing. In an instant, Kojiro Ichiro's face turned a livid purple as he stubbornly denied it. The crowd cast disdainful glances his way. On the other side, at the edge of a marsh, Yamano Juzan glared at his newly updated electronic wristband, roaring in fury. Baka, I surpassed Asakawa Chiantani by 302 merits, and am still second. Who is first? First place. I only have 520 military merits, and I've made it to the top. Yang Fan stared at the electronic wristband displaying the updated rankings, bewildered. Military merits 520 ranking first. Yang Fan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He truly hadn't misread it. He had indeed become the first. A total of 500 foundation establishment cultivators from Huaxia and Sakura Nation participated in this trial to break through and claim the top position. It wasn't an easy feat. However, Yang Fan suspected that he had perhaps lucked into this first place. His military merits were likely not much higher than those of the second place. Luck played a significant role. Therefore, he had to keep pushing himself, striving to maintain a position in the top 10 when military merits were updated tomorrow. Yang Fan once again summoned a high-grade puppet to lure monsters, and together with 2 spirit-grade puppets they rampaged through their surroundings. In the afternoon, Yang Fan drew closer to the assembly point. A whoa! Suddenly a wolf howl echoed through the air. A pack of wolves. Yang Fan's expression froze as he moved closer to investigate. A few minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the area where the wolves were active. From a distance, he could see the pack surrounding and attacking a cultivator. Due to the distance, he couldn't clearly see the appearance of the cultivator. But among the wolves, the Wolf King, as large as an adult water buffalo, was unmistakable. A fifth-tier demon beast, the two-headed demon Wolf King. Hiss! Yang Fan inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. Although his strength could barely contend with a fifth-tier demon beast. This pack, however, had at least 20 to 30 demon wolves. Charging in recklessly to save someone would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Yang Fan thought of this and immediately turned to leave. Suddenly, the cultivator surrounded by the pack turned around. What the hell? Han Bing! Yang Fan exclaimed, stunned. At this moment, Han Bing's white clothes were already stained red with blood. Her face was pale. She was struggling against the pack and the attacks of the fifth-tier, two-headed demon Wolf King. Death was merely a matter of time. Damn it! Yang Fan cursed, gripping his overlord heavy sword and charging forward. At the same time, he summoned 2 spirit-grade puppets, commanding them to attack. Boom! Boom! The explosive speed he unleashed produced a dull sound that instantly caught Han Bing's attention from afar. Yang Fan. Han Bing looked incredulous and hurriedly rushed toward Yang Fan to join forces. At that moment, Yang Fan's 2 spirit-grade puppets charged into the wolves from both sides. They had already reached Han Bing's side to protect her. Meanwhile, Yang Fan himself dashed toward the fifth-tier, two-headed demon Wolf King. Be careful! That's a fifth-tier demon beast, Han Bing warned loudly. Clang! With a heavy thud, Yang Fan struck the water buffalo's eyes two-headed demon Wolf King back by 3 or 4 steps with his sword. Han Bing's voice abruptly stopped. Her eyes widened in shock and horror. He actually repulsed the fifth-tier, two-headed demon Wolf King with a single blow. Whoa! The two-headed demon Wolf King, being a fifth-tier demon beast, was not to be trifled with. It let out a howl and immediately lunged at Yang Fan. The two-headed demon Wolf King's speed was astonishing, and its explosive power was terrifying, especially when its sharp claws collided with Yang Fan's overlord heavy sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The clashing sound of steel rang out incessantly. Although Yang Fan's explosive power was fierce and his movements were exquisite, his cultivation level had only just reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Faced with the frantic onslaught of the two-headed demon Wolf King, he found himself in a perilous situation, struggling to defend. Seeing this, Han Bing, dragging her injured and exhausted body, wanted to help. But her injuries were far too severe. Coupled with the earlier assault from the pack, she felt weak and unsteady, barely able to take 2 steps before staggering. In her current state, rushing over wouldn't help. She would only become a burden to Yang Fan. Essence of the 9 swords of Dugu. Predict the enemy's moves. Advance without retreating. No move is better than a move. No sword is better than a sword. In this desperate situation, Yang Fan's heart suddenly understood something. In the next moment, his overlord heavy sword bizarrely vanished from his hand. No, it hadn't truly disappeared, but its speed was too fast. So fast that it was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye. Extraordinary. Yang Fan's extraordinary comprehension allowed the high-grade martial technique 9 swords of Dugu to break through its limitations and achieve the legendary extraordinary realm. Originally, the high-grade martial technique 9 swords of Dugu also advanced to the low-grade earth level. Clang! Clang! The terrifying strength displayed by Yang Fan under extreme conditions was truly shocking. Even the fifth-tier demon beast, the two-headed demon Wolf King, was forced to dodge repeatedly, sustaining numerous injuries. Han Bing slightly parted her alluring lips, staring in awe. She herself was also a master with the sword, so she naturally understood. Yang Fan's swordplay had reached an exquisite realm she had never set foot in. Such terrifying talent, such incredible comprehension. Even someone as proud as Han Bing couldn't help but feel inferior. At that moment, while Yang Fan was locked in a fierce battle with the fifth-tier demon beast, a surge of killing intent rose within him. He was startled and quickly suppressed the killing emotion within him. He understood that this was the bloodline power within him causing trouble. If he let it develop, he would undoubtedly lose control again, just as he had a few days ago. Unbeknownst to how long it had been, one of the wolf heads of the two-headed demon Wolf King was severed by Yang Fan's sword. Whoa! The remaining wolf head let out a series of mournful howls. At this moment, it looked at Yang Fan as though he were a devil from hell. Fifth-tier demon beasts possessed quite a high level of intelligence. It realized that it had bitten off more than it could chew today, and that if it didn't run, it would surely perish here. It quickly turned to flee. But if the two-headed demon Wolf King wanted to escape, it had to ask Yang Fan if he would allow it. Before it could take 2 steps, Yang Fan appeared behind it like a ghost, sword raised. With a slash, its actions abruptly ceased, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, slain by Yang Fan. Whoa! With the Wolf King lost, the remaining demon wolves howled and scattered in panic. Yang Fan seized the opportunity to slay several of them. After waiting for all the remaining demon wolves to flee, he finally stopped. Huff huff. I'm really tired. Yang Fan took a deep breath, recalling the changes that had occurred with 9 swords of Dugu, and checked his attribute panel. Name: Yang Fan, realm, early foundation establishment, 33. 06. Spiritual Root Voids Spiritual Root 1 Devoured Bloodline Ancient Emperor Bloodline Purity 2 Physique Chaos Dao Body Martial Techniques 9 Swords of Duga Low-Grade Earth Level Extraordinary Explosive Step Low-Grade Earth Level Perfected Puppet Control Technique Special Technique Proficiency Level 43558200000 Treasures Overlord Sword Points 12660. 9 Swords of Dugu had broken through to the extraordinary level, and its grade had risen from high-grade mystical to low-grade earth level. It seemed that such high comprehension was indeed quite useful. Yang Fan put away the attribute panel and approached Han Bing asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Han Bing slightly shook her head, but before she finished speaking she stumbled and leaned toward Yang Fan. "Be careful." Yang Fan hurriedly reached out to catch her. However, in his haste, he accidentally grabbed the wrong spot. Time suddenly froze. Yang Fan was stunned. Han Bing also stared wide-eyed, looking at him in disbelief. "Oh, you pervert. Disgusting creep. Where are you grabbing?" A high-pitched shriek erupted from Han Bing. Her pale face instantly flushed crimson as a mix of shame and fury overwhelmed her. "Han Bing, it's not my fault. You stumbled and fell, and I was merely trying to help." Yang Fan's expression was awkward. He couldn't take the blame. Otherwise, he would be forever branded a pervert. Stop pretending. What about the time at the city gate of Feng City when you took advantage of me?" Han Bing trembled with rage. How cowardly to act, but not own up. "Last time at the city gate, I was injured and dizzy, unable to stand steady. Just like you just now. Are you saying it was intentional?" "Get lost. It wasn't intentional. See, I couldn't stand steady either, so it's not my fault." Yang Fan shrugged, spreading his hands, a look of utter righteousness on his face. Han Bing, seeing his twisted logic, fell into complete silence. So it was her fault that he had taken liberties with her twice. Yet as she pondered his words, they did seem to make some sense. But something still felt off. "Your injuries are quite serious. Do you need me to bandage them?" Yang Fan asked kindly. "No need." Han Bing's face reddened as she refused outright. Having just been taken advantage of, there was no way she would let him tend to her wounds. Yang Fan shrugged, showing no insistence, and walked away. Han Bing then went behind a large tree to treat her injuries. After more than 10 minutes, Han Bing's voice called out, "Yang Fan, you'd better come help me. Some wounds are out of my reach." Her voice trembled with a hint of shame. At Rudong High School, Han Bing was always aloof and cold. She barely spoke a word to boys all day. Today, not only had she been taken advantage of, but she was also asking this guy to help treat her wounds. Han Bing felt she was going mad. All right. Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he went to help. At that moment, Han Bing's clothes were partially exposed, revealing her beautiful, fragrant shoulders. It was a sight that stirred boundless imagination. He intended to steal a glance, but faced with Han Bing's vigilant glare, he had to focus on the task at hand. "Why are your hands shaking?" "I'm nervous," Yang Fan explained, awkwardly, carefully tending to Han Bing's wounds. Perhaps due to the pain. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Han Bing's skin, making her already alluring fair complexion even more captivating. Yang Fan took one look and felt his breath hitch, quickly averting his gaze. The atmosphere grew strangely tense. At that moment, seeing Yang Fan's 2 spirit-grade puppets still slaughtering beasts, Han Bing broke the silence. "How many military merits do you have?" "What's your rank?" "Not many, just over 600. Temporarily first place," Yang Fan replied casually. "What a 600 military merits." Han Bing's eyes widened as she stared at him as if he were a monster. "That's right. At noon, it was 520, and now it's just reached 600. Seeing her disbelief, Yang Fan showed her his wristband info. After seeing it, Han Bing fell silent. Finally, she uttered one word: "Monster." "Hey, why are you cursing?" Yang Fan grumbled in dissatisfaction. He had finished bandaging Han Bing's wounds and was resting on a rock. "Thank you for what happened earlier." Her gaze met his as she offered her gratitude. Originally, Han Bing had thought today would be a disaster. She never expected Yang Fan to rush over and save her life despite the danger. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. "No need. We're friends, if there's no need for such formalities." Yang Fan shook his head and asked, "By the way, how many military merits do you have?" "Me? Yes. I'm just over 200. "What just over 200? How can it be so little?" Yang Fan exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He had 600 merits, and Han Bing only had 200. A threefold difference. That couldn't be. "Do you think everyone is a freak like you?" "I had 170 merits earlier and was ranked 22nd. I estimate the second place has at most around 300 merits. But you scoundrel got 520 in one day. It seems you're definitely the dark horse of this year's trial against Sakura Country." Han Bing rolled her eyes and explained impatiently. Are the Foundation establishment cultivators this year really that weak? I find it hard to believe." Yang Fan was dazed, unable to believe everyone had so few merits. Roar. At that moment, a Xiangrade puppet had lured a group of beasts. Without needing Yang Fan's command, the two spirit-grade puppets drew their swords and engaged. In just a few moments, the beasts were all slain. Han Bing's eyes widened, her tempting lips slightly parted. You? Is this how you kill beasts to gain military merits? Yes. Last night, fearing my merits would be too low and disgrace Feng City, I had these workers kill beasts all night. Yang Fan nodded truthfully. Han Bing fell into an even deeper silence. Finally, she understood why Yang Fan refused to team up with anyone and insisted on traveling alone. So he had a group of underlings to help. The joke was on her. Damn it. Han Bing's chest ached with frustration. Just then, another Xin-grade puppet lured a wave of beasts. Yang Fan turned to the silent Han Bing and said, "Since your merits are so low, I'll give you these beasts." "Give them to me." Han Bing's eyes flew wide open in shock. "What's with that look? Don't tell me you're moved enough to fall for me." Yang Fan couldn't help but tease. Whoosh. Before he could finish, a sword flew past his head, nearly shaving off a chunk of his skull. Holy shit. It was just a joke. Why do you have to take it seriously? Yang Fan shuddered, his back drenched in cold sweat. Women were indeed a very dangerous species. If you ever run your mouth again, don't blame me for turning hostile. Han Bing warned with a cold, embarrassed glare. Then she stood up to kill the low-level beasts. The sword technique Han Bing practiced was incredibly exquisite and agile, each strike lethal. From a distance, she looked like a graceful dancing spirit. After taking healing pills, Han Bing's injuries visibly improved. In the afternoon, they traveled together. Along the way, Yang Fan gave her a few spare Xianggrade puppets he had crafted. He also taught her the incantation to control them. As expected of Rudong High School's top prodigy, her comprehension was astonishing. In no time, she mastered the puppet control technique. This greatly accelerated their rate of gaining military merits. In Feng City's stargazing pavilion, a group of elites led by Qin Baihe had gathered. Everyone wore expressions of bewilderment and disbelief. Reported again. What rank is that kid Yang Fan in military merits? Chief Qin, he's ranked first. As the intelligence officer spoke again, the entire silent hall instantly erupted. That child Xiao Fan. I saw potential in him from the very first moment I laid eyes on him. Nonsense. You were the loudest skeptic back then. Ahem. I was just trying to spur him on. That girl Han Bing is quite remarkable too, ranking 22nd. Agreed. Most importantly, these two youngsters are both senior high freshmen this year with boundless potential. The crowd murmured in awe. This year, their city of Fengchang would no longer have to worry about finishing last in the trials. Judging by the current momentum, perhaps they might even achieve a commendable result in this year's trial against the Sakura Nation. Amid the chatter, Old Tang arrived. Chief Qin, I heard the second day's military merit rankings are out. How did that lad Yang Fan do? As soon as Old Tang arrived, he inquired about Yang Fan. He had come yesterday as well. It was he who had recommended Yang Fan for the trial. He cared not for what others thought. In his heart, he held great faith in this young man. First you say? Not bad. What? First. Old Tang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He was stunned, speechless. First. His first time participating in such a major trial against the Sakura Nation. On the second day, he accidentally clinched first place. Was he serious? Could it be that he was old and merely dreaming in a daze? Swiftly, Old Tang fished a bottle of Lu Wei Dihuang pills from his pocket, shoved a handful into his mouth, and pressed for more details. Elsewhere, Yang Fan and Han Bing formed a two-person team hunting demon beasts while advancing slowly. According to the assembly time announced by Yuji yesterday, they only needed to reach the rendezvous point before 6 p.m. tomorrow. There was still plenty of time. They killed more monsters to accumulate military merits. At dusk, as the sun set, the two sat down to rest. Yang Fan checked his electronic wristband. Mission reached the designated coordinates. Time 3 days. Total participants 488-55000. Military merit 808. Rank first. After 2 days of hard work, his military merit had surpassed 800. Yang Fan looked up at Han Bing sitting across from him and asked, "How much military merit do you have?" "Just over 400, Han Bing replied. At that moment, her pride was severely wounded. Originally, she was considered a prodigious genius at Rudong High School. But after a day of teaming up with the freakish Yang Fan, her confidence had been shattered time and again. Now she was nearly on the verge of shutting down. 400, huh? Like this. Tonight, I'll lend you my 2 spirit-grade puppets. By tomorrow, your military merit should reach 600. Lend me the spirit-grade puppets to command." Han Bing was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Let's break into the top 10 together, win glory for our Fengqing and for our Huaxia. Let them see that senior high freshmen are no rookies." Yang Fan explained. Han Bing's eyes flickered and she softly replied, Then Yang Fan began teaching Han Bing the incantation to command the spirit-grade puppets. Mortal grade, profound grade, and spirit-grade puppets. Each differed in rank. The incantations required to command them were also distinct. In short, the more powerful the puppet, the more complex the command incantation. However, given Han Bing's prodigious comprehension as a favored daughter of heaven, she learned with remarkable efficiency, mastering it in less than half an hour. Subsequently, she attempted to drive the two puppets to hunt demon beasts and earn military merits. It worked. Han Bing's heart raced with excitement, though she did not show it. The next morning, Yang Fan woke up with a yawn and Han Bing returned the puppets. By then, their military merits stood at 800 and 600 respectively. In Yang Fan's estimation, with such high military merits, they should both secure a spot in the top 10. Elsewhere in a patch of shrubbery, several Sakura Nation cultivators gathered to rest. Baka, I only slept 3 hours last night. After a night of fierce fighting, my military merit has reached 488. Today I am determined to take first place. My military merit is 452, so I should comfortably hold second place. Those Huaxia pigs dream of surpassing us and taking the top spot. Impossible. My military merit is 417. Barring accidents, our Sakura Nation will sweep the top 3. Yoshi. Excellent. Ha. It must be said that without puppets to lure demon beasts, relying solely on their own experience to find and hunt beasts after 2 days of relentless battle. Achieving a military merit of over 400 and standing out among 500 cultivators already marked them as outstanding among Foundation establishment cultivators. But unfortunately for them, crossing paths with Yang Fan, a cheater, spelled their doom. At Crescent Valley, the rendezvous point, more and more high-ranking cultivators from both nations gathered. At that moment, Yuji was quite tense. Yesterday, Yang Fan, a senior high student not yet graduated, had suddenly burst forth. From being unknown and ranked in the thousands, he had snatched first place in military merit. She was astounded and couldn't sleep while last night kept awake by excitement. This morning, she waited anxiously, counting each day as if it were a year for the third day's military merit ranking to update. Although they could see the rankings, they couldn't precisely view the specific military merit amounts of each trial participant. Thus, Yuji had no idea just how absurdly vast the gap was between Yang Fan, the first place holder, and the second. Baka, Yuji, dare you make another bet? Koji Ichiro had slept well and was in high spirits. He had already forgotten the humiliation of yesterday and deliberately sought to provoke. What bet? Yuji glanced at him. Let's bet on whether any Huaxia cultivator can make it into the top 3 today. And the stakes say. Yuji smirked. If you lose, you'll perform a strip tease in front of everyone. If I lose, you'll bark like a dog. Yuji's expression stiffened, her face turning livid with rage. Yoshi. Very good, I agree. I second that. Yuji, do you dare to take the bet? Look at her face. She's too scared. Trash. Ha. A group of Sakura Nation cultivators and powerhouses jeered and taunted, goading Yuji into accepting. The Huaxia cultivators and powerhouses refused to back down, firing back angrily. Fine. It's just a dance. They'll take your bet. Yuji took a deep breath and agreed through gritted teeth. The top 3, not just first place. With so many Foundation establishment cultivators from Huaxia, surely they could secure at least one spot in the top 3. That lad Yang Fan was even first yesterday. Even if he slipped a bit, he could likely hold on to a top 3 position. Heaven above, please let us win. Time ticked by second. Finally, amid everyone's eager anticipation, noon arrived at 12 p.m. The military merit ranking updated once more. At Crescent Valley, numerous high-ranking cultivators from both nations checked the rankings. What? He held on to first place. Who was that Han Bing? She wasn't in the top 20 yesterday, and now she's second. The crowd was dumbfounded. Koji Ichiro in particular saw his confident smile freeze instantly. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting he had misread. Bastards. You Huaxia are cheating. You must be cheating. Did you secretly activate a cheat? How can your military merits surpass our Sakura Empire's prodigies for 2 consecutive days, you Huaxia pigs? I don't believe it. Koji Ichiro roared repeatedly, unable to accept reality. Yuji was also stunned. Originally, she had only prayed that Yang Fan's military merit ranking wouldn't fall out of the top 3, which would have been enough for her. Yet Yang Fan continued to hold first place. Not only that, Han Bing, that young girl, had also surged in military merit, surpassing all the Sakura Empire geniuses to claim second place. Good heavens. These 2 little ones were freshmen of Fengqing this year. They hadn't even graduated from high school, let alone taken the college entrance exam. Wasn't this too excessive? However, it didn't stop her from slapping Koji Ichiro's face. He still dreamed of her stripping and dancing. Fat chance. Koji Ichiro, a bet is a bet. Honor your promise or don't blame me for being rude. Yuji sneered coldly, releasing a fierce and icy aura that locked onto Koji Ichiro. At that moment, Yuji was resolute. If Koji Ichiro dared to renege again today, she would not let it slide. Meanwhile, in the mountain forest, Yang Fan looked at the first place on his wristband, then at Han Bing's second place, utterly bewildered. Is the quality of Foundation establishment cultivators from both countries in this year's trial really this poor? Yang Fan blurted out. Han Bing, walking beside him, stiffened and her face darkened. Then she glared at him fiercely and snapped, "Do you think everyone is as freakish as you? A mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator taking on a fifth-tier beast alone. You are the only freak like that in the entire world." Yang Fan was thoroughly scolded by Han Bing. Although Yang Fan had just mumbled in confusion to Han Bing's ears, it was pure bragging. "Where did you get that puppet? How is it so powerful?" Han Bing asked curiously. "I stumbled upon a special technique earlier and refined it myself. Too bad I don't have a nether phantom tiger's heart, otherwise I could make a few more." "A nether phantom tiger's heart? Han Bing paused, then pulled out a beast heart material from her storage ring. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. "Damn, you had this thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you ask?" With this key material, I can forge you a spirit-grade puppet." Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Now he was brimming with confidence about forging a spirit-grade puppet. As long as he had the materials. Though he couldn't guarantee a 100 success rate, it was definitely above 80. "Don't rush to forge it. I know where there are more nether phantom tigers. We should have enough time now. We can go kill it." Han Bing handed the nether phantom tiger's heart to Yang Fan and added, "What? You know where there are nether phantom tigers?" Yang Fan's eyes lit up. If time weren't so tight, had loved to give this little rascal a beating. Knowing where the nether phantom tigers were, and not saying so earlier. "Come on, I'll take you. It's a bit far, so we need to pick up the pace." Han Bing nodded, wasting no more time, and turned to hurry back along the path. Now it was already noon. Although they weren't too far from the assembly point Moon Valley. If they went back to hunt the nether phantom tiger round trip, getting to Moon Valley before 6 p.m. would be quite a tight schedule. Over here, Yang Fan and Han Bing were rushing at full speed to hunt that fourth-tier beast, the nether phantom tiger. On the other side, Fengqing Star Observation Pavilion. The big shots were gathered in the hall, as usual, waiting for today's military merit rankings to come out. What do you think Yang Fan's ranking will drop to today? Who can guess? In my opinion, he shouldn't fall out of the top 10. I think so too. That kid has quite the potential. After all, it's his first time participating. Let's not put too much pressure on him. Exactly. As long as our Fengqing doesn't end up last in this year's trial, that's good enough. The group discussed among themselves, all feeling that Yang Fan would be overtaken by the Sakura Empire. However, they had lowered their expectations. Just staying in the top 10 would be fine. After all, this was a trial involving 500 Foundation establishment prodigies from 2 nations, and the competition was fierce. Just then, the intelligence officer who had reported yesterday rushed in from outside the hall. "Chief Qin. Big news. Big. Bang." The officer was so excited that he tripped over the threshold and fell flat on his face. Qin Bei's face stiffened and he roared angrily. "What's all this panic? Where's your decorum? Has the sky fallen?" Qin Bei shouted in reprimand, but his heart was tense. The officer's frantic arrival made him worry that Yang Fan's ranking yesterday was just a flash in the pan. Had he already fallen out of the top 100? "Chief Qin, sorry, I'm just too excited. Yang Fan. He's first again." "What? First again?" Not only him, but Han Bing has surged to second place. Clatter. Qin Bei had just picked up his teacup to take a sip and calm his nerves. But the officer's next words made his hand tremble. The teacup, untouched, fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Qin Bei didn't care at all. He was so shocked that he stood up from his armchair, his eyes nearly popping out. Not just him, but all the other big shots in the hall had the same expression. They all stood up. The hall, which had been buzzing moments ago, fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Is this news true?" After a long pause, Qin Bei gasped out. His head buzzed, his mind dazed as if in a dream. "Lady Yu feared you wouldn't believe it, so she specially gave me today's military merit ranking screenshot." The officer took out the screenshot and handed it to Qin Bei. Qin Bei glanced at it twice, confirmed the news was true, and then his vision went dark as his blood sugar dropped. He nearly fainted on the spot and quickly sat back down in his chair. After a moment, Qin Bei regained his composure and ordered, "Strictly keep the identities of Yang Fan and Han Bing confidential. Anyone who leaks it will face military punishment. The information on these 2 youngsters must be kept strictly secret, or it would be dangerous if those evil forces found out." "Yes," the officer replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the other big shots in the hall also snapped out of it. "Excellent. Truly excellent. I have a beautiful granddaughter, 18 this year. Old Chin, have you no shame? Pushing your granddaughter at a time like this. What a coincidence, I have a granddaughter too. I don't have a granddaughter, but my precious daughter is just over 30 in her prime. Seductive and charming, she just got divorced last week." The group of big shots was so excited they were incoherent. Originally, they had thought not to put too much pressure on Yang Fan, but he was so outstanding that he was leagues ahead. What were they supposed to do about that? As dusk approached near 6 o'clock, all Foundation establishment cultivators from both nations participating in the trial gathered at the Moon Crescent Valley assembly point. Only Yang Fan and Han Bing had yet to appear. Yu waited anxiously, her heart ablaze with worry. According to the rules of the first phase of the trial, it would end at 6 in the evening. If they failed to reach Moon Crescent Valley by the appointed time, they would be deemed eliminated. Yang Fan and Han Bing, those two youngsters, had secured first and second place in military merits respectively. Such achievements had left Yu Ji utterly astounded. Yet now, with them still absent, how could she not be consumed by anxiety? Yu Ji, could it be that those two monstrous prodigies from Huaxia have met with an accident and perished in the forest? Splendid. Kojiro's mood had been sour all day. After all, he had been forced to bark like a dog, earlier mocked and ridiculed by the crowd. Now, seeing Yu Ji's worried expression, his heart was filled with glee. Yu Ji glanced at him, but paid no heed, continuing to check the time on her wristband. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes remained. If Yang Fan and Han Bing could not arrive within that time, trouble would ensue. They're here. Suddenly, a Huaxia cultivator shouted. Yu Ji's spirits lifted as she looked up. Indeed, she saw Yang Fan and Han Bing sprinting from afar. Yu Ji's suspended heart finally settled, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Why are you two only arriving now? Cutting it this close? Yu Ji hurried over, her tone laced with reproach. She had been terrified. If they had been eliminated due to tardiness, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Chief Qin in Feng City. Ahem. Lady Yui had some matters to attend to, hence the delay, Yang Fan explained awkwardly. Matters? Yu Ji's expression stiffened. She then glanced at Yang Fan before shifting her gaze to Han Bing. Both were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Instantly, a flush of rouge crept across her charming face as she misunderstood. What had those two been up to be so exhausted? Could it be? How shameless. And to time it right at the end of the first trial phase. Couldn't they have chosen another moment? Han Bing's face stiffened, seeing Yu Ji's sly smirk. She knew exactly what was on her mind. Her own cheeks flushed with indignation. That bastard spouting such nonsense. Lewd. Ahem. Lady, you don't get the wrong idea. We just want to slay a few demon beasts, nothing else. Yang Fan explained awkwardly. Yu Ji. Han Bing. Both women stared at him wide-eyed. What was that supposed to mean? He had rushed to explain before they even asked. The wristband vibrated, signaling the official end of the first phase. Next came the distribution of rewards based on rankings. There were even phased rewards which Yang Fan hadn't expected. As the first place winner, he received an enlightenment pill. An enlightenment pill, as the name suggested, it could enhance a cultivator's comprehension. Yang Fan accepted the reward with immense joy, carefully storing it away. Aren't you going to take it now? Han Bing asked, puzzled, as she saw Yang Fan tuck the enlightenment pill into his storage ring. I don't need this thing, but that little girl Fayer is rather slow. I plan to give it to her when we return to Feng City. Yang Fan explained awkwardly. His spiritual root, sacred physique, and bloodline all massively boosted his comprehension. He could learn any martial technique or cultivation art with just a glance. Taking the enlightenment pill himself would be of little benefit. Better to give it to Li Fei. After all, when he had taught her the 9 swords of solitude, it took her ages to barely grasp the basics. Oh, Han Bing replied briefly, asking no more. Just then Yu Ji approached with graceful, alluring steps. The air was filled with a pleasant fragrance, truly a walking peach. Women could topple empires. At that moment, Yang Fan finally understood the trials of ancient emperors. Yang Fan, how many military merits do you have? Yu Ji inquired with intense curiosity. To have consecutively slain several prodigies from Sakura Nation for 2 days and retain the top spot. Such results were extraordinarily heaven-defying. Because the merit leaderboard only showed rankings, not the exact merit counts. She was desperately eager to know. Lady, you not much, just over 900 points, Yang Fan said casually after glancing at his wristband. What? 900? Yu Ji exclaimed in shock. Realizing her voice was too loud, she quickly set up a barrier and covered her mouth. At that moment, she seriously wondered if she had misheard due to an illusion. Actually 915, Yang Fan checked again. Then he raised his arm to show Yu Ji his wristband. MMY heavens, are you a monster? Yu Ji was completely dumbfounded upon seeing the merit count. Even with her nascent soul stage composure, she was utterly shaken. Originally, she had guessed that Yang Fan's merits were just slightly higher than those of Sakura Nation's prodigies. Now she realized. It wasn't just a little higher, it was astronomically higher. Without exaggeration, even if Yang Fan lay back and slept for a day, he would likely still hold the top merit spot tomorrow, or even the day after. Lady Yu, he's a monster. Han Bing, seated on a rock opposite, chimed in. Oh, how so? Yu Ji asked, intrigued. Earlier he even gave me a few hundred merit points. Otherwise his count would be even higher, Han Bing explained, not taking credit from Yang Fan. Her words were entirely true. In fact, when they were besieged by the twin-headed demon Wolf King, if Yang Fan hadn't stepped in to save her, she would have met her demise. Yang Fan hadn't only saved her. Throughout their journey, he had let her take most of the demon beasts they encountered so that her merits could catch up. That was how she had managed to surpass many of Sakura Nation's prodigies and firmly secure second place. How many merits do you have? Yu Ji couldn't help but ask. I have 720. Voila. Yu exclaimed again, bewildered. You too. Freaks. At that moment Yu felt truly crushed. Rising from a sickbed in shock, the great powers were none other than her own. After seeing Yang Fan's merits, she had only thought Yang Fan's score was far ahead of others. But then Han Bing in second place was also hundreds of points above the rest. My heavens. Just kill her. What kind of monstrous talents had Feng City produced this year? And they were still high school seniors yet to take the college entrance exam. It was absurdly heaven-defying. Baka, Yu don't be smug. In tomorrow's second phase you Huaxiao pigs will surely lose. From afar Kojiro provoked again, putting on airs. Yu wasn't angered by his taunts. A strange expression crossed her face. Yes, we'll surely lose. You'll definitely reclaim the top merit spot. Yoshi, that's a must-ha. Kojiro boasted without a hint of modesty. But his arrogance in Yuji's eyes was like a monkey on a circus stage banging drums and performing, utterly ridiculous. First placer indeed. For those prodigies of Sakura Nation to even eat dust behind Han Bing, the second place holder, was an honor in itself. Tomorrow there would be a spectacle to behold. At dawn the next day the tasks on everyone's wristbands were updated. Yang Fan lifted his wrist to check. Mission: hunt the 5th-tier beast Abyssal Bone Dragon and 10-tailed Scorpion at Crescent Moon Valley. Time limit 5 days. Total participants 4805500. Military merit 915. Ranking first. No wonder the first phase of the trial required gathering at Crescent Moon Valley. So the second phase was to take place in Crescent Moon Valley. Hunting 5th-tier beasts was child's play for Yang Fan now. After all, on the way to Crescent Moon Valley, he had already slain the 5th-tier beast Twin-Headed Demon Wolf King. Killing a few more 5th-tier beasts was no trouble at all. The total number of trial participants had dwindled to 4,805 after 3 days of fierce competition. Nearly 200 Foundation establishment cultivators from both nations had perished. The trial was indeed brutal. My God, we have to kill 5th-tier beasts. Last year's trial only required 4th-tier beasts. Yeah, this year's Foundation establishment trial is much harder. A group of people gasped in shock upon seeing the updated task on their wristbands. Then everyone began forming teams again. 5th-tier beasts were on par with Golden Core cultivators in strength. They were only at Foundation establishment alone, they stood no chance. Moreover, Crescent Moon Valley was a habitat for all kinds of beasts, venturing in alone meant certain death. Yang Fan exchanged a glance with Han Bing, and they nodded to each other. Then the two set off together toward the depths of Crescent Moon Valley. What? Those two reckless fools are going in, just the two of them. Show-offs. I can't wait to see how they die facing a 5th-tier beast. Huh. Do they think Crescent Moon Valley is their backyard? Those pigs from Huaxiao never change their show-off ways. They deserve to die. In the distance, the group that was forming teams suddenly spotted Yang Fan and Han Bing walking side by side into Crescent Moon Valley, hurling insults and mockery. Han Bing glanced back, her expression as if she were looking at a bunch of idiots. In the past, she would have thought that two people venturing into a habitat of 3rd-tier or higher beasts was no different from seeking death. But after 2 days with Yang Fan, she no longer thought so. That freak Yang Fan could single-handedly take on a 5th-tier beast. Moreover, he had several spirit-grade puppets, each as strong as a 3rd-tier beast. This year's Foundation establishment trial, the biggest dark horse was destined to be him. In the distance, Yu watched the scene with a look of utter resignation and helplessness. What did these two high school seniors think this Crescent Moon Valley trial was? She felt they weren't here for a trial at all. They were just here to level up by killing monsters. However, after seeing their military merit from last night, Yu was very much looking forward to their performance over the next 5 days. Yang Fan and Han Bing arrived deep in Crescent Moon Valley, and seeing no one around, summoned the spirit-grade puppets from their storage rings. 1, 2, 5. A total of 5 spirit-grade puppets. Yesterday, Yang Fan and Han Bing had gone back to kill that 4th-tier beast, the Nether Demon Tiger. As luck would have it, they encountered another one on the way. That's why they had wasted so much time, returning just in the nick of time as the first phase of the trial was about to end. Here, take 2 spirit-grade puppets, Yang Fan said, handing 2 to Han Bing. Han Bing's expression stiffened. She turned her head sharply and stared at him, stunned. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Nothing, thank you, Han Bing replied, shaking her head slightly. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through the air. A 3rd-tier beast, the Ironbone Bear, spotted them and charged over with a roar. The 3 spirit-grade puppets beside Yang Fan immediately drew their swords and rushed forward. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast, Ironbone Bear. Points, 51. Cultivation value, 16100. Whether it was the commotion from killing the Ironbone Bear, several more beasts came charging toward them. Han Bing shook off her stray thoughts, quickly activated her puppets with hand seals, and joined the battle. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Points, 50. Cultivation value, 11600. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast, Human-Faced Demon Spider. Points, 55. Cultivation value, 12666. Ding. Killed third-tier beast twin-headed mutant black bear. Points 66, cultivation value 15055. The two of them along with the 5 spirit-grade puppets rampage through the charging beasts, slaughtering them left and right. However, since these weren't the designated beasts, killing them yielded no military merit. At that moment, Yang Fan realized that the beasts inhabiting Crescent Moon Valley were all at least third tier. This was a leveling paradise. Under the high multiplier, his cultivation value was skyrocketing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his cultivation base broke through from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment. Is this how you always level up with your cultivation speed increasing so fast? Han Bing couldn't help asking after they had dealt with a wave of beasts. Yo, what's up? Yang Fan replied. Freak. Han Bing finally blurted out after a long silence. Yang Fan was speechless. What was wrong with this cold little one always calling him names? Suddenly a thunderclap echoed from ahead. A bolt of lightning struck one of the spirit-grade puppets, scorching it until it smoked. Damn, what the hell is that? Yang Fan's eyes twitched in surprise. It's a 5th-tier beast, the Thunder Lizard. It uses lightning elemental power. Be careful, Han Bing warned. Then Yang Fan spotted the massive lizard ahead. Crackling. Its body was covered in thick, bluish-purple scales. Arcs of electricity danced around it. From a distance, it looked like it was clad in armor, quite imposing. A 5th-tier beast. The Thunder Lizard. Wait. Wasn't the claw of this 5th-tier Thunder Lizard one of the materials he needed to refine an Earth-grade puppet? Yang Fan's spirits lifted and his eyes blazed with fervent light. Go. Kill it. Seeing that the 5 puppets couldn't withstand the Thunder Lizard's electric shock therapy, it was jolting them uncontrollably with its violent lightning. Yang Fan drew his sword and charged. Boom. Boom. Yang Fan stomped with explosive steps, each footfall creating a sonic boom as he unleashed his full power. Clang. Han Bing also drew her slender sword, her steps light and graceful. She left afterimages in her wake as she followed closely. Yang Fan didn't know what movement technique Han Bing cultivated, but from her agile speed, it was definitely not below Earth grade. Moreover, her swordsmanship was exceptionally cunning and bizarre. Each thrust was like a nimble, venomous snake. She never struck unless it was a vital point. Yang Fan wielded his heavy coffin-board sword with sweeping, unrestrained strokes. His strength and explosive power were astonishing, a complete contrast to her style. Roar. The 5th-tier Thunder Lizard was powerful, but no matter how strong, it couldn't withstand the combined assault of 2 monstrous talents. In less than 5 minutes, it was slain. Effortlessly. After killing the Thunder Lizard, Yang Fan couldn't wait to have his puppets collect its materials. An Earth-grade puppet. Spirit-grade puppets could already handle 3rd-tier beasts. What about the more advanced Earth-grade puppet? It should at least be able to take on 5th-tier beasts, right? If he could truly gather all the materials and successfully refine it, then sweeping through this trial against the Sakura Kingdom would be no problem. They pressed on. The deeper they ventured into Crescent Moon Valley, the more frequently beasts appeared. Roar, roar. More beasts appeared ahead, and Yang Fan looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 1 kind, 2 kinds, 3 kinds. So many materials for refining Earth-grade puppets. He had a premonition that he would definitely be able to refine an Earth-grade puppet within 5 days. Yang Fan let out a gleeful chuckle. Beside him, Han Bing turned her head to look. Seeing his lecherous grin and drool, her expression stiffened. What nonsense are you cooking up in that head of yours? Han Bing misunderstood, a faint blush tinting her cold, beautiful face. Nothing, just thinking of happy things. Yang Fan looked innocent, then added, those beast waves are charging, ooh, let's attack together. Hefting his Overlord greatsword, he charged in and began a chaotic slaughter. Han Bing stared at him suspiciously for a moment before charging in as well. Most of these beasts were of the 3rd rank. Even the occasional 4th-rank beast could not withstand their sharp sword techniques. After slaying the beasts, Yang Fan tirelessly collected materials from their carcasses. Materials for refining an Earth-grade puppet. The range covered everything from 3rd to 6th rank. With nearly 20 types of beast materials in total, this showed just how difficult the refinement process was. However, it also proved the immense power of an Earth-grade puppet. Seeing Yang Fan eagerly collect beast materials right after the kill, Han Bing was filled with suspicion and confusion. That guy had been grinning so lecherously just moments ago. Was he smirking at these beasts? What a lunatic. At noon break. Hey, it's past 12, why hasn't the military merit ranking on this electronic bracelet updated yet? Yang Fan looked at his bracelet, puzzled. What's there to update? For this 2nd phase mission, you need to hunt specific beasts to earn merits. In such a short time, who could possibly hunt a 10-tailed scorpion drake or an abyssal bone dragon? Even if it updated, the rankings wouldn't change, Han Bing analyzed. That does make some sense, Yang Fan said, a look of realization dawning on his face. There was more than one 10-tailed scorpion drake and abyssal bone dragon in Crescent Valley. There were many deeper within, but as 5th-rank beasts, they were incredibly powerful. The difficulty for a Foundation establishment cultivator to kill one was immense. However, precisely because of this, the military merits rewarded for such a kill were likely substantial. Roar. Hiss. Just as they rested, roars and hisses echoed from the dense stone forest ahead. Mush. Something's up. Yang Fan's expression shifted slightly as he stood up. Then the two crouched low and crept stealthily to investigate. Through the stone forest, Yang Fan spotted two cultivators from Huaxia surrounded by a pack of powerful beasts. Many of those beasts were of the 4th rank. There was even one 5th-rank beast. Their strength was clearly inferior to that of Yang Fan and Han Bing. With the overwhelming number of beasts, they were struggling, desperately facing danger at every turn. Rip. The delicate and pretty girl caught off guard had her clothes torn by a beast's claw. A patch of alluring fair skin was revealed, making Yang Fan's breath hitch. Yang Fan quickly averted his gaze, turning to look at the beasts, his eyes gleaming. So many materials. Moreover, that 5th-rank beast was also a required material for refining his Earth-grade puppet. He was too excited. Hey, are you sick? I can't believe you're this kind of person. Beside him, Han Bing was about to say something to Yang Fan. But as she turned, she saw Yang Fan's eyes sparkling as he stared intently at the girl whose clothes were torn. Misunderstanding, immediately she flushed with anger and wanted to hit him. What kind of person am I? Yang Fan was baffled, not catching on. What kind of person? Don't you know in your heart? Han Bing's face was cold, her smile sardonic. Indeed, not a single good for nothing among boys. She had thought Yang Fan was different. Now it seemed she had overestimated him. Roar. In the distance, the beast's roars grew more urgent. Yang Fan's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Their fellow Huaxia companions, let's go help them first." With that, Yang Fan drew his overlord greatsword and charged ahead. All that righteous talk, but it's because you saw a beauty, you shameless fool. Han Bing grumbled unhappily. Then she followed, charging in to slay the beasts. In the distance, the Zhao siblings were thrilled to see fellow Huaxia cultivators coming to their aid. Zhao Wuji quickly warned, "Brother, be careful, these beasts are extremely..." Bang! With one swing of Yang Fan's sword, a 3rd-rank beast's head was blown apart. Yang Fan wielded a great sword like a coffin plank, handling it as if it weighed nothing. Wherever he passed, the beasts were either killed or wounded under his terrifying strength and explosive power. Not a single one could get near him. He was as valiant and invincible as a war god. This sight left the Zhao siblings dumbfounded, shocked. Zhao Wuji even forgot what he had just been saying. My god, brother, who is that youth? Is he on drugs? Who knows, but his sword art is incredibly powerful. Such formidable strength. Such terrifying explosive force. And that girl is amazing too. Her sword technique is graceful and agile, like a viper, every strike lethal. Sis, have you ever heard of such a great sword master at the Foundation establishment stage in our Huaxia? With the crisis resolved, the Zhao siblings stood there chatting. They were utterly stunned by Yang Fan and Han Bing's superb swordsmanship. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that two youths seemingly younger than them could be so formidable with the sword. In just 10 minutes, all the beasts in the stone forest were completely slaughtered. Even that 5th-rank beast didn't last 5 minutes under Yang Fan's explosive outburst. This sight nearly made the Zhao siblings' jaws drop to the ground. Zhao Ruoyuo's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. In the distance, Han Bing watched it all, a cold sneer playing on her lips. After dealing with all the beasts, the Zhao siblings immediately came over to express their gratitude. Han Bing stood there watching. Today she would see what excuse this shameless Yang Fan would come up with. If he can't walk straight when he sees a beauty, then just admit it. Why put on such a grand and righteous front? Hypocrite. Han Bing had already labeled Yang Fan with tags like simp, hypocrite, and playboy in her mind, ready to laugh at him. But Yang Fan didn't even look up. He eagerly went to collect beast materials. This scene left the Zhao siblings bewildered, standing there awkwardly. Their words of thanks were on the tip of their tongues. Were they just being ignored? Han Bing's expression also stiffened, full of suspicion. What was this guy playing at? Wasn't this the time to go suck up to the beauty in front of him? Why was he acting aloof? Could it be that he was deliberately playing hard to get to catch the bowtie's attention? It must be. Han Bing's mind ran wild with conjectures. Ahem. Brother, you're a man of true character. Thank you for saving us. I'm Zhao Wuji, and this is my sister Zhao Ruoyuo. Zhao Wuji's face was slightly awkward as he came over to thank Han Bing. Han Bing shook her head slightly, indicating it was nothing. After a while, Yang Fan finished collecting the beast materials and returned. They exchanged a few pleasantries and sat down to rest and chat. During the chat, Han Bing seemed distracted. She kept glancing at Yang Fan, trying to catch him leering at Zhao Ruoyuo. But after watching for a long time, she didn't see a trace of a lecherous expression on his face. What was going on? Was a beautiful peach like the one before him really less attractive than those beast materials? Or did he have some special fetish? Are you two from Fengcheng? I heard that this year Fengcheng produced 2 monstrous prodigies. Do you know who they are? Zhao Wuji's interest was piqued upon learning the two were from Fengcheng. Two monstrous prodigies from Fengcheng. What monstrous prodigies? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. They're two new senior high students. I heard about them earlier. They awakened their spiritual roots just over a month ago and have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ruoyuo added. Yang Fan and Han Bing's expressions stiffened as they exchanged a glance, their faces turning odd. New senior high students. Foundation establishment stage. Were they talking about them? I'm not really sure. Yang Fan shook his head, not wanting to stand out. He was naturally inclined to keep a low profile. Han Bing was the same, shaking his head as if he didn't know. After resting for a while, they formed a team and continued deeper into Crescent Valley. Hiss. After an unknown duration, a sharp, piercing hiss assaulted their ears. Ahead, a massive black scorpion 2 meters in size appeared. 1 scorpion tail, 2 scorpion tails, 3 scorpion tails, 10 scorpion tails. A 5th-rank mutated beast, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Yang Fan's face showed shock. He hadn't expected the 10-tailed dragon scorpion to be so massive and a 5th-rank mutated beast at that. In that case, its strength was comparable to ordinary 6th-rank beasts. Hiss, hiss. Beside the 10-tailed dragon scorpion, many other venomous beasts hissed and roared incessantly. Careful, it's a 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Each of its tails is extremely venomous. Don't get hit. Zhao Wuji warned with a grave tone. At that moment, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion gave a command, and the venomous beasts charged ferociously. Yang Fan rushed forward with his sword, and the other 3 followed closely, slaying the venomous beasts. Zhao Wuji's magical artifact was a blade, while his sister Zhao Ruoyuo wielded a spear. Their cultivation levels were at the late Foundation Establishment and peak Foundation Establishment stages respectively. Formidable. Under their combined assault, the ordinary venomous beasts couldn't get close before being slain. Hiss. The 10-tailed dragon scorpion roared, raising its 10 venomous tails and charging forward. The pressure on the group intensified and danger lurked at every turn. Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoyuo's faces showed worry. Given the current situation, it would be difficult for the 4 of them to kill this 10-tailed dragon scorpion. One wrong move could mean death. Suddenly, Yang Fan summoned 3 puppets. Beside him, Han Bing did the same. Yang Fan and the others feared the venomous tails, but these 5 spiritual-grade puppets were immune. The 5 puppets, each comparable to a 3rd-rank mutated beast, joined the battle. They surrounded the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Instantly, the beast was forced onto the defensive, and the tide of battle turned. The pressure on Yang Fan and the others eased dramatically. My heavens! What is this? So powerful. Mechanical dummies. No, they're not mechanical dummies. The Zhao siblings stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. At that moment, they looked at Yang Fan and Han Bing as if they were monsters. Zhao Ruoyuo's gaze at Yang Fan sparkled with even more admiration. So formidable. Incredibly formidable. No wonder they dared to charge recklessly into the depths of Crescent Valley. They were this powerful. Sis, do you think they could be those 2 super prodigies from Fengcheng? Them. That's very possible. As the siblings discussed in shock, more beasts surged from the distant forest. They dared not slack off and immediately threw themselves into the battle with full force. Ding. Killed 3rd-rank beast Ironbone Bear. Points 51, cultivation value 16100. Ding. Killed 3rd-rank beast Bloodthirsty Wolf. Points 50, cultivation value 11600. Ding. Killed 3rd-rank beast Human-Faced Demon Spider. Points 55, cultivation value 12666. As beast after beast fell at his feet, Yang Fan's cultivation value soared. At a certain moment, Yang Fan's aura surged steadily. His realm had broken through. Middle Foundation Establishment. His strength had more than doubled. Boom, boom. Yang Fan stomped with explosive steps, creating a continuous series of sonic booms. His body left afterimages as he launched a violent assault on the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Hiss. Under Yang Fan's overwhelming firepower, the beast roared in agony, suffering terribly. The Zhao siblings were utterly shocked at this sight. Where did this monster come from? It was terrifying. A mere Foundation Establishment cultivator single-handedly taking on a 5th-rank mutated beast, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Oh my god, what were they witnessing? Half an hour later, as Yang Fan severed the last scorpion tail, the massive body of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion crashed to the ground. It was dead. Ding. Killed 5th-rank mutated beast 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Points 166, cultivation value 29800. Military merit 120. No wonder it was a boss-level beast. Killing one gave such a high military merit. Did you all get military merit? Yang Fan turned to Han Bing and asked. Yes, I got 60 military merit. I got 62. Same here. The 3 nodded in agreement. It seemed that the one who killed the mission beast received double military merit, while those who participated in the attack also received substantial rewards. The recent battle had lasted nearly an hour. Exhausted, the 4 sat down to rest. They took recovery pills to replenish their spent stamina and spiritual energy. Yang Fan ordered the spiritual-grade puppets to collect materials from the beasts. He was only missing a few final ingredients to refine an Earth-grade puppet. What troubled him was the most crucial core material, a 6th-rank beast component. That was a 6th-rank beast. They had barely managed to defeat the 5th-rank mutated 10-tailed dragon scorpion. The thought of facing a 6th-rank beast was unimaginable. Hiss! Suddenly a sharp, piercing hiss echoed. Yang Fan's expression changed drastically as he spun around. Crunch! In an instant, he saw a spiritual-grade puppet utterly defenseless being knocked down by a dark shadow. The next moment, the puppet's head was bitten off. Damn! It's a 6th-rank beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion. Zhao Wuji recognized the beast that had ambushed the puppet and cried out in alarm. What? A 6th-rank Crimson Demon Scorpion. Yang Fan's eyes blazed with a mix of shock and fervent desire. A 6th-rank Crimson Demon Scorpion. It was exactly the 6th-rank beast material he needed to refine his Earth-grade puppet. Just as he was feeling drowsy, a pillow arrived. However, this 6th-rank Crimson Demon Scorpion was truly formidable. His spiritual-grade puppet had been obliterated before it could even react. Hiss! The blood-red Crimson Demon Scorpion suddenly turned its gaze toward Yang Fan and the others, hissing as it charged. It was incredibly fast. In the span of a single breath, it was right before their eyes. Yang Fan raised his overlord heavy sword, infused it with surging spiritual energy, and struck with a powerful slash. Clang! With a deafening roar, Yang Fan's body was sent flying backward. As for the 6th-rank Crimson Demon Scorpion, it merely swayed slightly, deflecting Yang Fan's full-powered strike. Terrifying. Everyone's expressions changed, their eyes filled with shock and horror. At that moment, seeing that its attack hadn't killed Yang Fan, the Crimson Demon Scorpion hissed again and lunged ferociously. Damn it! Yang Fan shook his numb arm and gritted his teeth to continue fighting. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The Duga 9 swords combined with the explosive steps pushed Yang Fan's strength to its limit. Even so, facing the powerful 6th-tier monster, the red magic poison scorpion, Yang Fan was still mercilessly beaten, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In the distance, the crowd wanted to rush over to help, but found they couldn't keep up with the red magic poison scorpion's movements. Hiss! At one moment, the red magic poison scorpion let out a shriek, its claws as solid as a scythe, sending Yang Fan's heavy sword flying. Its poison stinger tail lunged fiercely towards Yang Fan, aiming directly for his vital point. Yang Fan! Han Bing exclaimed in alarm, wanting to rush over for rescue, but it was already too late. Yang Fan fell to the ground, helplessly watching the approaching scorpion tail stinger. Whoosh! In a critical moment, a graceful figure suddenly leaped in from the side. In an instant, he was knocked away. Immediately, Yang Fan felt a soft, suffocating sensation. He almost suffocated. After a while, Yang Fan regained his senses, realizing his head was conveniently pressed against Zhao Ruoyuo's chest. Odd! Zhao Ruoyuo gasped in surprise, stunned. Just now she had been closest to Yang Fan, seeing him hanging by a thread. Without a second thought, she leaped over. Little did she know her aim was so accurate that she let him take advantage. Yang Fan was also taken aback. However, he was experienced and reacted quickly, saying, "Thank you." "No. You're welcome," Zhao Ruoyuo instinctively replied. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was off. Wait a minute. This guy took advantage of her, and he said, "You're welcome." Hiss! In the distance, the red magic poison scorpion let out a series of hissing cries, charging towards Han Bing and Zhao Wujia. Yang Fan quickly got up from the ground, grabbed the fallen heavy sword, and joined the battle. Zhao Ruoyuo looked down at her ample chest, her cheeks flushed. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about the incident with Yang Fan as she rushed over to help. The four prodigies of Huaxia teamed up against the 6th-tier monster, the red magic poison scorpion. Everyone unleashed their full power, fighting with all their might. Hiss! The red magic poison scorpion screeched, and after Yang Fan severed one of its scorpion legs with his sword, its speed significantly decreased, unable to defend itself. It was on the verge of being killed. Yang Fan's heart soared with excitement. The most crucial materials for refining a low-grade puppet were the claws and stingers of the red magic poison scorpion. As long as he could slay it today, he was confident he could refine a low-grade puppet. Suddenly, the almost lifeless red magic poison scorpion let out a sharp, piercing screech. The screech pierced Yang Fan's eardrums painfully. Damn! The red magic poison scorpion has gone berserk. We need to escape. Before Yang Fan could grasp what was happening, a low gasp reached his ears. Yang Fan looked in shock at the red magic poison scorpion, noticing its eyes filled with rage and hatred had turned completely crimson. Bang! Yang Fan unleashed a dominant sword strike infused with spiritual energy, but it was deflected with a shower of sparks. His palm went numb. The berserk red magic poison scorpion's strength had increased at least by a factor of 2. Damn it! Is it too much to handle? Originally facing a 6th-tier monster was already very challenging for the four of them. Now, just as they were about to kill it, it went berserk. How could they possibly kill it? Run. They could only escape for the time being. Go! Zhao Wujia shouted loudly, leading the way back. Yang Fan and the others followed closely behind. Hiss! The red magic poison scorpion let out a sharp screech, chasing after them. However, due to having lost a leg, its speed was greatly reduced, and it couldn't catch up. In the end, the four of them escaped in a flurry of luck. Look, they captured 4 big Huaxiao pigs alive. With how disheveled they look, they must have been chased by some monster. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, a bunch of useless Huaxiao pigs daring to come so deep into Crescent Valley. What was that old saying from Huaxia? Looking for shit with a lantern in the toilet, ha ha. Before Yang Fan and the others could catch their breath, a group of Cherry Blossom Country cultivators approached. As soon as they saw them, the Cherry Blossom dogs began to mock them sarcastically. Zhao Wuji's siblings' faces turned grim, and they were about to retort. Yang Fan stepped in first, saying, "Brothers from Cherry Blossom Country." A cough. "Brothers from Cherry Blossom Country, there's a very powerful monster ahead, you must not go there." Baka, do you think we the cultivators of Cherry Blossom Country are as trashy as you Huaxiao? Look at the panicked expressions of those Huaxiao pigs. I suspect it's a 10-tailed dragon scorpion or an abyssal bone dragon. Agreed, they must be planning to call for help, so step aside. You bunch of Huaxiao pigs. Don't delay us from hunting the monster. The Cherry Blossom cultivators ignored Yang Fan's warning, pushing past him and swaggering forward. Brothers from Cherry Blossom Country, don't. That monster ahead is really not a task monster. If you rashly go, someone will die. Yang Fan shouted loudly with a look of goodwill. The more he acted like this, the less the Cherry Blossom cultivators believed him. They even crazily mocked Yang Fan and his companions, calling them all weaklings. Moments later, the group of about 10 Cherry Blossom cultivators disappeared from Yang Fan's sight. On the side, Han Bing and the Zhao siblings looked on in shock. This. They all turned their gazes towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan shrugged innocently, saying, "Why are you all looking at me? I kindly warned them, but they didn't listen and insisted on going to their deaths. Oh, what can I do?" It seems to make some sense. Before Han Bing and the others could speak, a chilling and desperate scream rang out. Everyone shuddered and quickly left this troublesome place. The sun set behind the mountains. The sky gradually darkened. Approaching 6 o'clock, today's military merit ranking was about to be refreshed. By a certain lake in Crescent Valley, several prodigies of Cherry Blossom Country gathered together. Baka, that Huaxiao pig named Yang Fan has surpassed me in military merit ranking for 2 days. Today I must take revenge. And that Han Bing today I Song Baimu will definitely reclaim the 2nd place in military merit ranking. The likes of Shan Yubin and Song Baimu, among other Cherry Blossom dogs, rubbed their hands together, determined to succeed. After all, today they were quite lucky. They had consecutively killed 3 10-tailed dragon scorpions. With several hundred points of military merit in the bag, they should reclaim the 1st and 2nd positions. Right. Buzz. The smart wristband vibrated, updating the military merit ranking. The Cherry Blossom cultivators couldn't wait to check their rankings. Baka, what's going on? I have over 700 military merits. Why am I still ranked 3rd? I dropped 1 and ranked 5th. Those Huaxiao pigs must be cheating. They are definitely cheating. This group of Cherry Blossom cultivators went from self-satisfied and feeling invincible to furious and embarrassed. They were completely frantic. On the other side, the ever-watchful Kojiro was also roaring in rage. Originally, he thought that as the trial progressed to the 2nd stage, the prodigies of Cherry Blossom Country would surely be able to take revenge. But in fact, they were outdone by those 2 big Huaxiao pigs. How could he not be furious? Yuhaim watched with mockery, quietly observing Kojiro's clownish performance. She had seen Yang Fan and Han Bing's military merit values. She knew the truth. Han Bing didn't dare to speak. But that Yang Fan would most likely still be ranked 1st when the military merit ranking was updated tomorrow. She was now enjoying the sight of those Cherry Blossom trash being furious. It was a delight. In a forest clearing, Yang Fan and his companions rested. Zhao Wuji, after reviewing the updated military merit rankings, sighed repeatedly. Those Sakura curs are truly formidable. We've dropped 2 ranks. If we fall further, we might slip out of the top 10 by tomorrow. I'm currently in 10th place. I never imagined there would be so many monstrous cultivators from the Sakura Nation in this year's trial, nearly sweeping the top 10. Zhao Ru added, her voice tinged with the realization that the competition was far more brutal and intense than they had anticipated. Yang Fan glanced at the rankings and saw he was still 1st. From Han Bing's expression, she was likely 2nd as well. The Zhao siblings' words left them in an awkward silence. Who were they cursing? By the way, Brother Yang, what are your rankings? With your strength, you must be far ahead of us, right? After his outburst, Zhao Wuji turned his gaze to Yang Fan and Han Bing. Zhao Rulu also looked on with curiosity. I'm 1st, Yang Fan said. I'm 2nd, Han Bing followed. Yang Fan and Han Bing exchanged a glance before speaking in turn. What? You're 1st and 2nd. Oh. Brother, did you just curse the wrong people? The Zhao siblings' eyes widened as they gasped in shock. When they realized Yang Fan and Han Bing weren't joking, they fell into a state of utter despair. Ahem. Sorry. I've been cursing our own countrymen all this time. In my dire state, I sat up with a start, only to find the imperialists were us. My apologies. I wronged those little sons. Zhao Wuji awkwardly explained, then raised his thumb in admiration. Yang Fan shook his head modestly. He didn't care much about his exact rank as long as it wasn't too poor, enough not to disgrace China or disappoint Commander Qin and the others. Now the only thing on his mind was that 60-year beast, the Crimson Demon Poison Scorpion. Without it, he couldn't refine an Earth-grade puppet. After some thought, Yang Fan decided he would use his bloodline power if necessary to kill it. After all, such an opportunity was rare. He couldn't afford to let it slip away. Shaking off his stray thoughts, Yang Fan checked his status panel. Name: Yang Fan Realm Foundation Establishment Midstage 1. 88. Spiritual Root Void Spirit Root Devoured Once Bloodline Ancient Emperor Bloodline Purity 2. Physique Chaos Dao Body Martial Skills Solitary 9. Swords Earth Grade Initial Transcendent Explosive Step Earth Grade Initial Perfected Puppet Control Art Special Technique Proficiency Layer 4. 186. 602. 0000. Artifact Overlord Sword Points 42220. The puppet control art's proficiency was nearing the 5th layer. Once it reached the 5th layer, his success rate for refining Earth-grade puppets would greatly increase. His points had also exceeded 4000. In a few days, when they reached 500, he could draw a lottery. He eagerly anticipated what treasures a 500 point draw might yield. Killing other beasts didn't earn military merit. Moreover, since they were deep in Moon Crescent Valley, where 4th-tier beasts appeared frequently, Yang Fan arranged for his 2 remaining puppets to stand guard during the night. Han Bing also summoned the 2 puppets Yang Fan had given her to secure the other side. In the dead of night, a deafening tiger's roar jolted the 4 from their sleep. Yang Fan saw a spirit-grade puppet pinned to the ground by a massive black shadow. Another tiger. He sprang up fully alert. He grabbed his Overlord greatsword and charged. A 4th-tier beast posed no threat to Yang Fan now, though a few strokes were enough to slay it. Then with practiced ease he harvested its heart to craft a new spirit-grade puppet. Thanks to his high proficiency in the puppet control art, his success rate for refining spirit-grade puppets was extremely high. In no time, a brand new spirit-grade puppet appeared before the group. Holy crap. Holy crap. Brother Yang, you have this skill too. Zhao Wuji's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. Overwhelmed with shock, he couldn't help but curse repeatedly. Beside him, Zhao Rule's mouth hung open in disbelief. It's nothing, just a little side profession, Yang Fan said modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed under their stares. Impressive. Zhao Wuji gave him a thumbs up, then added, by the way, I saw you dig out the nether tiger's heart. Do you need it for puppets? I have one. Zhao Wuji pulled a nether tiger heart from his storage ring. Yang Fan's face lit up with joy. He quickly thanked him, took the heart, and brought out other materials to continue crafting. 20 minutes later, another new spirit-grade puppet emerged. The Zhao siblings were stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Zhao Wuji was practically drooling with envy. 100% success rate for such powerful puppets. Was this guy a demon? With 6 spirit-grade puppets on guard, the night was much safer. The next morning, the 4 set out to hunt tin-tailed dragon scorpions and abyssal bone dragons in the valley for military merit. After all, the gap in military merits between the 2 nations' cultivators was razor thin. Killing one more or one fewer mission beast could shift the rankings. They couldn't afford to slack off. SSS. A tin-tailed dragon scorpion appeared ahead. Go. Yang Fan waved his hand, commanding 4 poison-immune spirit-grade puppets to engage it. Han Bing also ordered her 2 puppets to join the fray. Yang Fan wielded his Overlord greatsword, unleashing a storm of blows that left the 5th-tier mutant beast battered and near death. Then Yang Fan called Zhao Rulu over to deliver the final blow and claim the most merit. Oh, Yang Fan, you want to give me the merit? Zhao Rulu exclaimed, stunned. Han Bing's expression froze, a look of suspicion crossing her face. We're comrades, we have to help each other. The merit gap shouldn't be too wide. You have the least merit, so take the lead first. Once you catch up, we'll switch to your brother. Let's aim to take the top 4 spots on the merit board in 5 days and leave those little sons in the dust. Yang Fan's words left the others dumbfounded. This guy really dared to think and say such things. Yet with their current strength, as long as luck wasn't too bad, they might actually sweep the top 4. After all, Yang Fan was a total cheat. Thank you, Zhao Rulu said, deeply moved, her gaze toward Yang Fan shifting noticeably. Beside her, Han Bing grew wary, a sense of unease rising within her. After slaying the first tin-tailed dragon scorpion, the group continued hunting mission monsters. By evening, when they rested, they had killed 5 tin-tailed dragon scorpions and 3 abyssal bone dragons. Yang Fan's merit 1680. Han Bing's merit 1460. Zhao Rule's merit 1430. Zhao Wuji's merit 1410. The abyssal bone dragons with their massive iron-bone bodies were far stronger than the tin-tailed dragon scorpions. They awarded nearly 100 more merit points each. The four exchanged smiles after reviewing their scores. They eagerly awaited the 6 p.m. merit ranking update. They wondered what rank they would hold. It was nearing 6 p.m. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly footsteps echoed. Yang Fan looked up stunned. Baka, it's them. Those 4 pigs from Daxia who ambushed us yesterday. Yes, they nearly got us all devoured by that 6th-tier beast. We won't let them off easy. In the distance, a group emerged from the forest. The cultivators from Sakura country they had encountered yesterday. When Yang Fan spotted them, they too looked up. As they recognized Yang Fan and his companions through the twilight refracted in the sky, they roared and howled as if facing their mortal enemy. Yang Fan was amused. He showed no fear at all. With an innocent expression, he said, Hey, hey, hey. Dear brothers from Sakura country, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just speak nonsense. Yesterday, I kindly warned you about the formidable beast ahead. You were too skilled and proud to listen. Can you blame me? Beside him, Hanbing Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoyuo nearly burst out laughing. They suddenly felt that this guy was quite mischievous. Still, what he said wasn't wrong. Yesterday, he had indeed advised those arrogant Sakura country cultivators. Relying on their numbers, they ignored him and even pushed past Yang Fan. As a result, they ran straight into the rage of the 6th-tier beast, the Crimson Demon Poison Scorpion. Baka, you cunning pigs from Daxiao must have set us up deliberately. That roaring Sakura dog suddenly drew a katana and slashed fiercely at Yang Fan. This strike was fast, precise, and deadly. If it had hit, half of Yang Fan's head would have been cleaved apart. Yang Fan's brow twitched as he dodged by a hair's breadth. Rip. Even so, the blade still tore through his sleeve. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been injured. You motherfucker. You dare ambush me. Yang Fan's face darkened. He hadn't bothered with these Sakura dogs before, but that didn't mean he had a good temper. Bakairu, what's wrong with ambushing you 4 Chinese pigs? We outnumber you. Yesterday you schemed against us. Die. The Sakura cultivators from behind swarmed in. In an instant, Yang Fan and his trio were surrounded. These Sakura cultivators dropped all pretense, revealing their ugly, treacherous faces. Hanbing Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoyuo also drew their weapons ready for action. Yoshi. Pretty ladies, very good. You 2 Chinese beauties accompany us until the trial ends, and well, spare your lives. Several lecherous Sakura dogs stared brazenly at Hanbing and Zhao Ruoyuo, drooling. You outnumber us. You want to compare numbers? Let's see. Yang Fan waved his hand and summoned all his puppets. Baka, what are these things? The Sakura cultivators were startled by the spirit-grade puppets Yang Fan summoned. The key was that there were 6 of them wielding weapons looking fierce. They're your fathers. Kill these little bastards. Yang Fan smiled grimly and directly ordered the spirit-grade puppets to haunt. Boom, boom. Yang Fan executed the explosive step-sonic booms, ringing out as he vanished with the Overlord heavy sword. Beside him, Hanbing moved at the same moment. Her movement speed was no less than Yang Fan's. The soft sword in her hand, like a viper, was cunning and lethal. The Zhao siblings exchanged a glance and also unleashed their full power. Baka, you Chinese pigs dare to A blood-curdling scream rang out as the foul-mouthed Sakura cultivator's head rolled to the ground before he could react. Yang Fan didn't stop. He charged toward another Sakura cultivator. In an instant, the scene was filled with screams. These Sakura dogs, though elite Foundation establishment cultivators of Sakura country, their strength was far inferior to the top-tier T0 prodigies. Yang Fan, Hanbing Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo were true T0 level among China's Foundation establishment cultivators. Especially Yang Fan, who could take on 5th-tier beasts as if it were child's play. What was the strength of a 5th-tier beast? Comparable to a golden core cultivator. Thus, slaughtering these Sakura cultivators was essentially no different from killing a few dogs. Don't kill me. My grandfather is Oda Hanjo, and I have a beautiful cousin. If you spare me today, they'll introduce her to you tomorrow. I beg you. The Sakura dog who had ambushed Yang Fan earlier wet his pants in fear. Seeing his comrades' corpses scattered everywhere in the blink of an eye, he kept kowtowing to Yang Fan like a demon. Your grandfather is Oda Hanjo. Yang Fan approached, kicked him over, and stepped on his face with his soul. Yes. My grandfather is Oda Hanjo. Do you know him? That's great. The Sakura dog whimpered in agreement. Who the hell is Oda Hanjo? Even if it were the Sakura Emperor, your life is mine today. Plop. Yang Fan's sword fell, and the head rolled. He never showed mercy to his enemies. In the distance, Hanbing and the Zhao siblings were startled by Yang Fan's ruthless decisiveness. Was this guy really only 18 years old? It was hard to believe. Why are you staring at me? Yang Fan felt awkward under their shocked gazes. Are you really 18? Zhao Wuji swallowed and asked tentatively. Of course. Hatred etched in the bones. I got a bit worked up. hatred etched in the bones. What's that all about? Zhao Ruoyuo couldn't help asking. Adult matters kids shouldn't ask. Yang Fan didn't explain. He couldn't exactly say he was a transmigrator. TCH. A little brat like you pretending to be mature. Zhao Ruoyuo sneered. Buzz. At that moment, the electronic bracelets on their wrists vibrated. Unbeknownst to them, it was already 6 p.m. Oh, and the military merit ranking had refreshed. First Yang Fan China. Second Hanbing China. Third Zhao Ruoyuo China. Fourth Zhao Wuji China. At the entrance of Crescent Valley, the bigwigs from both countries stared at the updated ranking, too stunned to speak. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. They weren't mistaken. On the second day, the top 4 spots were all taken by Chinese cultivators. On the Sakura side, the highest ranked, Asakawa, Qiangu Yamano-san, and Matsukata Boichi, could only trail behind. Uji's chest heaved violently, her face flushed, enchanting and alluring. Her exquisite shoulders trembled. She was too emotional. So emotional she could hardly believe it. So emotional she felt like she was dreaming. Yang Fan retaining first place didn't surprise her. But what truly amazed Uji was that Zhao Ruoyuo and Zhao Wuji had surged ahead. They had actually overtaken all the Sakura prodigies, and alongside Yang Fan and Han Bing dominated the top 4. Oh my god. What was she seeing? Bakairu. This is impossible. Koji Ichiro roared, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from rage. Fengqing Star Observation Pavilion. The sky had already turned pitch black. A group of heavyweights gathered in the grand hall without having dinner. They waited with bated breath for today's military merit rankings. Since the trial began, they had suffered from insomnia night after night. Even in their dreams, they worried about Yang Fan's military merit ranking, fearing he might fall from the top spot. Though these old-timers had previously said they wouldn't put too much pressure on the 2 youngsters as long as they didn't end up last in this year's trial rankings. But they too had restless hearts, especially after witnessing the astonishing performance of those 2 youngsters who crushed everything in their path. No more pretense. Time to show their true colors. They also wanted to surpass the imperial capital and claim first place, to become the strongest dark horse in this year's trial. Do you think those 2 youngsters can hold on to the first and second spots in today's rankings? It's dangerous. I've heard that several top prodigies from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have decided to join forces to impact the rankings. Regardless, those 2 youngsters as senior high school students have achieved something to be proud of. As the crowd discussed, an intelligence officer rushed in from outside the door. His emotions were stirred. Seeing this, Qin Baihe and other heavyweights instinctively rose from their chairs. It's here. Reporting to Chief Qin, today's military merit rankings are out. You see for yourselves. I'm too excited to speak. As he spoke, the intelligence officer projected the military merit rankings onto the holographic display. Yang Fan first, Han Bing second. What? The third and fourth places are also cultivators from our Huaxia. Holy crap. What am I seeing? Our Huaxia cultivators dominate the top 4 of the military merit rankings. I'm old, I must be seeing things. Old Chin slapped me and tell me I'm not dreaming. The heavyweights were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Originally, they were discussing the rankings of Yang Fan and Han Bing. But then the siblings Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoyuo also showed their mettle. They directly surpassed several top prodigies from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to claim 3rd and 4th place. Oh my heavens. This was definitely their best performance against the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in all these years of trials. Ha ha ha. Startled from a deathbed illness, the great powers turned out to be us. A false alarm. A false alarm indeed. Qin Baihe laughed wildly, waving his arms and dancing. The other Fengqing heavyweights nodded in agreement. They marveled at how impressive these foundation establishment youngsters were this year. Resting at night, Yang Fan did not become arrogant or complacent about his overwhelming lead at the top of the military merit rankings. In his view, it was just so-so. After all, at Mengshi High School, he was a top-tier scholar. Topping the rankings wasn't just routine for him. At this moment, he was contemplating the matter of the 6th-ranked demon beast, the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. A 6th-ranked Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion was not a common sight. In 2 days, they had encountered only one. And it was the most crucial core material for Yang Fan to refine an even more powerful Earth-rank puppet. Therefore, he had to slay and obtain it by any means necessary. Thus, Yang Fan explained the situation to the group. He planned not to join them tomorrow for hunting the mission's demon beasts. Yang Fan, what are you saying? We're a team. If you want to kill that Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion, we'll definitely help. Agreed. Brother Yang, that's not fair. Without you and Han Bing's help, we'd probably have fallen out of the top 10 by now. The others disagreed, insisting on going together to slay that 6th-ranked Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Yang Fan was touched and said no more. The next day, they set out to hunt the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Roar! Roar! Suddenly the sound of tiger roars came through. Yang Fan looked up and saw 2 4th-ranked demon beasts, nether demon tigers, darting out from the forest. Nether demon tigers. And 2 of them. Yang Fan's expression stiffened, but a gleam lit up his eyes. although the hearts of nether demon tigers could only be used to refine spiritrank puppets. But having 2 more spiritrank puppets would increase the odds of killing the crimson demon venom scorpion by another 10%. The others also showed delighted expressions. Without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, they raised their weapons and charged. In moments, the 2 nether demon tigers were surrounded and slain. Yang Fan had the spiritrank puppet collect the materials, not rushing to move on. Instead, he found a safe place to refine puppets. Yang Fan's proficiency in the puppet control art was close to the 5th level. He refined spiritrank puppets with ease and great skill. In about an hour, 2 brand new spiritrank puppets were successfully refined by Yang Fan. Currently, Yang Fan and his team had a total of 8 spiritrank puppets. Combined with the strength of the 4 of them, they had a high chance of defeating the 6th-ranked Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Let's go. Hunt the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Half an hour later, they arrived at the territory of the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Hiss. Instantly, the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion crawled out from its lair. Its bloodshot eyes fixed on Yang Fan as it lunged ferociously. Clearly, it still remembered Yang Fan cutting off one of its legs. The day before, Yang Fan had gotten away. Today, this little brat dared to come again. How could it not kill him? Oomph. Yang Fan snorted coldly, showing no fear as he unleashed his full power in battle. Why isn't this Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion as strong as the day before? After exchanging blows, Yang Fan was knocked back, but not as badly as before. He noticed that the scorpion was not only weaker in strength, but also significantly slower and less explosive. It must be that its berserk state has faded, leaving it in a brief period of weakness. We came at the right time. Han Bing analyzed. Could be. Let's all attack together and finish this bastard off quickly. Zhao Wuji brandished his ring-backed broadsword and charged with a ferocious expression. Huh. Zhao Ruoyuo let out a sharp cry, channeling spiritual energy into her spear. She wielded it with dazzling skill, each strike brimming with power. Yang Fan and Han Bing were not far behind. The 4 prodigies, along with 8 spiritrank puppets, bombarded the weakened Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion relentlessly. Hiss! Hiss! The Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion screeched incessantly under the siege from the group and puppets. Soon it began to falter. Yang Fan seized the opportunity and chopped off one of its mighty, imposing pincers. The Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion writhed in agony and tried to scurry back into its cave. But Yang Fan wouldn't let it, standing firm like a fortress at the cave entrance. Wielding his coffin-lid overlord greatsword, he used all his strength to block its escape. Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo, seeing Yang Fan as fierce as a war god, also struck with lethal intent, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Finally, through their combined efforts, the Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion lay on the verge of death. It was about to be slain. Roar! Howl! Hiss! Suddenly, a cacophony of demon beast roars and howls rang out. Rustle! Rustle! From the distant forest came a loud, crashing sound. The group looked up, and their expressions changed drastically. Damn! It's a beast tide! Get out of here! Han Bing exclaimed in alarm. Yang Fan had encountered a small-scale beast tide twice in function. Even though it was a small-scale beast tide, the number of demon beasts could reach dozens or even hundreds. Charging together, it was terrifying, especially since they were deep in the Crescent Valley, where the lowest-level demon beasts were 3rd rank, making it even more fearsome. Yang Fan glanced at the dying Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion. Then he looked at the various demon beasts rushing towards them, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. Today, this Crimson Demon Venom Scorpion must die. If they gave up now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, once the scorpion recovered from its weakened state, killing it would be as hard as reaching the heavens. Everyone quickly! Holy crap! Yang Fan, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Zhao Wuji urged everyone to flee immediately. Suddenly, Yang Fan charged towards the distant beast tide, wielding his overlord greatsword. Everyone was astonished. Han Bing wanted to rush over to intervene, but it was too late. A strange scene unfolded before them. Yang Fan's eyes instantly turned blood red. His aura surged upward. At this moment, the approaching beasts in the distance appeared to him. Their speed slowed down by at least half. He wielded the overlord heavy sword, frantically channeling his spiritual energy into it, stepping forward with explosive speed, and unleashed the Dugun 9 swords. Boom! Boom! The deafening sounds echoed much louder than before. His figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the crowd of beasts. In the distance, Han Bing and the Zhao siblings felt their hearts leap to their throats. They even imagined Yang Fan being torn to shreds by dozens of beasts at once. Yet, he remained unscathed. Puff! Puff! With swift movements, he struck down one beast after another, inflicting severe damage. Under his frenzied power and terrifying outbursts, the beasts were either dead or severely injured. Hiss! WH! What just happened? Zhao Wuji gasped, nearly having his eyes pop out. What did he just witness? Yang Fan was just a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. How could he suddenly unleash a terrifying power comparable to a nascent soul practitioner? This was too terrifying. It was too monstrous. Hiss. The critically injured sixth-tier beast Red Demon Scorpion struggled to rise. Everyone snapped back to their senses. Han Bing decisively ordered, "First kill this sixth-tier beast." The group joined forces, unleashing their full firepower to slay the critically wounded Red Demon Scorpion. They all understood. Yang Fan fought with such desperation for the materials of the sixth-tier beast Red Demon Scorpion. Therefore, they had to kill it as quickly as possible and rush over to assist Yang Fan. Moments later, the Red Demon Scorpion let out a series of roars, its massive body crashing to the ground. Roar! Before anyone could catch their breath, the sound of the beast horde echoed in their ears. Their hearts tightened, and they quickly gripped their magical weapons, rushing to help. The four of them joined forces along with 8 spirit puppets. Even with the vast number of beasts, they managed to hold their ground. Ding. Killed a 4th-tier beast Black Bear King, points 88, cultivation value 18940. Ding. Killed a 3rd-tier beast Iron Bone Bear, points 51, cultivation value 16100. Ding. Killed a 3rd-tier beast Bloodthirsty Wolf, points 50, cultivation value 11600. Unlike others, Yang Fan was slaying these beasts. Not only did he gain a high amount of cultivation value, but he also earned points. At this moment, Yang Fan was as fierce as a killing god. Wherever he went, the beasts could not withstand his 3 strikes. Clang! Zhao Wuji's massive ringback blade struck a beast ahead with a violent force, causing his arm to go numb. Earlier, he stood at a distance watching as Yang Fan fought valiantly. Slaying those beasts seemed incredibly easy for him. It appeared as if he could do it effortlessly. But when he truly rushed over to confront them, he was horrified to discover how fierce the beast horde's charge was. He was nearly knocked off his feet. Yet this freak Yang Fan not only relied on his terrifying speed and strength, but also sturdily withstood the first wave of the beast horde's charge. He even swam through the crowd of beasts like a fish, causing them to scream in agony. How terrifying! How monstrous! Unbeknownst to them, the beast horde, consisting of around 70 to 80 beasts, was completely annihilated by the 4 of them and the 8 spirit puppets. The ground was in ruins and the towering trees were shattered. Yang Fan stood covered in blood, gripping the Overlord heavy sword, with veins popping on the back of his hand. Crimson droplets of blood dripped from the blade, falling to the ground. Clang! Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Wujia lost grip of his weapon, which clattered to the ground. His heart was genuinely shocked and filled with admiration. Throughout the history of Huaxia, spanning thousands of years, countless prodigious talents existed. But someone as frenzied as Yang Fan, he was witnessing for the very first time. "Brother Yang, in my life, I have never bowed to anyone but you," Zhao Wujia gasped, walking over with admiration on his face. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Yang Fan sent him flying with a sword strike. In the next moment, Yang Fan held the sword with both hands, his gaze blood red, and fiercely swung it towards him. Zhao Wuji's expression was horrified. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? It was as if he were looking at a dead man. Zhao Wujia tried to dodge, but Yang Fan's aura locked onto him tightly, making it impossible to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-dripping Overlord heavy sword came closer. "Brother! No! Yang Fan!" In the distance, the 2 girls shouted loudly upon witnessing this scene. The Overlord heavy sword came to a halt just an inch away from Zhao Wuji's head. It could be said that if it had been even a fraction of a second later, Zhao Wuji's head would have been severed. "Sorry, I lost control just now and mistook you for a beast." Yang Fan's blood-red eyes slowly returned to clarity. He raised his hand, vigorously slapped his forehead, and retracted the Overlord heavy sword. Han Bing hurried over, her face filled with concern. "Yang Fan, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Yang Fan shook his head, his body suddenly unsteady as he fell toward Han Bing. Han Bing instinctively raised her hand to support him. However, due to Yang Fan's weight and the suddenness of the incident, she failed to hold him steady. Thud! Yang Fan's head collided with her chest. A soft cotton candy-like sensation and incredible elasticity enveloped him. Yang Fan was dazed. Han Bing was also startled. Again, she was taken advantage of. How many times is this now? This scoundrel, can he be any more shameless? "Sorry." Yang Fan awkwardly apologized, feeling even more exhausted. Before he could struggle to get up, he fell asleep in the dazed Han Bing's embrace. He did not know how long he slept. When he awoke, he found that it was already dark. He lay there, gradually regaining his senses while checking his attribute panel. Name: Yang Fan, Realm Mid Foundation Establishment 3806. Spiritual Root, Empty Spiritual Root, Devoured Once, Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 5, Physique Chaos, Tao Body, Martial Skills, Duga 9, Swords, Earth Grade, Initial Level, Extraordinary Explosive Step, Earth Grade, Initial Level, Perfection, Puppet Control Technique, Special Technique, Proficiency Level, 4196, 602, 0000, Magic Treasure, Overlord Sword Points, 51280. Sigh. The purity of his bloodline had reached 5, although a 5 purity brought improvements to all aspects of his attributes. Once he used the power of his bloodline entering a state of madness without recognizing anyone, it would be even harder to control. During the day, he had nearly slaughtered Zhao Wujia. What about next time? Would he be able to wake up in time? It seemed that possessing a powerful bloodline without the corresponding strength to control it was not a good thing after all. At this moment, Yang Fan resolved that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he would never again utilize the power of his bloodline. Are you awake? Han Bing, seeing that Yang Fan had woken up, quietly approached. Just woke up. About what happened during the day, I apologize. It's not the first time. Han Bing casually replied, but as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. What did that mean? Had she gotten used to being taken advantage of by this scoundrel 3 times? The atmosphere was awkward and stifling. Yang Fan looked embarrassed and guilty, unsure how to respond. You've awakened your bloodline. Han Bing quickly changed the subject. Yang Fan nodded. Yes, as the bloodline concentration increases, I can't control it during use. After a few exchanges, Han Bing handed him the materials collected from the red demon venom scorpion they had slain during the day. Yang Fan's spirits lifted, and he quickly got up. Then he retrieved materials from his storage ring to refine a puppet. However, Yang Fan didn't immediately refine an earth-grade puppet. His art of puppet control was just shy of enough proficiency to reach the 5th level. Reaching the 5th level would greatly increase the success rate of refining an earth-grade puppet. Increasing proficiency in the art of puppet control wasn't solely achieved through successful refinement. Even failed attempts during refinement could yield proficiency. Therefore, Yang Fan often used low-grade cheap materials, deliberately failing halfway through to gain experience. After all, low-grade puppets were useless to him now. Refining a bunch would waste materials and wouldn't even fill the gaps between the teeth of Tier 3 beasts and above. Finally, Yang Fan's art of puppet control advanced to the 5th level. His heart surged with excitement. After adjusting his state and making thorough preparations, he began refining an earth-grade puppet. The materials required for an earth-grade puppet were mostly from Tier 5 beasts. The difficulty of refinement increased exponentially. Even with his proficiency at the 5th level, Yang Fan was extremely cautious during the process. The process was very slow. Several times it nearly failed. Fortunately, Yang Fan had extensive experience in puppet refinement, and he managed to get through without incident. Success. The moment he successfully refined the earth-grade puppet, Yang Fan nearly jumped for joy. Zhao Wuji and his sister Zhao Ruoyuo woke up and walked over. Brother Yang, is this an earth-grade puppet? It's so small, doesn't look as imposing as a spirit-grade one, Zhao Wuji said, circling the puppet with confusion. Don't judge it by its size, but strength is nothing to scoff at. It can take on 5 spirit-grade puppets without any problem. Really? Let me test it. Zhao Wuji didn't believe it and wanted to test the small puppet's strength. Yang Fan didn't refuse. He also wanted to see the earth-grade puppet's capabilities, and having a ready-made sparring partner was perfect. Brother Yang, just so you know, if I chop it to pieces, I'm not paying for it, Zhao Wuji said, glancing at his ring-backed broadsword, and then at the small puppet in the distance, making his terms clear. Don't worry, even if you break it, I won't ask you to pay, Yang Fan said with a smile. Driven by Yang Fan's incantations, the earth-grade puppet assumed a combat stance. Once both sides were ready, the match began. Clang. The earth-grade puppet's dark steel heavy sword clashed violently with Zhao Wuji's ring-backed broadsword. Boom. The next moment, an astonishing and unbelievable scene unfolded. Zhao Wuji's body flew backward like a cannonball. He crashed through 2 trees before stopping. Whoosh. The small earth-grade puppet chased after him like a ghost. Its dark steel heavy sword pointed directly at Zhao Wuji's brow. If Yang Fan hadn't quickly ordered the match to stop, Zhao Wuji would have met his end. Stunned. Dazed. Zhao Wuji lay on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Brother, are you okay? Zhao Ruoyuo was the first to snap out of it and rushed over. I'm fine. Damn, what the hell is this thing? It's insane. Brother, are you selling this earth-grade puppet? He'll pay 100 million. If that's not enough, he'll let my sister be your girlfriend. Zhao Wuji scrambled to his feet, so excited he was incoherent. Zhao Ruoyuo's face stiffened, and she chased after him, beating him. You idiot, brother, what nonsense are you talking? He'll kill you. Ouch, ouch. Sis, I'm joking. Just joking. Zhao Wuji yelped in pain, quickly apologizing and begging for mercy. After a bit of commotion, they gathered around the newly refined earth-grade puppet to examine it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought such a small earth-grade puppet could possess such terrifying strength? Based on its performance, its power was likely close to the nascent soul stage. Yang Fan was filled with emotion. The risk of killing the Tier 6 red demon venom scorpion during the day had been worth it. He didn't know what the next trial would entail, but with his current strength, sweeping through this trial against the Sakura country was no problem. The night passed without incident. The second stage of the trial arrived on the 4th day. At dawn, everyone woke up and continued hunting the mission beasts, the ten-tailed dragon scorpion and the abyssal bone dragon. Roar! Ahead appeared a tier 4 beast, the black bear king. Whoosh! The earth-grade puppet wielding its dark steel heavy sword pounced instantly. Its speed was like lightning, leaving afterimages in its wake. The next moment, the puppet and the black bear king passed each other. Boom! The massive body of the tier 4 black bear king crashed to the ground. Instant kill. This scene nearly made Zhao Wuji and the other's eyes pop out in the distance. Holy crap. Awesome. Freak. Monster. After a long pause, they snapped out of it and collectively cursed Yang Fan as a freak. This was supposed to be a trial for Foundation Establishment cultivators, but he brought an Earth-grade puppet with strength comparable to a Golden Core Peak and 6 Spirit-grade puppets with strength equivalent to late Foundation Establishment. What was the point? Just hand him the championship and let everyone fight for second place. With the help of several puppets and the 4 of them being T0 level among Foundation Establishment cultivators, hunting the Tier 5 mutated tin-tailed dragon scorpion was a breeze. The only trouble was having to search everywhere. Fortunately, Yang Fan had refined over a dozen mystic-grade puppets for reconnaissance, which was efficient. In half a day, they had already hunted 6 mission beasts. During the noon break, Yang Fan checked the military merit ranking. Because of hunting the red demon venom scorpion yesterday and his subsequent collapse, they hadn't killed any mission beasts. Except for Yang Fan, who continued to top the rankings, everyone else had fallen out of the top 4. The best was Han Bing, ranked 6th. The second stage of the trial had only today and tomorrow left, so they had to catch up. In the afternoon, a mystic-grade puppet on reconnaissance accidentally discovered a cave. Near this cave, there were noticeably more tin-tailed dragon scorpions and abyssal bone dragons than elsewhere. The 4 of them were overjoyed and decided to guard the area and hunt. Everyone's military merit soared. It was great. Suddenly, a group of about 20 cultivators from Sakura country rushed over. Baka, there are so many mission beasts here. You 4 Chinese pigs get lost. This place is ours. They noticed the ground littered with corpses of tin-tailed dragon scorpions and abyssal bone dragons, shocked and delighted. Then, relying on their numbers, they directly tried to seize the spot. Why should we give it to you? We found this place. Where's your sense of fairness? Zhao Ruoyuo's chest heaved with anger as she glared at them. The 20-odd Sakura country cultivators leered with malicious grins. Huh? Why? Because our fists are stronger. Because we outnumber you. Got a problem with that? They'll give you Sakura dogs one chance. Scram now and they'll let bygones be bygones. Yang Fan did not argue with the cultivators from the Sakura nation, nor did he reason with them. Having transmigrated into this world of spiritual energy resurgence and cultivation, he had lived long enough to understand one truth: might makes right. For these insolent, wolf-hearted little bastards, the more you reason with them, the more arrogant they become. On the contrary, twist their heads off and they'll behave. Baka, what did you say, you Chinese pig? Who are you calling a Sakura dog? FCK your mother. The 3 of you can leave, but this arrogant brat must pay with his life. Yang Fan's single utterance of Sakura dogs thoroughly enraged over 20 cultivators from the Sakura nation. They gathered around him, cracking their knuckles, looking ferocious and ready to strike. Since you've been given a chance and wasted it, don't blame me, Yang Fan, for being ruthless. They'll kill you all. Yang Fan wasted no more words and instantly released 7 puppets. At the same time, the spiritual energy within his body surged madly into the Overlord greatsword in his hand as he executed the martial technique Solitary 9, swords to attack. You overestimate yourself, a Chinese vermin daring to challenge so many of us geniuses. How dare you? Oh, that arrogant Sakura dog who was provoking him immediately let out a mocking laugh. Before his words faded, Yang Fan's Overlord greatsword had already appeared eerily before his eyes. In an instant, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a rolling head hit the ground. FCK your mother. This kid is sinister. Let's kill him together. The remaining Sakura Nation cultivators were scared shitless. They roared and charged at Yang Fan together. Whoosh, whoosh. The several puppets Yang Fan summoned displayed formidable strength, wielding weapons and charging into the fray. Especially the small Earth-grade puppet, which moved like a phantom. Wherever it passed, those unlucky Sakura Nation cultivators were either dead or maimed. For a moment, the entire scene descended into chaos filled with screams. Kill! Zhao Wuji and the other companions snapped back to reality. Their faces twisted with ferocity as they brandished their weapons and charged forward. Since the gloves were off, there was no need to hold back any longer. In previous trials, not a few Chinese genius cultivators had died at the hands of the Sakura Nation. It was time to collect some interest. The agonizing screams of the 20 Sakura Nation cultivators rang out incessantly. Initially, they had relied on their numbers, acting arrogantly and bullying others. Now, when they actually engaged Yang Fan and his group of 4 in battle, they were horrified to discover they were no match at all. Especially this youth Yang Fan. He was like a demon. His speed was ghostly, his strength immense, and his explosive power ferocious. Holy SHD. Was this demon really just a foundation establishment cultivator? In the distance, the terrified Sakura Nation cultivators, their courage shattered, no longer dared to covet this prime spot for hunting mission beasts. They fled for their lives screaming. Adhering to the principle of eliminating the root of trouble, Yang Fan chased after them directly. Not one left alive. Total annihilation. Pa. A bunch of trash. Given a chance, and you wasted it. You deserve to die. After dispatching the last Sakura dog, Yang Fan sneered and spat. I won't trouble others unless they trouble me. If they trouble me, I will surely destroy them. This was Yang Fan's creed in this life. After slaughtering all those blind Sakura dogs, the group returned to the previous cave to continue searching for and killing the mission beasts. A day passed quickly. In the evening, during a rest, they tallied their respective military merits. Yang Fan's military merits 2,460. Han Bing's military merits 2,110. Zhao Wuji's military merits 2090. Zhao Ruoyuo's military merits 2030. Yang Fan's military merits remained the highest. This was a unanimous decision by the other three. After all, the reason their efficiency in killing mission beasts was so high was 70% due to Yang Fan's contribution. Without Yang Fan's freakish Earthgrade puppet to help, they would have exhausted themselves and never achieved over 2,000 military merits in such a short time. At that moment, all four were waiting for the 6 o'clock update of the military merit rankings, eager to see if their rankings had risen or fallen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crescent Valley, Kojiro, that buffoon, was smug and complacent. It was in the bag. Based on yesterday's momentum, it was 100% certain that their Sakura Nation's few prodigies would surpass that vermin Yang Fan and snatch first place. Yuji, your Chinese nation is about to lose the top spot on the military merit board. How does that feel? Kojiro deliberately picked a fight. Get lost. Yuji had no mood to entertain him. At this moment, her heart was also filled with worry. Yesterday's military merit rankings, aside from Yang Fan, the other few little ones had all fallen out of the top 4. This was something Yuji had not anticipated. Although Yang Fan still held the top spot, his military merits were not far from Han Bing's. In the second phase of the trial, each mission beast killed awarded over 100 military merits. A gap of 100 or 200 military merits could be closed or even surpassed with just 2 beasts. Alas, this year's trial, the overall strength of Chinese Foundation establishment cultivators was still weaker than that of the Sakura Nation. The military merit board has updated. Just as Yuji was sighing with worry, someone shouted. She snapped back to reality and quickly checked. Yuji gasped, stunned. First place, Yang Fan China. Second place, Han Bing China. Third place, Zhao Wuji China. Fourth place, Zhao Ruoyuo China. Fifth place, Yamano Juzan Sakura Nation. Bakayaro. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kojiro flew into another rage, frantic with anger. Yuji snapped out of it and sneered mockingly. Kojiro, looks like your Sakura Nation cultivators aren't up to par this year either. Just now, what was she saying? That the overall strength of Chinese Foundation establishment cultivators was weaker than the Sakura Nation. She would take that back. Kojiro's face turned a livid pig liver color as if he had eaten SHD and pretended not to hear. Just then, a Sakura Nation cultivator came rushing out of Crescent Valley in a panic. He ran and shouted, Lord Kojiro, it's terrible, terrible. The Chinese pigs have killed many of our Sakura Nation cultivators. What? The Chinese pigs killed our Sakura Nation cultivators. Kojiro was already seething with frustration and anger. Upon hearing this Sakura Nation cultivator's words, he erupted in fury. Yes, it was the team led by that Chinese first-place Yang Fan, along with Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo. This Sakura Nation cultivator was also part of the group of Sakura dogs killed by Yang Fan. At the time, he had a stomach ache and went to relieve himself. When he finished and caught up to the group, he found his companions were gone. This sight scared the Sakura Nation cultivator half to death, and he scrambled back to report. Baka, that despicable, shameless, insidious Yang Fan. I will make him die. Kojiro roared and screamed after hearing this. Already he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yang Fan, this vermin who had stolen the first place from their Sakura Nation. Now he finally understood why China had monopolized the top 4 spots. It was all the doing of that vermin Yang Fan. Bakayaro. This little bastard must die. Otherwise, he would definitely become a major potential threat to their Sakura Nation. Kojiro's heart stirred with murderous intent. Nonsense. Yang Fan and his group are only 4. They killed 20 from your Sakura Nation team. Didn't you constantly claim that every Sakura Nation cultivator is a genius? How did they suddenly become as weak as chickens? Yuji was shocked and questioned angrily, although she was unclear about the specific details of the incident. The panicked Sakura Nation cultivator, who rushed out of Crescent Valley to report the situation, made it seem likely that this matter was indeed connected to that brat Yang Fan. A flicker of worry arose in her heart once more. After some thought, she reported the situation truthfully to the leader Qin Baihe of Fengcheng. at the stargazing pavilion in Fengqing. All the grand elders gathered. The atmosphere in the hall today was not as lively as the day before. It was somewhat stifling and oppressive. Alas, didn't I say before? We old bones shouldn't put too much pressure on those two youngsters. Exactly. Treat it with a calm mind. As long as they don't rank last in this trial, that's already quite good. Besides, wasn't Yang Fan still first place yesterday? We shouldn't give up on ourselves and underestimate him. The group discussed amongst themselves, their spirits low. At that moment, an intelligence officer rushed in from outside to report the day's military merits rankings. Chief Qin, there's good news and bad news. Which one first? Good news. We must hear the good news first. The good news is that our Huaxia cultivators have turned the tables again, reclaiming the top 4 spots. What? Back in the top 4? The grand elders erupted, their eyes nearly popping out. And the bad news? The bad news is that Yang Fan has clashed with the Sakura Nation. He led Han Bing and the Zhao siblings, killing 20 Sakura Nation cultivators. What? For people killed 20 from Sakura Nation. Hiss. Is he a demon? How did he do it? Who did you hear this from? Is it reliable? The grand elders, shocked, leaped from their chairs. Compared to Yang Fan and his group returning to the top 4. The latter piece of news from the intelligence officer was far more explosive. This intelligence was sent by Lady Yu Ji, emphasizing this matter. She suggests immediately terminating the trial for Yang Fan and Han Bing, as Kojuro of the Sakura Nation has developed murderous intent. The intelligence officer then briefly recounted the events. The atmosphere in the entire hall fell silent instantly. Qin Baihe and the many grand elders sat back in their chairs to discuss the matter. I agree that these two youngsters should abandon this trial. I agree too, they have already done more than enough. The third stage of the trial differs from the first two. Killing is allowed to seize military merits. Yang Fan has the highest merits, making him the Sakura Nation's primary target. After a round of discussion, the grand elders unanimously approved Yu Ji's suggestion. Yang Fan and Han Bing should abandon the trial now. Even if Fengcheng ends up last again this year, it would be nothing more than another year of ridicule. In comparison, these two exceptionally talented youngsters with extraordinary potential must not come to harm. That evening, Yang Fan, Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo received the message almost simultaneously. The content was simple. They were instructed to agree to terminate the trial and return to Huaxia immediately. What happened? Why terminate the trial? I don't know. If my guess is correct, it's probably because our killing of those Sakura dogs was discovered by their cultivators. Possibly. Huaxia is ordering us to end the trial and return to protect us. What should we do? After some analysis, they roughly understood the reason. After all, they had killed 20 Sakura dogs just during the day. That evening, a special pending notification appeared on their wristbands. Even a fool could guess the cause. I refuse. Yang Fan stood up. So what if they found out? Does that mean they can bully us, but we can't fight back? If those Sakura Nation cultivators don't provoke me, fine. But if they dare to come for me, you'll kill them one by one, two by two. A son of great Xia dies a hero in battle, not a coward who surrenders. Yang Fan's voice was not very loud, but the immense aura he exuded was terrifying. Han Bing looked up at him, increasingly unable to understand just what kind of person he truly was. Usually he seemed quite low-key, but whenever it involved the Sakura Nation, he became a different person. His cold, ruthless methods made Han Bing suspect that he harbored a blood feud with them. Well said. A son of Huaxia dies in battle, not a coward who surrenders. Count me, Zhao Wuji, in. And me. I naturally can't be left behind. Thus the four of them unanimously rejected the termination of the trial via their wristbands. As Yang Fan said, if the Sakura Nation cultivators dared to cause trouble, they would kill them all. As long as the high-ranking Sakura Nation officials didn't intervene with their current strength among the 250 Sakura Nation cultivators who could stand against them in a direct confrontation. The night passed without incident. Day 5. It was also the last day of the second stage trial. At 5 o'clock this evening, the trial would officially end. By then, all participating cultivators would have to return to the entrance of Crescent Valley to assemble. With only a few hours left, everyone was exceptionally diligent in hunting the required beasts. Yang Fan killed not only the required beasts, but also other monsters. The notification from last night had given him a sense of crisis. Therefore, he wanted to gain more cultivation value to raise his realm further. Additionally, killing beasts earned him points. The point-based lottery system was also a major asset that kept him far ahead of others. Ding. Killed third-tier beast Ironbone Bear points, 51, cultivation value, 17,100. Ding. Killed fourth-tier beast Black Bear King points, 88, cultivation value, 19,940. Ding. Killed third-tier beast Bloodthirsty Wolf points, 50, cultivation value, 12,600. Although Yang Fan's bloodline purity had increased to 5, bringing potential danger, it also had benefits. His acquisition of cultivation value had significantly improved. At noon, during a rest break, Yang Fan opened his status panel to check. Name Yang Fan Realm Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage, 69. 11 Spiritual Root Void Spirit Root, Devoured Once Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline Purity 5, Physique, Chaos, Tao Body Martial Skills Duga 9 Swords Earth Tier, Initial Transcendent Explosive Step Earth Tier, Initial Perfected Puppet Control, Art, Special Technique Proficiency Layer 5, 150550000, Artifact Overlord Sword Points, 58889. Yang Fan felt that at this rate of cultivation value gain, he could reach the late foundation establishment stage in at most 3 days. His points were also nearing 60,000, enough for a lottery. The familiar spinning wheel appeared before him, once more rotating rapidly. At this moment, Yang Fan felt nervous and expectant. What would a 5,000 point lottery yield? Ding! Congratulations on winning the Earth Tier High-Grade Technique Devouring Gaze Art. Next lottery requires 1,000 points. Devouring Gaze Art. An Earth Tier High-Grade Technique. Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he checked its description. Devouring Gaze Art, a top-tier ocular technique. When activated, it can slow down an enemy's movements and intimidate them. Cultivated to its peak, it unlocks the martial skill Soul Strike, capable of severely damaging an enemy's soul. Yang Fan was stunned after reading the introduction. A pupil-type cultivation art. When cultivated to its peak, it even came with a martial skill called Soul Strike, capable of directly harming the soul. Hiss! Yang Fan gasped, his heart both shocked and filled with ecstasy. What a treasure! Winning it with 50,000 points was an absolute steal. Comprehend. Yang Fan closed his eyes and sat in meditation, grasping the Earth-grade advanced technique Devouring Pupil Art. In mere moments, he achieved mastery. Such were the benefits of his extraordinary comprehension. If it were any other cultivator trying to comprehend an Earth-grade advanced technique, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to even get started. Take that girl Li Fei, for instance. She was the second prodigy of Mengshi High School, with no lack of talent, right? Yet when Yang Fan taught her the Mystic Grade Advanced Solitary 9 Swords, it took her an entire morning just to barely grasp the basics. Let alone an Earth-grade martial skill which was over 10 times more difficult than a Mystic Grade 1. After comprehending the Devouring Pupil Art, Yang Fan couldn't wait to try it out. Han Bing, look into my eyes. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes and spoke. In the distance, Han Bing, who was resting, instinctively looked up. In an instant, she was startled by Yang Fan's eerie black and white double pupils. At that moment, her mind went blank, and she sat there dumbfounded. Beside her, Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoyuo, the siblings, were in the same state. Yang Fan raised his hand, and a leaf brushed past Han Bing's cheek, severing a strand of her hair before she snapped out of it. Han Bing shuddered, sprang up from the ground as if shocked, and stared at Yang Fan in alarm. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. You? What did you just do to me? Han Bing demanded coldly. At that moment, cold sweat ran down her back. If Yang Fan were an enemy and had wanted to kill her just now, she would already be a corpse. What a terrifying gaze. Nothing much. I just had an epiphany about a pupil technique and wasn't sure of its power, so I thought I'd test it on you. Yang Fan explained awkwardly. He was also secretly shocked. This technique was formidable. It could intimidate enemies. Earlier, he hadn't paid much attention to the term intimidation in the attribute description. So this so-called intimidation meant stunning everyone into a daze. No wonder it was an Earth-grade advanced technique. Truly powerful. How terrifying. How terrifying. I felt my soul trembling just now. What? Brother, are you saying you just sat there daydreaming and suddenly comprehended such an incredible pupil technique? The Zhao siblings also snapped back to reality, equally shaken. Zhao Wuji in particular, upon hearing that such a fearsome pupil technique was born from Yang Fan's epiphany, jumped 3 feet in shock. Something like that. Yang Fan's face flushed with slight embarrassment, but he didn't elaborate. He certainly couldn't reveal that he could draw unlimited lottery prizes. That was his secret. Not even his own son could know. Upon hearing the confirmation, everyone looked at him as if he were a freak. Originally, Han Bing and the others were the cream of the crop among their peers across all of China, prodigies and geniuses. Yet in just a few short days, staying with Yang Fan had crushed their confidence so much they felt like shutting themselves off. Roar! Just as they finished resting, a 6th-tier beast burst out from the distant forest. The group's expressions shifted at the sight of the 6th-tier beast. They immediately summoned their artifacts ready for battle. Whoosh! At that moment, Yang Fan was already the first to grab the Overlord heavy sword from the ground and charge forward. He activated the pupil technique Devouring Pupil Art. He was just wondering how to test the power of this newly learned technique when a big catch appeared. The 6th-tier beast was about to pounce, but its blood-red eyes met Yang Fan's black and white double pupils, and it instantly froze. Clang! Yang Fan swung his sword, leaving a deep gash on its body. Roar! The 6th-tier beast howled in fury and lunged at him. Originally, its speed was incredible, but now in Yang Fan's eyes, with the Devouring Pupil Art activated, its pace slowed by half. This felt similar to when Yang Fan activated the ancient Emperor bloodline power. However, this power was under his control. It didn't dominate his body or consciousness. What a bizarre pupil technique. Yang Fan marveled inwardly as he dodged the beast's fierce charge and struck back with his sword. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's feet created sonic booms as he pushed his movement skill explosive steps to the limit. Each swing of his sword perfectly evaded the beast's counterattacks, striking its vital points. Once or twice could be chalked up to luck, but every single time, that was just absurdly terrifying. Clang. Zhao Wuji's ring-backed broadsword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He was so shocked that he drooled. Oh my god, this is too creepy, isn't it? What a powerful pupil technique. Truly impressive. We so-called geniuses are nothing compared to him. The three of them exclaimed in astonishment. When Zhao Ruoyuo finished speaking Han Bing, and Zhao Wuji nodded in deep agreement. Sigh. It was too disheartening for their cultivation confidence. Roar. After about 10 minutes, this sixth-tier beast whose strength rivaled that of a late-stage golden core cultivator was slain single-handedly by Yang Fan. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator taking on a late-stage golden core expert. In Han Bing and the others understanding this defied all logic and was hard to imagine. Yet the evidence before them forced them to believe. It was utterly outrageous. Freak. Monster. Boss Fan, do you need a lackey? ID even fetch tea and water. The three spoke in unison. The two girls were so speechless they felt like shutting down. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled as he stared at Yang Fan, already calling him brother. After a bit of banter, they continued their mission to hunt beasts. They worked busily until dusk. The group packed up and returned to the entrance of Crescent Valley. No sooner had they arrived than a dark figure darted out from the crowd, his voice sinister. You vermin, you dare kill my Sakura Kingdom cultivators. They'll make you die. The sudden danger made Yang Fan's hair stand on end. He looked up sharply and activated his pupil technique, devouring pupil art. In an instant, the dark figure charging at him slowed down by half. But it was still freakishly fast. Clang. Yang Fan summoned the Overlord heavy sword to block, sending sparks flying. The violent force surged from his arm through his entire body. Bang. Yang Fan was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing through a large tree before stopping. Motherfucker. You Sakura dog daring to ambush me. Yang Fan scrambled to his feet, his face pale and twisted with rage, his eyes venomous like a snake's. Koichiro, what do you think you're doing? Yuji arrived in an instant, her face dark as she scolded. In the distance, Koichiro stood stunned, utterly incredulous. He was a nascent soul stage powerhouse and he had launched a surprise attack. That strike, though using only a fraction of his strength, should have been enough to kill a foundation establishment trash like Yang Fan 10 times over. Yet it only sent him flying and wounded him. Other cultivator experts were also shaken to the core, their minds in turmoil. This kid's top spot on the military merit list was definitely not just luck. He had some real skills. What am I doing? This vermin killed our Sakura Kingdom cultivators. I'm taking his life. Koichiro, failing in his ambush, tried to frame him. Motherfucker, you shameless old bastard, are you saying only you Sakura dogs can kill us, and we can't fight back? And it was your 20 Sakura Kingdom cultivators who ganged up on us first. As a nascent soul powerhouse from Sakura Kingdom, saying something so shameful, where's your face? Have you lost all sense of decency? Yang Fan's eyes were like a fierce wolf's. He didn't hold back at all. Even though his opponent was a nascent soul stage expert, he dared to curse in fury. Baka, you wretched insect, you seek death. Kojiro's face turned cold as he struck again. His 5 fingers clenched into a claw, darting toward Yang Fan's head like lightning. This time he showed no mercy, confident that a single claw could crush Yang Fan's skull. A cold snort rang out. Yuji intervened, instantly blocking Kojiro's blow and sending him staggering back 5 or 6 paces. Baka, Yuji, you dare attack me. Kojiro's face twisted in fury as he roared. In the distance, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. None had expected Yuji to be so formidable, as even Kojiro, a standout among nascent soul cultivators, was repelled. Yet Yuji, this woman, had blasted him back with a single strike, revealing just how absurdly powerful she was. Kojiro, do you take me for a fool and Fengcheng of Huaxia? Yuji's pretty face hardened with frost. Very well, today let me see what strength you Kojiro possess, daring to kill before my eyes. With a whoosh, Yuji's figure vanished like a ghost. In the distance, Kojiro's face changed drastically as he frantically retreated. Suddenly, Yuji appeared soundlessly before him, slowly raising her hand. Bang! The next moment, Kojiro's body flew backward like a cannonball. Bakayaro, you bitch! I'll slaughter you! Kojiro screamed and roared in agony, launching a fierce counterattack. Yang Fan stood watching, his heart shaken. So this was the battle between nascent soul cultivators, so domineering and overwhelming. Every move was lethal. Yuji, with her alluring features and graceful demeanor, now displayed explosive power in her fight against Kojiro. Her voluptuous, curvaceous body moved with the agility of a dragon, her jade-like arms stretching and flowing. Each motion was like a fatal dance delivering a visually stunning impact. What martial art is this? So formidable. Zhao Ruoyuo couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Fan coughed. Han Bing approached and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. That bastard caught me off guard earlier, but it's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Yang Fan waved it off. It was fortunate his chaotic Dao body was incredibly resilient. Otherwise, that blow from Kojiro the bastard would have been fatal. A crack sounded, a bone breaking. "Ah!" A piercing scream followed. Yang Fan's eyelids twitched as he looked again. By then Kojiro had one arm broken by Yuji, looking as wretched as a dog. The crowd gasped, their shock deepening. This woman was ruthless. She was fiercely protective to the extreme. Kojiro had merely slapped Yang Fan, and judging by how lively the boy seemed, he was fine. Yet she had broken Kojiro's arm without hesitation. Seeing him flee into the crowd, Yuji didn't pursue. Her face icy, she declared coldly, "With me, Yuji here, any of you old wretches who dare touch Yang Fan will die." Yang Fan was stunned, deeply moved. In the distance, the Sakura Kingdom's powerful cultivators, though their faces were ashen, dared not provoke this woman further. After all, Kojiro's broken arm spoke volumes. With the conflict resolved, Yang Fan headed to the Huaxiao rest camp, took out healing pills, and began to treat his injuries. Soon Yuji arrived with several Huaxia elders. "Lady Yuji." Yang Fan rose to his feet. Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo also quickly stood. "No need to be so formal. I came to discuss withdrawing from the competition." A smile graced Yuji's enchanting face, her tone much gentler than before. After all, over the past few days, these four youngsters had brought her too many surprises and shocks. Especially Yang Fan. She had doubted more than once if he was really a high school senior who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam. How could she believe it? Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo's faces stiffened as they instinctively looked at Yang Fan, as if waiting for him to speak first. Yuji was surprised to see them defer to Yang Fan. This kid had skill making these proud Huaxia prodigies follow his lead. "Impressive. Lady Yuji, I don't plan to withdraw or give up." "Why, oi?" Yuji frowned slightly, looking at him. "In past trials, Huaxia has always been suppressed by Sakura Kingdom. This year we finally have a chance to turn the tables, and I don't want to miss it. I know you want us to withdraw out of concern for our safety, fearing we might be lost in the trial. But I disagree. How can a fledgling eagle soar the skies without weathering storms? A smooth life? Can that still be called a life? Cultivating immortality defies heaven itself. Nascent soul void refining unity, which realm hasn't been forged through fierce tempests easily broken through. Moreover, if one seeks to become an immortal, they must endure the tribulation's baptism. Compared to that, these minor hardships and trials mean nothing. If the Sakura Kingdom cultivators don't provoke me, so be it. But if they dare, whoever comes will die. No exceptions." Yang Fan's words were not loud. Yet they deeply shook Yuji and the Huaxia strongmen behind her. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the naive, stubborn youth before them. This kid so young had such profound insights. The wristbands updated the military merit rankings. As expected, the force still held the top 4 spots. Just as Yuji was about to ask Yang Fan his military merit, a roar of curses erupted. "Bakiaro! Yang Fan, you insect, get out here. Are you cheating? No matter how hard I try, I can't surpass your military merit." Several people emerged from the tents. Sakura Kingdom's prodigy Yamano Juzan stormed over in fury. Over the past 5 days, he had been driven mad. No matter his efforts, he couldn't overtake Yang Fan. His best record was 2nd place. He felt that with a bit more effort, he could surely surpass and claim the top spot the next day. But damn it, when the military merit rankings updated the next day, he plummeted back to 5th place. Who wouldn't lose their mind? "Huh, you're just too weak. Blame me." Yang Fan sneered mockingly. His words drew laughter from the crowd that had come out of their tents to watch. Ahead, Yamano Juzan's group turned beach-red with anger. "How much military merit do you have?" he demanded, his face dark. "Military merit," Yang Fan said with a smirk. "Not much, just over 3,000. "What? 3,000? Oh my god, I only have just over 1,000, and he's over 3,000. Amazing. No wonder the Sakura Kingdom cultivators can't catch up no matter how hard they try." Incredible. This year's trial among 5000 Foundation establishment cultivators from both nations, the ultimate dark horse, is born. When Yang Fan revealed his military merit, everyone gasped in shock. Even Yuji was astounded and incredulous. Over 3,000 military merit by the end of the 2nd phase. This had never happened in the history of past trials. What a freak among freaks. In the distance, Yamano Juzan, instead of raging, wore a sinister, eerie smile. Yang Fan lifted his eyelids slightly, a trace of surprise flickering across his gaze, wondering whether Shan Yi 13 had been so thoroughly humiliated as to retreat into silent despair. "May you survive to the very end. Ha ha ha." With that, Shan Yi 13 flashed another sinister enigmatic smile and turned away. Haha, little bug, good luck to you. Behind him trailed a group of Sakura Realm cultivators, their faces twisted with greedy sly grins. Yang Fan's brows knit faintly together as suspicion stirred in his heart. Then a subtle upturn curled at the corner of Yang Fan's lips. He smiled. In this day and age, why do some people insist on courting death when mere survival would suffice? Back at Camp Yuji wore an expression of deep concern. Yang Fan, I forbid you from continuing the trial. Senior Madam Yuji, I respectfully decline. Yuji's face stiffened, her delicate shoulders trembled with rising fury. This young man, emboldened by his rank as top scorer in military merit, had truly grown wings, daring to defy her outright. Young man, don't be willful. Senior Madam Yuji only wishes you well. Indeed, the third stage trial differs fundamentally from those before it. The third stage permits cultivators to seize military merit by slaying adversaries from opposing factions. With over 3,000 merit points, you shall inevitably become the Sakura Realm cultivator's primary target. A cluster of elite cultivators from Huaxiao stood behind Yuji, urging him earnestly. Though Yang Fan did not hail from their own city, they shared blood and soil. No one wished to see a fellow son of Huaxiao fall. Esteemed seniors, rest assured, I would never persist in the third stage trial without absolute confidence in my ability to prevail. As I said before, if the Sakura Realm cultivators leave me be, so be it. If they dare approach, each shall meet certain death. Yang Fan laughed, brimming with unwavering self-assurance. Yuji and the other elders exchanged skeptical glances, convinced he was either boasting or blinded by arrogance. Yet Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoyuo knew better. In just these few days together, Yang Fan had revealed a strength so extraordinary it defied belief. Truly the peerless sovereign among all Golden Core cultivators and below. Those Sakura Realm fools, if they kept their eyes averted, perhaps they might yet live. But should greed drive them to covet his military merit, their demise would be swift and brutal. In the end, Yang Fan prevailed upon Yuji. Truth be told, though she inwardly seethed with reluctance, she found herself utterly powerless against his unyielding mule-like resolve. That evening, Yuji gave Yang Fan and the others a detailed briefing on the rules of the third stage trial. The final phase would last precisely 10 days. Over those 10 days, the electronic wristband bound to each participant would issue 7 sequential tasks, each escalating in difficulty, each yielding progressively greater military merit. Notably, slaying cultivators from hostile factions also granted commensurate military merit, the amount determined solely by the number of adversaries eliminated. Put simply, the more one slew, the higher the merit acquisition multiplier. For completing the second stage trial, Yang Fan received another insight pill and a dagger-type artifact. He chose the dagger specifically. It harmonized perfectly with the high-burst combat style of his Earth-rank puppet, whose slender frame enabled lethal precision. At dawn, everyone's wristbands updated with new tasks. The third and final stage of the trial commenced as scheduled. Yang Fan raised his arm to inspect his wristband's assignment. Task 1: proceed to the Blackwater Marsh and slay the third-rank mutated demon beast Mandala Serpent. Duration 10 days. Participants remaining 4656-5000. Military merit 3051. Rank 1. Of the 5,000 cultivators deployed by both nations, nearly 400 had already perished within the first week. Only 4656 Foundation Establishment cultivators remained. How many would survive to the trial's conclusion? Yang Fan, where's your assigned task? Han Bing asked, turning toward him. Mine lies in the Blackwater Marsh. Yours is in the Blackwater Marsh. Mine is in the Crescent Valley. So is mine. Mine too. Their startled exclamations echoed around them. Nearby, Yuji's heart sank. Historically, the Blackwater Marsh had always drawn far more Sakura Realm cultivators than Huaxia's. Few, if any, of the latter ever completed all 7 tasks and emerged alive. She had never imagined Yang Fan's luck would run so ill that his task would spawn precisely there. Trouble loomed indeed. Seeing his 3 companions all assigned to the Crescent Valley, while he alone was bound for the Blackwater Marsh, Yang Fan could only offer a wry, self-deprecating smile. Was his fortune truly this abysmal? Yet no anxiety stirred within him. Confidence born of mastery eclipsed all fear. Soon after, he bade farewell to his companions, exchanging solemn wishes of safety and courage, then strode resolutely toward the Blackwater Marsh. The trial window lasted 10 days. Regardless of whether all 7 tasks were completed, it would conclude precisely then. Rewards would be distributed according to final military merit rankings. En route, Yang Fan observed that Sakura Realm cultivators vastly outnumbered Huaxia's along the path to the Blackwater Marsh. A dense, ominous sea of figures stretched before him. Many Sakura Realm cultivators, spotting Yang Fan traveling alone, fixed him with predatory, calculating stares. After all, he currently topped the military merit leaderboard with over 3,000 points. To slay him would instantly catapult the killer to the summit of the merit ranks. Who could resist such a prize? Yang Fan glanced back at the glaring Sakura realm cultivators and answered with a faint devilish smile. Then he quickened his pace, vanishing deeper into the marshlands. To them, he was a walking treasury of military merit. To him, they were no less. Rumors claimed extra merit bonuses accrued for high kill counts. Tonight, he'd test that theory. Half an hour later, guided by his wristband's coordinates, Yang Fan traversed a vast, dense jungle and arrived at the Blackwater Marsh, the designated trial site. Behind him, a Sakura realm squad of roughly a dozen cultivators pursued relentlessly. Baka, where did he go? Damn it, lost him. He runs faster than a rabbit. Search carefully, he must be nearby. Ah. Frustrated and furious, the Sakura realm cultivators roared curses as they realized their quarry had vanished. Before their shouts faded, one cultivator's head rolled from his shoulders. Bakayero, that vermin ambushed us from behind. Stunned, the Sakura realm cultivators recoiled at the sight of their comrade's severed head, then turned to find Yang Fan standing silently on the path they'd just taken. Their faces contorted in rage, snarling obscenities, until Yang Fan's scoffed voice dripping with contempt. Ambush. No, gentlemen, you are surrounded. Surrounded? By you alone. Ha ha ha. This fool's lost his mind. Truly, cultivators of Huaxia are nothing but stupid pigs. His words sent the Sakura realm cultivators into fits of mocking laughter. Their grotesque sneers and scornful stares made plain how they viewed him, as a witless fool. He'll soon learn whether he's foolish or not. A radiant, dazzling smile bloomed across Yang Fan's face. In the next breath, he swept his hand wide, and every puppet sealed within his storage ring surged forth. Whoosh! As the Earth-rank puppet materialized, it darted with uncanny speed toward one Sakura realm cultivator. Squelch! In an instant, the same cultivator who'd laughed loudest moments before collapsed. His neck severed, his voice silenced forever. Bakayero, what monstrous thing is that? And how can it move so fast? Don't panic, we outnumber him. Attack together. He cannot withstand us all. Right? All together. Kill him and claim his merit. Terrified, the Sakura realm cultivators shrieked battle cries, unleashed their artifacts, and charged Yang Fan in unison. Utterly reckless, Yang Fan's cold laugh rang out, and then he unleashed full power. Boom, boom. The air exploded with sonic booms as Yang Fan executed his signature explosive step. His body trailing afterimages lunged toward the dozen or so Sakura country cultivators ahead. Wherever he passed, those Sakura country cultivators were struck by his heavy sword, either dead or crippled. Several spirit-grade puppets coordinated with the earth-grade puppet in their assault. They also unleashed considerable power. A series of miserable screams rang out incessantly. By this time, these dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators from Sakura country finally realized with horror and terror just how monstrously and terrifyingly powerful Yang Fan truly was. A dozen. Even if 20 more came, they likely wouldn't be his match. They were afraid. Terrified. They wanted to flee. But their speed in front of the ghost-like earth-grade puppet was as slow as a crawling turtle. Yang Fan also activated his eye technique, the devouring pupil art. The movements of these Sakura country cultivators were like slow motion in his eyes. Killing them was essentially no different from slaughtering a few dogs. This seemingly one-sided battle ended in just 10 minutes. The result was that Yang Fan had slaughtered them all. A bunch of trash daring to come and steal my military merits. You've lived too long. Yang Fan spat on the corpses. Hoisting the blood-dripping overlord heavy sword, he strode into the Blackwater Swamp ahead. The Blackwater Swamp was fraught with danger. Its perilousness was several times greater than that of Crescent Valley. Arriving at the Blackwater Swamp, Yang Fan was fully alert to prevent any sudden beast from charging out of the swamp to attack him. Fortunately, he had over a dozen Mystic-grade puppet minions. The utility of these support-type Mystic-grade puppets became evident at this moment. Scouting pathfinding. Even if they accidentally stepped into a hidden bog, it was no big deal. After all, if a Mystic-grade puppet was lost, he could always refine a new one. Thus, what was a treacherous trial mission in the Blackwater Swamp for others was for Yang Fan almost like a sightseeing trip. When beasts attacked, these spirit-grade puppet bodyguards charged forward to fight. If they were outmatched, they called in the big hitter. The earth-grade puppet would dash up and dispatch the opponent with a few swift strikes. Yang Fan the master strolled leisurely behind, completely idle. Hiss! Finally, Yang Fan spotted the first mission beast, the Mandala Snake. The Mandala Snake was a third-order mutated beast. Whoosh! Without needing Yang Fan's command, the earth-grade puppet wielding a sharp dagger darted forward and struck. Ding! Killed third-order mutated beast Mandala Snake. Points 58. Cultivation value 17,770. Accompanied by the system notification, the first mission was complete. At that moment, the electronic wristband on Yang Fan's wrist vibrated again. The second mission refreshed. Mission 2: kill the fourth-order beast of the Blackwater Swamp, the Black Scale Python. Time limit 10 days. Total participants 4601500. Military merits 7888. Rank first. Needless to say, the speed at which killing people increased military merits was far faster than completing missions. If Yang Fan remembered correctly, completing mission 1 had only earned him 500 military merits. The extra 3,000 military merits were all contributed by those Sakura dogs from before. Awesome. If this growth rate continued by the end of the Tindui trial, could he break 100 military merits? According to the coordinates, the black-scale python wasn't in this area. It was deeper within the Blackwater swamp. Yang Fan skirted around a large muddy bog ahead, intending to continue forward. Whoosh. Suddenly a black shadow darted out from the woods. Oomph. Yang Fan sneered, raising his overlord heavy sword to counter. Clang. A deafening crash rang out and Yang Fan was knocked back several steps. Then a sharp pain shot through Yang Fan's chest. He looked down and his expression changed drastically. A bloody gash had appeared on his clothes. The wound wasn't deep, but it was less than an inch from his heart. Meaning, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been stabbed through the heart and kicked the bucket. Damn, such terrifying explosive power and strength. Suddenly Yang Fan looked up. His expression froze for a moment. Unbelievable. Ahead of him, the one who had ambushed him was actually a girl with a baby face. Judging by her attire, this baby-faced girl was a Sakura country cultivator. Her features were quite cute, but her expression and gaze were very cold and her attacks were vicious and ruthless. You bitch, ambushing me, Yang Fan said grimly. Whoosh. The baby-faced girl said nothing, closing in again with incredible speed. Die. Yang Fan's eyes turned cold as he counterattacked ferociously. Boom. He swung his sword, but it strangely cut through empty air. Yang Fan's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. At that moment, a sharp katana appeared to Yang Fan's left. The blade whistled past, grazing his ear. The biting chill sent goosebumps all over Yang Fan's body. He was certain that the fine hairs on his face had been shaved off by her blade aura. Damn, such terrifyingly strange speed and explosive power, not inferior to his own. Just who the hell was this bitch? How could she be this terrifying? A flurry of questions arose in Yang Fan's mind. At that moment, Yang Fan had no time to dwell on it because this terrifying bitch's attack came again. Instantly, Yang Fan summoned the Earth-grade puppet. The Earth-grade puppet appeared, turning into an afterimage as it charged forward. Clang. A heavy, dull sound rang out as the terrifying Sakura country girl was blasted back. But one of the Earth-grade puppet's arms was pierced. Hiss. Yang Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. His Earth-grade puppet was absolutely invincible against any cultivator below the Golden Core stage. And now it couldn't even kill a Foundation establishment Sakura country girl. It even got stabbed in return. Who the hell are you? Yang Fan's face twisted as he roared in anger. Asakawa, Qiangu, the one who will take your life. The baby-faced girl spoke for the first time. Whoosh. The next moment, wielding that katana which could cut through iron like mud, her figure vanished eerily again. Take my life. We'll see if you've got what it takes, you bitch. Yang Fan laughed angrily in spite of himself, his spiritual energy churning wildly within. Boom. Boom. He pushed his explosive step to its limit, matching the speed of that bitch Asakawa Qiangu. Clang. Clang. With each clash, Yang Fan grew more alarmed as he fought. He discovered that this cold, beautiful little lowly Asakawa Qiangu was not only fast, but possessed immense strength. Apart from not having abs, she was practically a Barbie doll bodybuilder. After one round of exchange, Yang Fan's hands were numb from the shock. Look into my eyes. At a certain moment, Yang Fan bellowed. Ahead, Asakawa Qiangu, who was fiercely battling Yang Fan, instinctively looked up coldly. That one glance. She was instantly intimidated by the black and white double pupils in Yang Fan's eyes. Her movements came to a sharp halt. You fell for it, bitch. Now. Yang Fan sneered, channeling surging spiritual energy into the Overlord heavy sword and bringing it down in a vicious slash. Shadow clone. At the critical moment, Asakawa Qiangu snapped out of it, letting out a delicate shout. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Her body split into four, teleporting eerily around Yang Fan. Boom. Yang Fan's sword cleaved down, obliterating one of the Asakawa Qiangu clones. The other three figures struck out almost simultaneously, lunging at him.